Wednesday, the 9th of July, 2025, 30 minutes past 1600 hours. We live once again on Ak24 Radio, Abrabapa Radio, as well as Ak24 Radio GH with another edition of Bamaso. Well, this is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we meet just to deliberate on all possibilities with which we would rise as co-creators and catalysts in the making of a very, very beautiful and amazing, fantabulous Ghana. Here, we have come to also understand that we are the very Ghana we talk about every now and then. And if we are the very Ghana we talk about every now and then, that means we have to put on the table that which will cause the Ghana that we want to live in to happen. So it is more of we personally working on ourselves to become better versions of ourselves in our thinking, better versions of ourselves in our human relations, better versions psychologically, better versions physically, among other things. Because through that, we will be able to become catalysts in awakening a better version in others. And as we continue to awaken the better versions in other people, Ghana is on course of becoming an amazing and fantabulous place. So if you are here for the first time, whatever the case may be, you are here working on yourself. And you working on yourself means a lot. It's a hard one, but I will tell you, it is the best, the very best of ways to be able to get others to also fall in line as well. In many instances, it works all around us, but we take little notice of such things so we can apply them to our lives. If you happen to be an employee in any company in Europe or wherever that you may find yourself, if the employer discovers this particular thing is happening among the employees, what they do is they alter the way they do things at the top, and it causes the employees to fall in line. So there are several examples I've given around here as to how some people were just playing with the clock-in system of companies, and employers decided, no, these people, if we don't change our ways, they will not change. There were times you will see managers will stand by the clock in post, just watching people who will be coming into clocking, among other things, but it wasn't so effective. So employers decided, no, we need to alter the way we record the time people get to work and the time people leave work. And by so doing, things improved. So change happens from someone causing it, and then whoever you want the change to happen within will follow suit. So when we come here, it is more to do with we working on ourselves. We working on ourselves so that we will become the agents to cause the change in, you can say, our politicians, our leaders, among other things. Today being Wednesday, we call it questions and answers. We come to ask questions. We come to pose questions to ourselves, and we know very well the answers are out there. Once we have the questions in mind, we know. Just as we know it all through all units of life, someone else will know something to that question, and we all learn to that effect. Spiritually, socially, psychologically, financially, whatever the case may be. We are here to ask questions. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you. And she has wrong to say the mudo the mu pipa and come baby I will be our video that Ak24 Radio, Abrabapa Radio, and Ak24 Radio GH. Say social handles no so na wa at Aqua24 radio. Ene wukwada questions and answers ene dia be pie ha say ye ba e be busi ho questions ye ba be bobo ene be bibire ho e wo dwumadie yi eso na ka hu no say Ghana na o dwune ho Ghana na aye odadwen no wa o ne sa Ghana no enti se wa o ne sa Ghana no dia ene de wo so otumi yo e ma sa Ghana no e fa ne ntoma pefra no ene o kira kwan ana ye be hwehwe e wo kasafidie su sa mpempensuwe enti brase Ghana ni be dwune se Ghana ni e yo bibia se Ghana ni ene da na me ka kire board chairman se wono de go ana wa fefe go ana wa fefe kire se o dwune se Ghana ni a as long as whoever is in charge, whoever is running affairs is a Ghanaian, no. All that you want is that person to perform. And to want someone to perform demands a lot. Hey, to want someone to perform, no, and yes, I would want no keke and account. And crofobia honma or more cancer or more person will be perform, but their vibrations, no, and yet in alignment with what the Omado or Mano air can there be. And yepe. So in as much as possible, no, the no, I was say a year in line with what you are vibrating. Very, very important pa. Enti anglophobia do man obeka. Oh, ebe say o kone but the vibration pa uko check vibration na vibration ya apart. Apart. Now you can only vibrate the goodness of Ghana. The goodness of whoever is leading when you are reasoning as a Ghanaian. The fundamental thing I was saying ye hu adwuma enye se ye ba ana problem we policy we see ne ye ka ho asem na obi e kire na adwene eye se ye be kire ya adwene but what we are vibrating within no whatever ideas we may put across no when the vibrations are not in alignment engusiaga enti osa oba se Ghana ni go ana wafefe go ana wafefe ye onkrofo honmo as long as any player na ni gine ho player o support player o penasem ena e ball no ene nka team ni yan hyeyen mo obi a hye go na watimi aka se se me kan ye ke di me player we ball ya ka obehu te no am ka kire enkrofo bi ta kire honum de omo kan se se ka kire mo se NDC form ni adwen papa bia wo mu ni adwen papa bia enkrofo bi ta ho sa omo de bia de omo kan no sa kwa we si obi a o ta kire honum a o kasa sa bia no enye o man yi yo no wo hwehwe nye o man yi yo na de enti a enye o man yi yo na o ana wo hwehwe no enso e dependent on the level of ignorance in tra. Senke bianko wonimu a. Oh, he's been brought to the awareness. Bianko besana adwene kakra. Because if another branch of a tree is wishing ill, difficulty, challenges, problems, distraction of another branch, na chese a branch na ono always is ill and evil for the other branch no ono wonwene nko akire wonwene nko akire kura na adwene no wodwene ko anum he ya wonfa nko akire na onfa nko akire dia ene na chese unyanhunu se other branch no follow apart if it doesn't work it affects the tree. It affects the trunk. And if the trunk is not well nourished, well taken care of, all the other branch to you fall off. Until we were was a canon MPP in Mukura and this in Mukura Masa won't you don't think far. You don't think far. They are all branches of Ghana. And if they work out right, Ghana gets well. And you wish for the very best to happen for any branch of the tree we call Ghana. Wish for the very best for our dear nation, Ghana. Nekoya, also Ebekoye, Ediamount. So, any said that nothing and another Saturday, Dr. Ebenezer of Fabwati, Messina Papa Untinanketia, America for United Kingdom, Ghana, Spain, Finland, baby, I would be out here, no. Papa Smiley, I hope said the sound is very loud and clear. The mood that have a fair and more. So, any quadia, any NHS, Yasaba, yeah, but to Adjune, the questions and answers version of Bamaso. Free will be, no be soon free will be. Kakra, said them a day branches of a tree, Ede Kasayano. If you, as a branch, you are getting stronger, you should also want other branches to also get strong. When other branches are also getting stronger, the tree itself is getting stronger. And when the tree is getting stronger, we are all going to benefit immensely, profoundly. Profoundly, yes, profoundly. From that. The memo akwaba, ede aba enede jumedie eso. Yebakwa ahoma so. Mehu se ofabodi akwa tablet yi o. Yenhwe. Okay, eja someone about first, right? Nti ma me hwe eja someone. Na ye hwe eja someone wi a mako ofabodi so. I hope so ofabodi be kwa akosesa the tablet no. Na wafa the phone no right after 7 minutes eja samwa ebeka say enti eja samwa say why ready enkwa na wo ho nkwa dia omute ho de enko bamaso eja samwa eja twene bo asamwa na mekan eja samwa timenka all right so eja samwa timenka ma me ko fa bodi so na yembo nkomo kakra fa bodi say wo timenka no why ready a omute ho Bamaso.
I guess it. I'm going to say.
And may I hear the answer? Yeah, how it goes. Why? Say, be able to dear. Good. Now, Spain is let me say what Belgium, my boy. I see. So, a horrible call. Obey Antwerp na.
It's Santino, but area to I had to Brussels near 30 minutes. I had to see 40 minutes.
I see. Me braba ko ewo Antwerp. And perhaps eda obeko we memo akọ hwe na mama why area say how you way no one thing that we need to understand and they say we create connections. So although we are connected to one another, but in our relationship with one another no, we are creating connections, right? Enti make us a call hwe ni no na just say what who say Smiley, me won ya ba ko ho nti asem bi to na uni obi a obe support wa you can call on him on the identity no obabua onu so o veteran obedwom ho pa o veteran o veteran nti memo akọ hwe nkakra why
Mate.
na ofabodi say ya kase busa question ba ko pa ewo wiase a question be na nka be busa
Question no why na maybe son.
Oh sane wa obetu su the opposite busa the question no busa the question and it's like I give you a plain sheet, find someone that you want to ask the question and ask the question. Why na be busa na question na question be na nka be busa
Question maybe sir the idea nya every otunfo na
otunfo why
yes na ne dia no papa me see the wiase no obo wiase no ono anka me bisa no question
question be na nka be busa no
I don't know ma obi sika.
I don't know where they.
Oma obi ye hiani na obi sika.
Ɛna nka wobusa no ɔho.
Ɛna nka wobusa.
I see. Na ɛde nti na wobusa saa de na ɔbɔ ohiani na ɔbɔ sikani.
Sɛnyɛ amanfoɔ esi ebi sika. Enjoy life no. Ebi so say the obedi kura no ho odin.
I see. Now, not to stand in for ASR or bad, you know. But I'm trying to just think of possible questions to wasama opesenka obusani. Oh. It is enka or honanki busana near who said the BC Akano. And yebia what is your measure of wealth?
Wealth.
Wealth. Yeah, wealth.
Okay, me say generally no. Wealth no matter how no. No matter say wealth in it no. I say who say the mean see infant to cry. Different explanation. Going to mean one at the and qualifying because you are because no or wealthy because of Syria. Me feel me can hoarding. Me family manage it. Obi kura nso de onfa ho ne family ne yi yo open no or enjoy it no. Oh, it depend.
Okay, all right. Let me see no. Said you will see can no question so akwa subjective.
Then you can because no one can is can no one so grand. But who said they ubia because maybe me ho ehia me ankasa. Be kura no onya sankofo na meka no. That person bi a oda abonten. Enya ne person bi a onya atade ense but onya. Sanka at least obi a moderate. They say percentage no kura kwete European si kura na won say eno no adwuma oho wo pese wo be adwuma nko abetimi anya ye but area bi oho a wo pe adwuma kura wonya obi kura timi tu aboa 24 hours but wonya me oni na makidia na se wonya kura na wati na wati kokowale no side me na make
can extreme situations no yes sir
say obi mo etimi because say me dey me ti hey year na end there yes Williams ko vacation say me so ko vacation maybe obi na so me call stand ni nyina e pokoro ya ho akwa enjoy appointing of very me chekoro ya na very maybe and the space here na different.
Okay. Sam see me Musa say do you believe that God creates the poor and the rich, Anna? And say Uji say Nyankopon bon krofo bi so meye poor and obon krofo bi so meye rich.
Na say dey no wabo hia no dey. Wabo hia abawi asem dey. Wabo krofo bi so meye. But I didn't know what you
Na to some extent no the entire me to another way that I'm possibly understanding some question no and they say is it God creating us to be rich and poor, and I say God created us in his image and likeness. However, our inability to use the image and likeness of God, and perhaps it has rendered us to be poor. And the very ones who are using the image and likeness of God, are the very ones who are ending up to be rich.
And what they are not so bit but ability to enforce say to proceed in Okurano. Nyame and edema. Oh.
So for you to know, for you to be able to use what God is coded within you, and so nyame na be sa dia ma onye sa. You see, of Abraham say we may have to take this conversation on another level. One say we have been programmed. Of Abraham say kofa phone na enkomo no ya de so nti
Bible no kwase wo mu Samuel ho ba bi na o kan
kone kofa phone kofa omo so wayi na twetwe na e badodo of Abraham kofa phone
e de tu phone mu sisi
na me mute nice one maybe you
baba okay
aba
baba
yes waba afi de beti ne correct pa you see
okay
one said there enkomo no eko sisi ana we are looking out for some God to be elsewhere beyond us, right? But when we come to understand, say that God that we are seeking is already in us, is within us, and as us. Na yebo modia na yehunu say yehwehwe abodie mu, right? To yenananom ohun na there was nothing like nature and God. She say everything was God, and nature is God to them. And see, for us to understand how God works, how the principle or that energy or that force, friend of God, operate, we need to look out for the principles that is running this universe or life as a whole. And he said, say, in line with some question now on Subusa, I say, Onyakopon obo ebinum poor and obo ebinum rich. And I say it is our inability to use the principles now. It is just coded within life for us to learn and use, and I'm ebi poor and ebi so omutimi use principles rich ana. Because say who observe life very well of a wedding, you will be able to identify some principles within life my life a flourishing. Now when you apply those principles within life my life from a flourishing the laws of nature does not fail until when you use those principles certainly you are also going to flourish. But if you want to use any other principle other than what life is using to flourish, then you may have some challenges along the way. So, to a greater extent, aside with some suffer say, and then Yankopon Abu will be so or may poor and I may rich. Name say or bow with so a bow in his image and likeness. Now principles what they are born. So when you see our principles and yes, our flourishing open say or flourishing, you wouldn't be able to flourish. Okay. A kwame isn't now in the
principle ben and medical who say it only party me follow na we rich.
Okay. I see.
ye mu bi yan follow.
Mhm.
Me believe no.
Mhm.
Ebi a meka no Bible mu na say ono nso benya ba bi di ama me.
Mhm.
Different. Me meka say o say nipa nsa no dwuma
Mhm.
ena bema nipa no otimi stay.
That's right.
Ena mama example say obeko ba bi no. Obi betu amana tiafi obo tiafi every day the mankofo or
Mhm.
team fifiro. But at the end of the day no the other behind dan ko nya bi say nipa no o san
Mm.
da bonten.
Mhm.
Obi
Okay.
so e de no e sisi obesisi obi bia but say nipa no wa flourish. Yes, ye was sikaduro ye we obi oton nipa spare pass. Enti opa kire say saa principle no na nyamede ma nipa nso onfa enyi na on flourish.
Mhm.
Ono obi a okum nipa ton spare pass, obi we am robber, ohia mo no arobo mo, saa na wonu so nya sika onya no time.
Okay.
Enti no me menyi ni say e wo principle bi a me gidie no no.
Mhm.
That's
Oh
my
yeah, yeah, yeah. So o kyerɛ wo wadwene. Oh, ntina initially no, I first of all asked you, say, what is your definition of wealth? Me di kan
enti na
busa
make say
eno.
who say mo ho am say Samuel ho baby.
Mhm.
Crowd say on ball poor Samuel bibisa first Samuel say
Isaiah 45 verse 7. And I mean, say, I form the darkness and I form the light. I create
when there
good.
were other first Samuel
Mm-hmm.
7 and as 7 2 bar
Mm,
first Samuel 7
no,
and 7
okay. All right. I see. Mm-hmm.
I say poor on your can be do or what
Mm-hmm.
Corinthians no kind there and no the nice spiritually sana mekano and
Mm,
this baby obey poor my benya benya hono
mm-hmm.
and no the acquire me who say it be a spiritual one. He
Okay.
said because say Jesus no am ton no ma na I can say we ton no ma no the man abusiafo
Mm-hmm.
face into e bi a metumi agye di ba Samuel de no na enti papa me
Mm,
de me hu say nyame na ma onipa eye ohiani
mm,
ono aso na e ma obi so ye odefo
okay.
e
Mm,
say ye say obra adwuma mfa ebi nka ho nyame na ma onipa ye odefo anamwa
that's right.
enti saa question ne de me bisa no
okay. Nti wo no
na nka me
wohwɛ a ɔbɔ wo hiani anaasɛ ɔbɔ wo ɔdefoɔ?
me deɛ no koraa na ɛyɛ na ɛnyɛ yɛ deɛ no deɛ nyɛ koraa yɛayɛ hɔ ne hɔ wotɔ
Ah,
mudifoɔ no ba
ah.
ɛnya wo nso a wonni sika papa bi yɛ saa ɛti yɛ deɛ no deɛ
I
kɔsi a
see.
nkɔsi kɔda nkɔda
Eh, eh,
yɛ deɛ
eh.
no deɛ
O dear, okay. So we see address issue. It reminds me of a certain story. Ah, Papa bi unya urinal dysfunction. Oh, nti ɔyɛ ɔdefoɔ paa. He's well endowed. Ɔwɔ paa. Nti emra ɛbaa saa no, he went to the doctors, and then they decided say he needs a surgery. Nti ɔmo yɛ no surgery. Ɔmo yɛ no surgery no wie no, ɔmo check biribi awie na kyerɛ sɛ afei no the urinal dysfunction ne kɔ. Nti during the review no, na sɛ ɛhɔ na afei yɛde cost no ɛbɛto n'anim sɛ this is how much it cost for you for we to do this surgery. Nti ɔmo keka nsɛm no nyinaa wie na afei papa no te hɔ na wɔresu. So they were wondering sɛ adɛn na papa yi te hɔ a wɔresu? Yɛasa yɛayɛ ama wo ho atɔ wo awie, adɛn na wɔresu? They were thinking sɛ ebi a wonnya sika ɛmfa ntua the cost of the surgery. No, so there be if it's the cost, we have a payment scheme which can reduce the burden on you among other things. Still, I know they weren't understanding. I know catch them so and you say we need sika or debitia among other things, but he's now coming to the awareness of how much it was worth for him being able to pass urine all this while. So, and then he took it for granted. And he now come to realize, he say, all those times that he was able to pass urine, no, now the worth of that was priceless. And he wankosa and so who who say, yeah, him being able to pass urine, no, was so invaluable in this life. And then again, to someone, no, who may have so much money but not having good health, no, I may have this money, but what is the use of this money when I am in this sickness? And the definition of wealth is going to be very, 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 very subjective. Now, on the other side, of Nkoma Yedi, the opposite kind of cancer.
I'm beginning say a definition one a bed.
That's right.
Then you can be so bit me cancer. Obi so make I say, Madam Free say Macana Sama now say, we're planning, sir. And I make us say, make children, you know, make children say, yeah, the 50,000 euros could go. The crew ma bontin say, Obi a mechan, sir. Now, Mefa, Obako, no papa, no mamma, no Nuan, Obi an insane night, Obi chaffon in because who's and son or han, or children or Quasha come forward. Now, if you're the foremost, Obi chaffon in a 50,000 I enjoy. Because acquire winning, sir. Ojali nsuomo ye yi na se o ska bebre nti ne hoto no kwan bebre so not stand say ade na ye no so na me dey I say e be chichire me wele but at the end of the day no na nse tembie odi nkomo anu aka sa asem no okogana ba na so ohwe se ne amanfo ho kire no so emre bu asem aka de me kogana na mu so obi ho kire na esimtimu na ye mai ena ono ankasa nkura nso ebi atamana ne nsa no ba akono tu ni nyina ho no ebi ebedu tambi na oni ebi a 1 peso akura na ne ho kire no wanko adwuma anko bra anya uvatama ba na oda sore a tambi eska wona kanso mema nso de ono se de aka na ne ba kwin ti sa adwuma no otimi yenko a se uku hu a why mistake.
That's right.
Papa, no cry one.
Oh, said no cry one. Oh, over what?
I didn't put me on Kwana say, Papa.
To us.
The Mitchell said, and old to me true stick and Unkwa. I didn't be no here now. Oh, Sika would be true. I didn't so agent so come up. I didn't think I saw how. And Sunday saying, ye be a mouth.
Something must happen for something to happen.
No, Bema. If you move gratis, and no cry through one ama, Nina Bigina, a Sicilian Tinama hiding. Papa, why in article?
And Tinkoy, and Waha.
Casana,
you on fire. One last thing that I wanted to add to. I said, Adibiana, one John, who hear feedback. Feedback and also no feedback and feedback will hold more. Always were destructive. Noise.
I know the Papa.
Feedback means one more. A child say you don't call him. So, what I say now, near feedback a woman, a feedback all right, dear, but near a feedback and for progress until we drew your attention. And I was a son. What I say is no percent did you home and see a feedback. No one identity. It's all about the direction that it is going. Now, idea back one, maybe we should ask ourselves, the timing, in life. The timing in this life. When we talk about the timing in this life, it directs our attention to also talk about the purposefulness of life. Scientists have through research, come to realize they say the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. Have you heard that one before? The Earth, it is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, and that is the reason why we have day and night, right? And he who say, hey, I don't know yet 1,000 miles per hour. Now I'm 800,000 miles per hour. Now 800 miles per hour, and now 700. Precision, 1,000 miles per hour. And not just that, it is also speeding around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. And because of that, we have seasons. Now, this is all about timing. So with the seasons and with the day and night, there are things that you should do in the day and the things that you should do in the night. There are things you can do in this season and there are things that you can do in another season. The things that you can do in this season, does not necessarily mean you'll be able to do it in another season. What is American say? Working with the timing of life, if you don't work in such a way, say things that you need to do today. Now you say, okay, in another season, that is when you will do it. Oh yeah, Juma, all right, said you're okay, But are you following the timings of life? Are you being purposeful, just like life is? Because there are times we can have seasonal food to be within particular seasons, be. So okay, be. Of a body.
Papa,
Mami, example of some of the foods, and I say, in seasons.
Watermelon, a best season.
Right, a best season be. So,
apple, a best season.
That's right. If you don't work with these particular timings now, obviously, you make work hard for you. And yes, sanity. It takes me back to what I told you earlier on. Say we need to understudy the principles that run this universe. We need to understudy the laws of life, and we apply those laws to ourselves. And certainly, we'll be able to find the path to success once again. Everybody, anything else to say? Call Prince the Bombardier. So.
No problem, Papa. Madam.
Okay. All right then. Thank you so much. Bombardier. Of a wedding call Bombardier. So Bombardier, what him in can Bama so.
Adwin kese.
Good. Saboko there.
Boko.
Nice one. Now and what a associate prophet in evangelist Bibi. Mo ba you manana.
And the maintaining ka.
Okay.
Last week the mama who said yentimi baba this aminyehu.
Okay, all right. Because and then I'm just soon to step out of the studio, but whichever way I'll be supporting. Who saw bad yeah, number who said the missy around things. Anyway, yeah, mom come and there are questions and answers. Now what a somewhat of a body debato. The other cow and answer any other thing that you would want to also put on the table, What do you need?
You go for any betcha and Yanumina. And then we say, okay, we got questions and answers. And they say, your midweek in a different ham week, midweek. Mom, dear, to create if you had the nurse a diner, a car base in a Omanium Sika said, a Jumaphobia, a BG weekly, a BG bi weekly, a Bishop Busume. It's in I, one of the cheap say, a jacket when dear One I no more control, no control, na omuni da yenti, be very chichinga, weekend, yes, the intimate movie. Nti ɛsɛ yɛbɔ paa wɔ abɔkyire ɛde ma nkɔfoɔ ebi dwene yɛn ho ebi nso ndwene yɛn ho nti mo nyinaa yɛde spade ti sɛ wokɔ social media so sɛ deɛ paps ne clubs no yɛate no Ghana na nkɔfoɔ ni agye paa nti keki ka bɔ ka sɛ ebi nso edi ɔmo kato kontom ebi mu botom ebi mu botom nti ɛnɛ yɛ nice day ɛyɛ Wednesday ewia na bɔ but sɛdeɛ yɛ ateɛ no whether na bɛsa nso bɛtɔ kakra ne adade megye sɛ the same party na ɛkɔ so Ghana nse ɛyɛ awɔ no aba anɔpa na awɔ asa aba anwummerɛ nti nkɔfoɔ bɛhwɛ sweater ne adade nti yɛbɛkɔ yɛnim adeɛ wɔka sweater na ɔmotɛn anim adeɛ yɛfrɛ sweater no but British for the nsɛ sweater na yɛahyɛ na kama na keep you warm keep you warm eti papa said na obusa question sɛ nka question baako pɛ na wa obusa sɛ kan sɛ ɔka sɛ saa deɛ no ba on deɛ tie sɛ Bible na ka sɛ Nyankopɔn ɔbɔ bi esikafoɔ ani ehiafoɔ wanka sɛ onipa na ɛbɔ ɛma obi wie ehiafoɔ ne esikafoɔ sɛ Nyankopɔn na ɛbɔ onipa sɛ ebi wie ehiafoɔ na ebi nye esikafoɔ na ɛsan sɛ Nyankopɔn yɛ ɔno ɔndi sɛ wayɛ saa ɛtɔ de bi a na wo tibie mu sɛ minyaayɛ anka mɛyɛ tibie mu sɛ minyaayɛ anka yɛ musuo wokɔ saa tibie mu a sɛ ye ka minyaayɛ anka mekɔ saa tibia no Onyankopɔn bi nti a wɔbɔ obi mu yes sɛ ne din ne yɛ ɔbɛ nyinaa ɔbɛyɛ ohiani saa ne nyame ayɛ no different for sɛ obi aba sɛ so a ɔbɔ bra sɛ ebia enyi Nyankopɔn sɛ obi wɔ hɔ a wabɔ ne so onye ohiani to kind second some first Samuel 2:7 na obon saa asɛm no wɔ hɔ so first Samuel no obon saa asɛm no wɔ hɔ hana ana ɛka saa asɛm no ɔsɛ the Lord makes some poor and some and others rich ɛyɛ mpa nso so obi wɔ hɔ a yɛwo na saa ebehia na saa ne tie ɔde to yɛwo no to ohia mu obi nso a yɛwo no to sika mu adɛn na yɛsɛ obi yɛ royal na royal na de ɛdɛn na amanfo ɔmo no krom nyanda ɔmo nyɛ royal yɛsɛ saa buzo no ɔmo yɛ royal Nyankopɔn na ayɛ saa so ɔmo nyɛ royal na ebi nso nyɛ subjects so ho ba Nyankopɔn nso so no ɔdwene ehiafo ho nti ɔsɛ sikafo nso nhwɛ ehiafo so woka ɛyɛ Proverbs chapter 19 verse 17 na ɔsɛ sikafo ne mboa ehiafo na de ɔbɔ ehiafo no ɔyɛ ma Nyankopɔn so that's it ɛne Nyankopɔn nso so wabɔ bi ehiafo ne sikafo no so no ɔsɔ mu nyinaa sikafo ne ehiafo nyinaa ɔno ana ɛbɔ mu ɛna obiara nso so enye de empire nso obɛyɛ adwuma empire nso obɛyɛ adwuma sɛ yabɔ sɛ wote baby a education ni wa enka nje sɛ me pursue education sɛ me de school ni me community nti no ya block so bit my education obi timi free ne krom ya pesa na wo school bi abronto obetwa be 7 miles me ye national service was seke so na me 7 miles student otwa ebi kra free asese wakra ba bi kra de no omu genewa obo ha be the whole village be 10 village na school no one village pe but omu nyina ba enti Nyankopɔn sɛ wo ye ohiani wo ye sikani wo sila na ye adwuma because ensign person nye adwuma Nyankopɔn memma ne ndidi so enti ye wo saa situation wo but Nyankopɔn no to de bia that's the question na means to say o ka say obi because can maybe say adent na ye undermine Nyankopɔn because me hu we say me hu say people think say Nyankopɔn say onipa omu hu ni say we creator no they don't even understand what it means to be a creator ye person Nyankopɔn ye creature na ye creature no de ye say onipa no de on o ye creator maka just say Genesis chapter 1 no ade a Nyankopɔn ka say Onyankopɔn ehumi go nipa mu wo creator so sa humi na nya humi keke say bread to say like chromosomes no umami ama 23 na papa ama 23 na ye wo genetic constitution no eti bibia o say nipa bia Nyankopɔn ba na sa humi ni bu yemu Esa say you create an ultimate body into one my side element of creation into me idea. It enables one a year television as to jump in 1 year a radio a Marconi. 1 year Apple phone, your baby do Steve Jobs and Steve was like home a year. 1 year a Microsoft Windows operating system no. Paul Allen and a Bill Gates no yeah. 1 a Google buy it say Gabriel a Larry Page. It is that creation no Yakupon na at this hour to be creative. So, but having the ability to create doesn't mean that you are the creator. Also, of course, source no. So, into the BA should be say, what is the source? Obi kwa some was now source no way. I don't know can say you know also so or who or evidence no. Eti Yakupon no or ye creator God. He is outside time because can say Genesis chapter was infinity and Onyakupo both juniors as infinity if the God, if that entity doesn't exist, that how does it even create? No, the nipa bi eniwo. Onyakupo na the inventor of human being. Na nipa bi eniwo. Ade eniwo no na obi aye na efe invention. TV ni ho na John Bed ye TV. John Bed na hu se bibi kwa TV. So that's it. Henry Ford no who say kwa na ye kaka this what car looks like. Henry Ford na yes ade no. Into who di ade eni ho ba no na say say inventor. So that's it. Into na obi anye nipa nyame ne bo nipa. Onye me chese nipa ho yebetuma yo nipa. Ene ema bebiri ne meme bebi wo a omo pa wo e de na omo ko ukoye IPF kwa na into vitro fertilization na sala we use Yakupon ade o create Yakupon the creative sperm oni pentimi creative sperm Yakupon the creative kosua oba to ni bi enya de akokɔ to ni bi Yakupon the creative akokɔ kosua kwa Yakupon na boy because you can Genesis chapter 1 Yakupon na boy bibia obo ntatebua esro emwa efomwa ade bi ewo epomu onipa enya bi enfa na what is onipa creative fish want to be creative fish. So, into David Menyako, nipa who's Napon the Dika. We are the back of the stem cell, no, I would be so critic cancer, no, Yamina ye. And then what is only critic emojada? Only critic is the only critic mojada, saying you need blood, you need shortage of blood, dear. And as a conipasu critic blood is one like a yin, she diabetes a drug on nipa ye, cry, I dare cry 26 or $20,000. That is what the human being does. But Nyanko Pono. Diabetes a drone yina companies in Yakupon a device, but only pass a wapa, Wadika Krana creation account. And sometimes I ask people questions, why do we undermine God? Say, Papa, the wound I wouldn't Yakupon, I mean, Yakupon, now you so attribute here, all powerful. Will you allow yourself to be denied that powerful ability? No, say, no, me, Sana Metia. Yakupon attribute say, or you're all powerful, who's there be on your all powerful. And the question say, Ghana. Technical I can say Ghana education, tertiary education council for and then almost go do almost from PhD so no money academic work bia. Almost honorary degree, almost 10 bags of cement in a school be more honorary DSC, every the form also, which is intellectual dishonesty. And to GTech phone catching Ghana phone in our doctors start to so one co school uncle yes uncle definities behind so money free almost. She MP's grandpa Crano was one from honorable Kwana and one with the cockot, Robert Quedu. Nanyakopono, only paprasi in the tight Ukrainian. And to that do Matoni was say, only paper pen you will be paying being. It on Yakupon, they attribute or ye creator. Or ye creator, what boy, one boy, you know, by any paid air and the mining of business in there, Yakavandi, Adena, Minquam, my baby, near Tonyo, Kami, and wine, miss say. When you go for David, so you hear me. Ne papa, no, you hear me. Nezanya first somewhere to America here. Also, Yakupon and maybe Musuno or Dibitu from David, will hear me, so Yakupo Manayo or Hene. On Patas obey on Yakupos or Noah. In fact, some of Craco, if you want Jesse, Papa, if you want Jesse Cranonis and the Baby Crowd, David, what was your Gary for? What you bet you are, since you are.
Is it, Madam, so? And then I said, Yankupon, the born nations, if you saw one rich, and the nations, if you poor. Yes, sir. One second. If that, 1 second. It's Mammy so. Yankupon or the nation Ghana, see a rich, and I saw boy, see a poor.
Busan say boy say ye rich nation.
Oh boy, I didn't just say boy say you're rich nation.
I did what a form a chess we are worth and that's when you're
I
worth.
know, I don't know definition of wealth. Yes, sir. They all from no my say rich. Okay, all right. You carry on. Why? Carry on.
And it's we are rich. Banyakopon so catch him say, "What more be a penny brain? I what three pass cerebrum, cerebellum, medulla oblongata." Say, you see, two you're rich, but you know
the entire me boost out question me say, when you even go to the Bible, right? Emra na Abraham, I'm so on a lot. Na omo che ensase, right? Ana Abraham Emma lot di can choose you. Hey, and I hope you may be conversant with the story. Lot to hear na okofa baby a hey as afi Abraham benyes sika ama afi kwa no na wobo lot bosia. So it say who wealth as what is on the ground. Let's say will be wealth. What is in the brain? I say about this or no only brain the no bit me the ababa you the was as na say. In this particular essence, 1 second, in this particular case, it takes me back to the question that I asked. Nyankopon or Ghana as a rich nation or as a poor nation. That's what they will see church. Carry on.
And I would say, my answer say God created Ghana to be a rich nation. Ejachum Krabe Kacha say, almost time Kron Musano. Ghana was the fulcrum of Africa.
I'll come in once again. 1 second. Anna, which nation did God create as a poor nation? Give us an example as well.
The opposite the maker no. The opposite the maker. Who country? One kind of
Let's say individual levels. 1 second. 1 second. It is individual levels. I mean, bro. But the person say it is the individual level that comes to become collective.
Yes, is Ghana, and I'm saying Ghana as a country is rich. Ghana as a country is rich. In fact, Africa is the wealthiest nation, continent on earth. So that's it. Now that I'm referring to Omoba Africa, say Omo say at the end of a chef Don Diego Jazambuza, Mika Fernando Gomez, and the thing come by a Kokos Cane, or Besabe, and Okopula Alam, and Sana Prince Henry Navigator Sma, Don Dagum Sombra, Omoba no Mutukuno, Elmina, just say the mind, say a good. A good. And in Africa is the last frontier for trade. Yeah, across Africa. Uber uranium and Niger, uranium. It's Niger or a rich nation. But I can't say use your gumption, make use of your wealth. That is why Abel talks about the doing and the what, the saying and the doing governor. Your family who are cuckoo or gold room, a rich family, but are they using it? Use your gumption. So when you use gumption, Yankopon is not going to use your gumption for you. One more bring. So that's it. Ghana is a rich nation. In fact, it's a Ghana pounds for pound. Make us the whole world and Ghana will normal. Ghana will normal. Every now and then, be a child 1 year near this because Yankopon at this idea and the sheshe hono. It a cat discovering a just in Yankopon cover. A question my young choir would a chance a butazono. What cover? Who be why discovering? Who be to know who you? No matter what lithium soon your battery. In fact, electronic gadget being you without the lithium battery, lithium ion battery. No, you will go. Anything that could who are you? So what as if Rana or cast and better years, but say Ghana when it was a be oil no so because gold will go bit much way. The Ghana is a rich nation. You can't who quantify in terms of mineral resource mineral resource and digital man. Saudi Arabia oil. So that's the only way no more use. It is at the end of also use. It doesn't take the fact say or money you're rich, or money you're rich. There's a reason why I'm not to say the Gold Coast. Up to now, still also in Africa. Still, I am and the will be free IMF. So, said in a can over at the time. Yes, that will be as but the Bakwana no IMF or born the Juma near the represent before, but which is a BB in Ghana come back. They know. So, into Ghana is rich. Why, yes, Obinya Ghana or maybe Sese Ghana or Beko anymore. But I can't say the doing now become what are we using our gold for? God is not telling Ghana say, don't process your good. Also what the amount? Say one more technology say you better my process good. I don't know why no process good now. What the cost reasons or money process man non some beton say 8 carat good. Meanwhile, so now what you be answer our real baby so. Our rare category so bands we hear good. One more cocoa. Cocoa no or say any cocoa men process in FBA chocolate. Who's on your chocolate and on your but it doesn't take away the fact that who cocoa, you cocoa. So, Entino sanity, Entinyako, he's all knowing, he knows the end for the beginning. Until the creature understand God, said, this is how God is. I know some people have questions. Me say a bit on her. And you know, Opa Job chapter 39. So everyone saying that. I'm with an obubus Nyako support you to make a fool of yourself. Nyako pony Nipentino. For my example, who can Job 39, 40, 41? Job will know Busan Nyako the same question. And Nyako says, okay, what was some question? My meaning on Emra na me boss as na me de me measuring rod na measure as na wo hen. But some so Nyako Bekasa. No kwete say wonim we said the oba kra no wonyin ya kwanya you know cells ni kikabom tissue na tissue be system na system be organism na be can say the system na be organism onipedua. And up to now the greatest neurologists they are not able to study even 5% of the brain capacity. Why is the brain no? Ya calculate say bit much contract assassin round assassin I want no was run because bit much turn around. And that's the question I always like to say. I believe that people are undermining God. Say me men yakopon me ma kwa me tiga so abrand ni bakwa so wo PhD kwan one for so your doctor was in the book na yakopon. Can me pene. And God is God. It doesn't matter say wo begine de wonjini di ope say the Bible no ka say yakopon to so the ope na oye. Or say wo odwunfo wo a we clean wo clear wo catch report say ade na why me cap ade na why me vessel see unye ni fie no ye you know the porter and the describe that and you know papa na because of introduction no na kakra me wo kana no you know let us know
about Smiley. Can I ask Bombardier a question?
Oh, I have a light and tinting. We open so jam
I know, but I want to cut him before he goes.
Okay, what the Busa question?
I came here a bit late, but when I switched on, I heard you mentioning some qualities. God is great. God is so. What are the attributes you give to God?
Nobody has given any attribute to God. He's asking. If you
yeah,
have
but I heard you giving. Okay, Bombardier, all the attributes we give to God.
Listen. Before you do anything, ask a question. Don't make a commentary. If you make
hold on. So I want you to understand. I want you to understand the context. You see, all the attributes.
If you don't know the context, then wait. Then let other people.
No. I say I want to give the context. You see the attributes.
Wait. Don't make a mistake. I'm saying that what you are thinking is not what is on board.
No. What I heard you say is what I'm.
You don't have the whole thing because from what you are saying, you don't have the whole picture.
No, what I heard you say is the question I want to ask.
What question?
You gave attributes of God as God is great, God is almighty, and so on. Could it, because these are human attributes we give to God, could it also be the opposite?
Opposite of what?
That God is not great?
The
Or
Bible
God is
says
not
God is
almighty.
great. It's not we that we are the ones saying it. The Bible says God is great.
Exactly. So it's human.
all-
It is human attribute.
It is not human attributes. He himself says so. Read the Bible and you see that God is what? He's also telling himself.
Anyway, you say we should not argue, but
Yes,
I don't know whether our participant will allow it.
You always ask questions.
The
But
Bible
when
is,
those who know the Bible try to teach you, you say no, you don't want to listen. So what kind of
but
person?
you know the Bible. The Bible were people's opinions.
Abi, it's okay. You wanted Bombardier.
Know the Bible more than those who read the Bible.
Bombardier, hold your peace, yeah.
People don't know the Bible, but those who don't know the Bible, you that you are saying, you are saying
yeah, says the wrong part. So, if you Bible, Bombardier, it's okay. Hold your peace over there. Fine, hold your peace. It's too many people trying to solve a simple problem. Please, hear me too. Just hold on. Hold your peace. It's okay. Abi, it's okay. You remember us later. You do so. Why?
My question.
Excellent. Them say, you look at just someone so. Hey, answer the Sam. So, someone. Bamaso.
My drink is here. Michia money at you for you now. Anyway, anyway, we don't yakupon kashi. Ayana, yadi adrenaline, your philosophy, ne, your psychology, not your sheniam, we are sena, yadi bubuniama, ne, yadi system, be say. Senya my religion doctrine dinya misru bia ba yemu na na say emblem ni amabi no ye mani pe bia tini amabi ase no ene ye form some everything that's in the Bible.
No, where's my that is sorry madam so why I just am kwaso
enti na onye onyankopon ka ya na di adwene bubu ehwe ni amel koso wiase na ya man definition bi and in the religion tune no se ne be ya doctrine no ne ade na interpretations be ma obi a situation bia na obi a nyamu asema kana se ne be ya enye but there are people who do the wrong things and get it right. And also you can say the Bible also on cancer, but it seems you're twisting your man in one angle. Because any slave masters by say religion no say nearby a favor of slave master do to me book. Or to me born in slave now 3 days when who you see all these stories now has when Yakupon be wicked so but any a binom slaves na a binom edi you know me mentality no until my religion becomes a bit questionable kakra betumi aka no
you just someone why very snappy thank you so much
for your friend cause toponko
in summary here Nyankopon wa boga na say rich and
oh na say na America no you to family asikawo na wa sika na hu ade a wode ya and say ne Nyankopon na say ne the same thing ye ade ne kra ye ni hu nyansa ye betu kra but anye ye kra na nke ye ni hu no kware ka ye ntumi ntu kra no so bi no betu kra na odi scan be man ya onipa ko no odi mu no kware no nsisi yen gold obefa ko no ono odi ne machines aba no otu oh nkrofo we be omo dia ntimi a metu no kra me machines kanum dia ade na 50-50 no so no do ni Nyankopon no buy no so amount 5 and now amount 10%. Mpanimfo adi enim na ho no 10% na ebi kura no ɔno ne n'abusuafo nko afa mu 5 ɔfo sɛ wɔnya ne ho a wei so wei fa nyankopɔn ɛyɛ ayɛ nipa bɔnisɛm ɛyɛ ayɛ nipa bɔnisɛm adan na nipa na ɔno ba betu ade na ohun nyansa sɛ wɔn asa ade wei kura na ɛyɛ ɔmo dia a bebrebe a menya 50% yɛ nipa bɛyɛ 200 so de nipa bɛyɛ 5,000 ase 1 million ɛna scan bɛyɛ yɛ dia nanso ɔfrɛ de wɔn ade na ayɛ ɔmo dia 1 million no so 10 million no so no wɔn nso so wɔn fɛ bi nyɛ ɔmo ho yie ebi ne french foɔ awie yɛ nne makɔ africa foɔ makɔ wie na wɔn ani tee no donya over ha so nea mesisi kura ɛsere kɛkɛ wɔn ani abere pɔpɔpɔpɔ I tell you ɔmo ano aduane nyinaa yɛ abɔ wɔn daakye in about 5-10 years to come now, at least from a country like France maybe feel say collapse if the friend baby or resources ni na efi no or anything na aba hɔ no continue there ne manka meboa they will go back to Africa and to senia ɔmɔkɔ Africa no makɔyɛ immigrants but ɛbɛyɛ ya ne friend ɛbɛyɛ ya say yɛn yɛ mentality na ɛwɔ no ɔmo ba koraa na ne yɛ san bɛma wɔn chance biem as they are superhuman beings bi but I hope say ebedu na me many Africa mo home mo de anka me pay them back man ka me dada o kakra mo work
Yo, I just am you do ase. Why? Na home so mame. Na yenti Sam Saffons bo kakra. Sam, say what's the nka? Bama so.
I drink it a personal thing.
Na boko de mi na.
Yes, so I'm sorry.
Boko ye kasa say ya che.
Yeah, because I actually no correct. Yeah, it's nice to be back here. So be a media.
Oh, be a hoye pa. And that's your questions and answers, right?
Yeah.
Ofa body ada room. Oba ye no ya sem kesi bi abeto no no so. Nti wo so ka bi you dey need it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not for body kind of I don't know. I disagree with him. Obviously, I don't know an opinion, but I disagree with him because just I don't well, I don't know if that's what I just someone said, but in my opinion, I don't think Sinakupon will be say rich and will be say poor. And I say about my NBC, this is a rich country and that is a poor country. At the end of the day, I think part of what Bombardier was saying, on my union I dream. And it doesn't matter where although too, if you're able to apply that wisdom or nyansa na odema or if you're able to use it in you can do well for yourself. Because say compare and pokra like we sure might be to say Netherlands, I'm not familiar with them, but I think it's mostly water. I don't think they have a quarter of the natural resources we have in Ghana, but if you look at them compared to Ghana, you might think say they have all the natural resources in the world. And in terms of like on a personal level, I not probably he was trying to make the argument by I don't think so you'll be rich to and now more be so or you'll be poor. You tell me say yeah, like he made us different. I mean he didn't put us all on the same level, in his mind, and I would think say he put us so we can serve each other and see. If you're to say farmers, if you doctors, if you lawyers, a host on this platform, that will not work. So listeners. So therefore, Papa Smiley Prince, maybe a host majority of listeners. So it can work out as we go forward. And see, when I hear people saying, "See, Nyankopon now, you're being more rich," and I say, oh, "Your mind be rich, or your mind be poor." At the end of the day, I mean, I'll use myself an example. I don't come from a rich family, but I'm doing well now, because Bombardier I say, "Biani, I want to be more. You're poor, and see, you could be poor." At the the end of the day, you apply that wisdom and you can get out of a certain situation, you know. So this whole thing about be rich or be poor, no, I don't believe on it. You just have to apply the knowledge or the wisdom he gave you. And when you're able to do that and, you know, apply it correctly, or perhaps you can do something for yourself. And I'll give one last example. You know, I've worked as a member service representative for bank for several years, you know, and I used to at least. And one of my biggest advice to people was always like, yo, you have to live within your means. Boom, like, you know, somebody making like $50,000 a year, they want to live their lifestyle as if they're making like $150,000 a year. You know, they go out and eat like maybe 2-3 times out of the week. They spend at least $10, $15 on lunch. You know, this person is driving an SUV or driving a Mercedes or a BM, which means they have to get a premium gas. But if you live within your means, you know, and if you realize that, hey, I'm only making 50,000 or 75,000 a year, so let me live within my means. So let me cut back on certain expenditures that perhaps you'll be well. But because you chose to live outside your means, you know, you're struggling, and now you think that God created you poor or the system is working against you. I don't want to believe that. I believe that if you realize your situation, you realize how much you're making, you realize your finances, and if you choose to really truly live within your means, you can do well for yourself. And I understand, say, it's easier said than done, because when you go out, peer pressure or whatever, you know, you see the table next to you, they order the bottle by the wine, and you want to do the same thing to show off. But you have to understand where you're coming from and just live within your means, you know. But the one question, and I hope somebody can help us understand or just give me a simple answer. I'm very curious as to who wrote this Bible that, you know, so many of us tend to live by. I'm just curious. Why not trust our Bible? No? Is it a nipa to say one? I say, is it certain people's opinion, or is it written by God himself? Like, I'm very curious, because I don't think up to now I've been able to get like a straight answer. So we bet me up a can be a midenti. Papa Smiley, microphone make us say it.
Yo, and yanko of a Jews, no, yeah, Bema Belewa, you come in. Hey, as the of a Jew, Bamazo,
I drink it.
no, Papa, there.
Me who ye? Kadiaka.
You, and you are better you. Eh,
Mr. Body saying, so no,
I was it, also Uncle Yanyamupa, who said, I don't know, Bo, and Crawford rich, no bone, Crawford poor. And then lady on Feda may say, if you know, Bombo, nations is for marriage, and nations in my plan.
Hey, Sana, Mr. Body, a little bit warm.
Question now, what they buy, and
I don't know.
hm.
Now, in the credit, me there, my dream, let me say, no credit, sir. Name say, what can Bible as Yanko Pono Crassi, or boy, yina, nipa, me, wound abubia, said, this is so. And our dear pet amaye. Enti the ama, a nipa be rich, maybe I poor. How they process stuff with their ma, I didn't warm with you. Akwai say nyansa asem na make you ebinum so say emfato ho kra ewo ho ewo bible no emu yesi papa bi na oska na ne ma miensa se nine na baako sorry prodigal son story na make baako story se papa usika no che medie wo mu pama me papa e kan bibia brant esi da obeje ne de papa no eyi ne de ma akolai wonim nyansa nti no ya wona to sikemu but nyansa onni nti no and the Bible says for lack of knowledge my people perish wokoni nam ya shi sikani nyina say hiam enti na I'm struggling to agree with Mr. Bodi say wobo obi em say nyame no wobo ye nyina obi a ne seso ne de na wo pese onya sika no ekoso a wo ma bi mu a you process it in a certain way adwene management. Na say wa manage odi a hwe o mind to say Ghana ye nyina ye free mu titi on the mimi nyina we were the world's leading producer of cocoa And now I know because and I'm saying bad management in we are no longer the world's leading producer of cocoa. That we have lost that slot because of Agene, answer. And maybe when I was growing up on Kumasi, the garden city of British West Africa, and it is not so because Agene no I didn't maintain and I add value to Kumasi, a city, no. Agene in ho, ya tiabe Kumasi I felt struggle, and now I will disagree with Mr. Bodi. Say nyame obi hia oboy em pepepe difference ibamu let us say adwene no will be added value to the brain no and will be so losing value. That means that's how I will respond to the question. But what say them can say hello obi atinka platform so I quiet.
No, fight on can.
Me say me intimini Mr. Bodi enya adwene Nyankopon de wo boye nyina obi ani no so ne mom so obi nya sika che obi na chese di pakro wa add VAT value to niema na nyame de man obi so wa to ne value no to akwen. The best example and that's prodigal son e wo Bible mu akola ye wo no to sika mu ba oji ono ne de afi papa onim nyansen to okoshi sika say he one. If you are born sick, your papa will scar. I didn't say because we didn't answer. I didn't know and a Ghana so and maybe to go could start now the whole world. Yani was gold pa a cocoa. Say no, and yet the whole world near cocoa can say. And the Ivory Coast more because of bad management. Inti and yes, Yamina yes, Yamina dear Mimi Gidi and then woman can come or bow be a pepe. Now, yang, I didn't know. What is what no be abesan no be anya bi cheo sana enti na mintimi ne ofa body enti nya adwen my bebrebe okra wo mu ni resources ne mum adwene no nko anti hwa abrochire gwe kotratra ayi ba bia ofa body no ni away Spain ho Spain ni Portugal they are the poorest country in the whole of Europe now so wo mu ne hunu nyansa Don Diego de Azambuja adwene two quite at the Snako India and woman who drew Elmina and woman see a Elmina Casalo, a Portuguese language, Portuguese for woman a Elmina, Mina just a gold and woman who and woman nipa and the be the gate for slave trade. Not Ghana and woman boat, woman Chamako India, woman cope spices, say curry powder and nema by accident woman who nipa gold from Guinea. Your own dinner shape on and one see castle, Elmina Castle. Actually, you see Cape Coast Castle and a woman day snap any of red. Yeah, who are read that. A kaka, I trade. As I said before, there's a 10 a good ship on neck America. One more call year Juma over time. Remember, then you go having the food, one more dosa. And I feel no more shape on the Busumi and Sabiana, but now that's any pen because near so at 1 year. Ubi a crane who Yansen Musa. Now you know, best I call Busumi as I know what's our Bible 5 media call. And one more tree in a dear call. And I call America and from Africa, maybe on America, be or South America before Yamian 4 months. Then they need Africa. Indeed, the map. Yeah, define or maybe a Jessica. A adwene ya a management, adwene a manage yourself from, and the mat will be to me Yeska. Not will be so hiano. Ye tiabu take a yetuaka. Will be a trialca, no, the cotton be about no rinsa, no cock casino. Will be so no, I invest it. Not why invest, I won't say 1 year, 5 years, not when Yeska baby. And I adwene, and yen yammy, while more will be a Nakopon, while more yeni. A general will make the game changer. What general will do? You know what you want to do. What me see sika. Mr. Brofu baby say penny wise, pound foolish. So when you simple, no di capre na the dama at all money box room. Kakra coins. End of the year will be so now go be £100. Coins na the good money box room. Enti a general and the many penny sika. And yes, I don't go for boat to Nesi Catita, saa de no mentimi nti aseɛ ɛyɛ sɛ wowɔ adwene a you can turn adwene no ɛwɔ wo tiri mu no wobɛ process no ama woayɛ rich ɛhɔ na ɛyi difference no ɛwɔ saa na mebɛka no why
Okay.
saa so
You.
de teɛ sɛ si akora yɛnea yɛnyina ba sɛ obi anyina yɛyɛ adwuma wɔbɛtua yɛ ka obi manage ne deɛ obi nso ayɛ sɛ obi nso sɛ wɔne watra aborɔkyɛ 50 years wɔnyɛ sika nso yɛtua no pound sterling anaa dollar da bia why sɛ wadi wɔ 50 years na wone sika because you are not thinking, you are not managing your dollars or pounds well, you are not investing wisely. So I agree ne many penyeska.
Okay. All right then. Yo, over. Yeah, but that's it. Yeah, but that's it. Now, I'm saying, yeah, Drew. Abby, Anna. You say Abby, Anna. Abby. Now, I'm saying, I'm for the Bible, can say, you know. My person, you're working can be do Proverbs chapter 4, verse number 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding. Understanding of what? I say, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding. Understanding of what? That is also another question that falls in line with the Nkoma Yedi. Abe, Bamaso officially. Gama, you know the.
Yeah, Baba Smiley, yeah, I think that's it, yeah.
Excellent. So is the ever call there?
Charlie, we're inside now. You can't complain.
You, any Udian Yiti, boy, and come on.
Yeah, so what is the topic? What were you No, tell me. I came in.
I offer body buying. Anna, me could be say. So, question can see about Kupa, we say, we are seeing a question, but it's not someone who is a question. I'm so. One fan is any panel who is a question. On one choose nothing, one must answer a question, or you say one phone question. Say, I didn't know Bonko will be rich, and no Bonko will be poor. It's the commodity in the mind who say. So, did God create some people, some nations poor, and some nations also rich? And see, that is where our conversation is been coming.
Baba Smiley, I don't think God created somebody rich, somebody poor. It is unfortunately some people have not been able to seize the opportunities in the environment God put them in. You understand? Some people, I don't know, either because of the environment God created them in, they felt comfortable. They were not under any pressure to explore things further. Some people too felt that the environment they found themselves in, it is hostile to their environment. So in their paranoia to find improvement in their environment, you know, they develop, or they always find new things. So it is a sort of culture we develop for ourselves, which has made us where we are. Papa Smiley, let me come down to, you know, everybody's life. You know, when Sam was speaking, Sam gave an example of himself, that at least, you know, and that is to a large extent most of us, that he has uplifted himself. Papa Smiley, you know, when we were growing up, you see, you had some friends or the community you live in, by our own standards. You see some people say, oh, these people, you know, at least they look rich, or, you know, they feel, you feel like, oh, they are richer than you, they are better off than you. Okay. So that would have motivated you one way or the other. But now, when you see the same people Some of them, you are far ahead of them. Do you understand? At some point, you felt they were richer, they were well off than you. But you uplifted yourself. Maybe you change your mindset, or you put in more effort, and you've uplifted yourself better than them. And that is so on a country level or on a location level, that is what we have seen around. The Japanese at some point were not respected. The Chinese at some point were not respected. Singapore was like a rubbish dump. But it's around. This America, at some point, it's not British was colonizing them anyhow. But they change their fortunes. They change their mindset. They change the way they do things. And now we feel they are doing well. So it is, I don't think, the only bit, me, if I have to ask God something, I will not ask about whether we are poor or not. No. Our poverty in India is self-inflicted. Do you understand? It's self-inflicted. This morning, I was speaking to Obosunfo. And Obosunfo told me he's in a park for children. Okay, where children, if you live in this part of the world, you know. Every time, he said there are parks for adults, like a gym. In Finland, park for adults, like a gym. So that those who cannot afford going to the gym can go to those locations, do weightlifting, do all the exercise an adult needs to do. So it is improving the well-being and welfare of those people too. So Papa Smiley, how can you compare? Did God did those things, do those things for them? Do you understand? So we are even destroying the little He gave us. We've destroyed our mindset. We've destroyed the way we think. Sometimes even, I say if I maybe I have to ask God in the question about, but that one cry is like what I'm saying, I've answered it about, color issue or the differences and so on. But even in that case, our doings is what put us at a disadvantage. Do you understand? Because we have not been able to uplift ourselves. That is why they are messing us up. Because there's no single African country, maybe Botswana, who can say, yes, we've done things to uplift ourselves. Look, South Africa, when South Africa was getting independence, my fears have come to pass. That I wish that South Africa would have learned from us and don't deteriorate. But hey, that is where they are. So I don't know whether, I don't think God created us that we are not up. Papa Smiley, we don't try to take control of our environment. And it boils down to what we've been fighting against all the time, leadership. If you look at the way our leaders think, and Papa Smiley, all countries which have progressed is purely driven by leadership. The leader is not supposed to do everything, but the leader sets out the light, the focus for the team or for the citizens to follow. You understand? If you have bad leadership, you will all be doomed. Papa Smiley, I put a video on the thing today of some younger boys doing galamsey, and their machines have been destroyed. If you listen to what these boys are saying, so if you have these characters, why would you blame God that God makes some people poor and make some people rich. Do you understand? Giving the same resources, let's say a river. Do you understand? Giving the same resources, a river in the UK here, river in Germany, river in Ghana, river in Nigeria. The Germans and the British and so on, you can go and sleep near the riverside. There you go to Ghana. So this one, would you blame God? Do you understand? So and it's unfortunate. Day in, day out, we are not even trying to uplift ourselves. Though. Day in, day out, we are getting worse. So we have ourselves to blame. So I don't think God created us to be so. But
Okay.
it's like the level of competition in the world now, we are not even trying to match that level of competition. So that is why we always feel like we are at the receiving end. Oh, you understand? Papa Smalley, the railway system here is over 100 or 150 years old. So if somebody 150 years old is thinking of digging the ground to put transport system there, and this person feels that, all the things I need to dig this ground, make the train so I can come and get it from your end, and you don't have sense to know that person that, hey, this guy is trying to cheat me to do his things better, and you dance to it. Why would you blame God for that? Why? And we have not even learned to. Every day we are all our doing is just to. So I don't think we've gone beyond blaming God. Do you understand? We've gone beyond it. At least we should even have learned from the way they enslaved. We haven't. We still have black people who seem to have forgotten that they were enslaved. They don't remind themselves of the slavery to even learn something of it too. Some of them, even on this platform, feel that slavery didn't happen. So I don't think. And unfortunately, we feel the resources we have is infinite. It's going to be there. We are joking. We are joking. If gold is growing on the ground like flowers or something, you think America would have preserved theirs? Do you understand? They've preserved theirs to use other people's one at the point where they are stupid. Then they start doing their own thing. But we are digging it as if we are digging contumely. Go again. That's why let somebody come.
All right. So, yeah, people from Nadia, any next say, and the next person may be, I don't know. I don't know Bamasu.
I didn't catch you.
Yo, any also for him come on.
Media no crane make us a minimum subject na meboa. But kakra meti ase ne say me beti bombardia or ka Bible ho asem a abi senku wremu a owura ne de so so musa question a wontumi ni debate. Sa crofo no omo na omo so omo gi Bible di o. And the Bible so Nyankopɔ ahihye ne mra special commandments no the aba ebe modern nipa say de be ya obey follow right course sa asorifo ya ase debi samra no enye dwuma biem entis de yeni ewua na debi yeni kwansi di ewu yemo dwama ne ana debi enti 10 commandments na me fi say eye constitutional laws no owure yi ne nkrofo ne say debi na obisa no of the 10 no a emu de he no mo problem kese wo mu. The only one womutumi site ya ne the Sabbath no. But Yakopon was so born in Viasi no. The law no ne say what the 7th day no home. And just after creation no see Saturday no what one manipa said the beya also we ye juma ubejua home. Debbie enti akwe is when say Roman for bemu Catholic for bemu Emma womu change day no from Saturday to Sunday. Womu krade womu sa change enyankopo ye no anka normally year started from spring. And normally ko share ye winter time said the beya womu yesu no ye be no 25th December. 25th December. Yesu no. Say Yesu no. I'm sorry. Bible kano. Say the oye blue eye. Ya shape no.
Eda no. Yeah, so now I can okay. That's okay. Beautiful.
Debbie, bombardier, they are no. Just unia but one yini nasa mo enia. Na de bu fu.
As my a simple question. When I'm talking about nation before, I'm about nation liberation. And I'm going to say, okay, above all, seek understanding of what,
Yeah,
right?
background minto kasa ni yo.
Okay,
Ama
what is
for
this
mo ye
here?
mo ho e na mo ndundum no na yentumi tie de papa smile e kan.
Okay, I'm saying I've been also muting, right? Okay, all right, and I've muted Abby. What's in the is here?
Me to nka.
Let me
But the
say,
background noise in the see is there.
still okay, all right. Any, Mr. I'll just take you the question on the table. Now, about your whole case, no, case,
Busa
yeah.
question no na me
So,
tie because
let me say, Onyankopɔn no ɔbɔ nation bi sɛ ɔmo yɛ rich anaasɛ ɔbɔ nation bi sɛ ɔmo yɛ poor. Ɛna yɛn nsa bisa sɛ Bible no ka sɛ about seek understanding. I mean, it's understanding of what? Understanding of what? It's understanding. That is what we are discussing now. And she said, "Oh, so can you be there?" Fine. So, what's the from other side of the bank? No problem. Fabra.
yo.
We are, Mr. That's we are, Mr. I could see you in just say, Emra. Why, Mr. I could see you
Yo,
in
apa kita utia ya no demand the first answer answer they just say aba mate yo me da say first question no say I say wo microphobia privilege and yes na wo person o kire we free home na no kure wo mu ni say according to Bible no there me to me no limited kakra wo ma adwene mu. But according to Bible, dear, Nyankopon, and actually we decided, so okay, and let me give them a second chance. And Okonya Adam for your friend Abraham, and I want in call contract. And no catch Abraham say, so we could be a now follow me mrasua. Means me shirawasi, Emma was ya dore, a cover planet. And I say, Unya, ni favorite. Nti woman a chance. True so say Abraham adi oso mu bia na dani good amano. When you successful. And sana ne man so ebe form tribe bia ye frɛ omo the Jews, Israelites. Ne nananom ene wo mu. Ɛna case no utie mu yi a na no pass from generation to generation. Na edru Isaac so no a wo be hira ne ba no. Na there was enka wo hira no bibi ba mu ema ekodi nipa kra wonye choice no so. na bra eso o confront ne papa no ɛna ne papa ka kyerɛ ne sɛ owura nhyira ne nyinaa sa nhyira ne nyinaa sa nti sɛ wosi kyinkyin a mema obi a ɛna ɛtena hɔ ne tie ɛna ɔsane curses egu yeso so sɛ kyerɛ sɛ ɔno obɛyɛ ayi ɛka ne simple kohwini but the last expression of the man no say nemom ubo hu modern dia won so ubeye nhyira enti se we situation to say dien na wo so ubeye dwuma ubetumi akon hia udume akon ignorance ubetumi akon yade afri society bɛyɛ ne ayɛ ne egu no ho ano de ade a friend society no ne ante because sɛ ɔhene bi ɔyɛ sɛ ɔhene a wo woni na busua mu a na sɛ wɔnyɛ yi bia no ɔfa ne sɛ ɔyɛ akoa ɛwɔ sɛ ɔbɛsom no enti yɛ no de right from the beginning no de yɛ no sɛ yɛ dwene sɛ de bɛyɛ a yɛ be raise society no ya krasi yi society no enkoa wom a kyerɛ sɛ wɔn mo de it went to extend the cry say obi wɔ hɔ kra yɛ sa no sɛ de bɛyɛ a nyankopɔ adwapadeɛ kɛse a ɔde ama nipa sɛ wɔmfa ɛmmɔ ne bra no yɛadwodwo no ama no ne deɛ nipa ni ɛni nipa ne yɛn ama yɛn yɛkɔyɛ akɔtɔn yɛn yɛ nipa ɛsan sɛ yɛn no yɛ class society ninti why you feel say we sabi akoa no etumi ton ekonko asom we history ade a minim say sika no say de yetiti sika se no sika no eyade a ase ya adwene enti ye no say ya ma reverse ni ahwe say ye frɛ bibi social justice ye frɛ bibi odo ye frɛ bibi say society ye pagya no na say ye tradition no mo dia ene enye nwanwa say yesuo ye be sacrifice no ye so ye be say no na gold eja enkrofo bi se wo moti wo makonwa no ye gold nti wo kope gold dia ene mi hwehwɛ mechira me nananom wɔn nso se wɔn te denkyembo so asantifo yɛ sɛ wɔn so sa bɛgye denkyembo akonnwa no so aka wɔn deɛ ho ɛna me nana no usu akyɛnten ɔkɔtete abrante yi wɔ efrɛn sɛ pra so no ɔtoo no ɛna de odi o se tua deɛ yɛ sɛ ne wate tesukoko wɔ ɛyɛ nanam no so nti obeba be destroy ena osu akyɛnten sɛ ompentokwa ena ono you be a sebi or respecting nipa ya me na akyɛ nade a wɔte denkyembo so na sɛ wo si kyinkyin a obeba na wabɛyɛ yi a okay me mentena hɔ na o me fa makoa ena eja o ma ne na ne busuafo tu ahweti ena onu anso kɔ yira ne ho nti asantifo anya na anhye no ena onu ayira ne ho ena eja yebe pia asanti a me na no be pia asanti a sisi by force by asanti ni no maybe history dey minimum enti show kwasi broni beto bandri maye no edwuma kɛse a wodi gya ye ni anka wo se ye se ye wo enkrofo pii wo ho no mo a ye ni aye tan ye ho ena bi nso kra ye nti wo mo kasa amanfrafo no ne yi but once ya be twa bandua maye ni egum a ye frɛ Gold Coasters ana sɛ frɛ ne sɛ Ghana fo no e wo senka ya dwene kwakiri a e ko se ye hwehwe kwane a ye be melt away our tribal differences like ya build nation but to today nation building no aboyen because the constitution I using is say no. Uko boso say yenhwehwe kwane a yebenya unity of purpose. Boba de anything and one party and they say this constitution no makwan. Enti da yen divide here ho yen chichire ye man. Na we ya by ba wa be ye de ope. Na say we 3 years na say gold be pie we yi so a wa set gold board. Wa set gold board. Na ja wa twe gumu na ja woni esie dum ketia nom na yi mo hwe se de be ya mo be che na mo nkrofo a live good. Na ja ye de kakra bi apone Ghana for so. This is the system we live in. Uko ka se sia e be ka se da bi. Constitution no de yes, soldier for more home ban. We will remain divided till thy kingdom come. The dear me, I say, Nyansa for ne, a woman for Pia Bem. And he will maybe argue. Kenyasa de Tiamo Bayano, then Yansa fool mono, and Kaomo fire or margin. I said, ye be body, just society. Will be a friend in Ghanaian, who believe good. Our future, umre hote said the Gaddafi yeni clone. Debbie. Constitution no man who and inti Akufo-Addo, our last president here. Good anymore, see a good anymore, see a good anymore, see a still or then in a more yankin to Hey, what's the soldier for all my no one more constitution no home by now. You do an anniversary, so yes, celebrating anniversary. Now, when I had the better or mine in the future, and saying, now, Emra, Bibi and Yamaria who say, a branch here, Kwesi Yesu, or call Ghana, echo D holidays, Kakra. Now, Kwesi, as a man between free and say, Ghana, ye see why Yesu Coco crowd, you know, said the Yamia Fata. Or the Bema Crawford, no one so I call you good, no be a man. A brandy. Copies cash is she no be. After the chain as was Sababaka, as some more Becca and fat, Ghana, a while. Hey, Quasi. Now, me busao, and run me busa question, but man, yam we are. So what to make car, Quasi? Problem where what Ghana no, young farmer, why mamma, and I say young farmer. Ura Akufo-Addo. Because Mama or buy
hello, Opa Kwame.
the talker.
Me part your topic now, Papa Sunday man. Now for the past 7-8 minutes, the whole can't Ghana was see Nyankopon the ball. Yeni anasi Kenny. That is not what you have been lament. What's his son at the end crowd? What via politics into it, please. The whole world is Kenny and Yeni. Stop. Now you're okay. And Kofobi, where you are, what can Ghana politics? That you are wrong, please. What that one way NTN, what about acquire political topic in your political, and in the whole world. Nyamine bo or maybe say Yeni and now maybe say Kenny. Simple. Can you only know me? No, please. And yet, you are that is the topic.
Who was here? What about you? So, what you imagine? We don't mean academia, but what you imagine alcohol no more? Very simple.
Is the topic in a media topic.
Bible, no. To me, no, every I will be a friend of bad, dear ho. There be.
But the topic, the premise, was a Ukraine Yamin the ball or might be say poor country and a rich country. Full stop. That was the topic. You are not.
Mammy, two boys in a manchia, dear. So only wasting the time. A creative beer. It's also what passion one holding tea. What do? Sadly, fano. And to walk at me say, or born crophobi, Emma, one more disadvantage, no, or yeah. Only in the Bible, and or choose on the preference. But Uber reasoning, Mudia, Yankopon, or Bobby, Pia, Pep, or more the bed or do a motor tropical zone. They woman is near limited. And the idea of development, escape home. Because they had everything around them in abundance. And then eh?
In Dubai, 10 minutes. Were you doing justice to the topic of Papa Smile Culture? No. The answer is, why are you not listening to Papa? You want to say, you are what Tanya said you able to. That's what I'm trying to draw your attention to. Yeah, what's going on, baby?
Offer two way. But the car catch you say the creator, no, meaning say. Or creative BBA or back way they made on a more way.
And also, over 10 minutes, and someone can't you were not addressing the topic. Won't quarrel with the agenda. You see, you are wrong.
Offer two. As I'm American, it's very simple thing as a media say the quotation saying Uncle Paul man for preference. It's not true because
so why were you doing the past 10 minutes? Why were you doing that? Jesus Christ.
Were you passionate about what he created? Then who did the title remember say what do we be? No,
it's not topic you want to be now what what's the topic, that's what I'm saying.
All right, we move on from here. Right, we move on. Right. Thank you, Papa. Nasi Bongo and I said that's him.
And I'm on prayer.
This not a one first. Why?
You know when na bright na that so ebobo ani ho. Why?
Oba na wo se nkomo no wa ka sa che do. Nti no.
Na say me dey wa when you tia say nkofo di test
Me ba na mo ka sa tem no say nyame bonkrofo bi iye chen a country bi do mu ni ye chen bi no mana.
Papa Smiley question it to onom no enda ho fine. Wo kra question kra wo busa ko wo busa sa de wo busa say wo obi wo question the question be pa na wo busa. Ye hu the question no.
I say on your friend is saying David and ebisa center so no nya nyame nko be bisa ne da dey no bonkrofo bi so mu ni ye nche pinum yes ana question ne there
That is the question. Say, I don't know bonko for this or maybe you and go to the yes, right? And you know, they took it up from there and they moved the level say, see, when I hope bonko, this is so maybe that was the question.
Papa, oh by who can say it's will be a question that be a question Ben over Bubsa. And I know
and also that is also there. It is all a question now for so find out.
I said they over Papa aha that's it.
Papa so
when I want you udum no ekoe that's right
me say Papa Smart say busa say ye busa say busa wo question be like and yes a question Obama say quite like general say question be na ka wo busa wi ase say ye busa say busa one question na wo busa here question be na wo busa
me nyanwe ne ho ba o de ma me nka ma se mo wi ne se me wi no na ma nya bia me bisa sem de dozo over there. But na amafo kafa a friend is in say country bi nyame bo nkofo bi iye ja say omuni ye nchen binum no in fact say nyame na bo wi ase ankasa de a na obo nipa nso ye gidi sa de a na nyame bo nkofo bi iye chen binum if there mama address issue no nyina no bebre no nyina gina o ha ni ekwa ni mu champion which means that celebrate no say there ya prata aka no it is mpaboa size binum de so champion enti eno no nye ye na ma na ye nketo aye nyame no na boss sizes no enti say adwene no na obi di ne de atima duru ba bia waduru na that means nyame na ma ne sa adwen kese no enti at the same time no nya chese o de to ho a e chese nyame no na ma binum di ye chen bi because ye wo ho ye be wo obi wo be hwe na ono no ne celebro no enti me fancy ye se eye organ ya wo nipa honam e na obi de no fancy kese man enti me nwene nuro se de binum odwene enti no se adwene na obi dia making money. That means say nyame ma me ma dwene yaketu amanti manfa making money. That same God and ma binum sa opportunity no more money edru sa. Enti no say ye first of all say nyame na bo wi as no bo nipa dia. E de ye nyini so de nipa ho akwa nyina nyame na boy. Enti say nyame na boy enso de ya onu na ma bi de ye kese echen obi. Enti no at the end of the day no say nyame no ene ma America for hunu nyansa chain ye Ghana for ono ne ma China for adwene ne nimbie a omo de dwene ye hunu ye enka obi atwe ne hese ato ho na o copy de enka ye de na o copy ti ba se wuni mi nyansa enti tire se ye de wo ase de wo so a hwan na bottle team nyame nti ze nyame de bo nipa dia ene ye nhunu se sa nyame no an mankofo bi adi ye chen bidum and obi bisa no Bible mu se urade ade na wa ma de bonyefo kura di ye na ye na atre na for ye what I say etino ye kan say ade bo mu no na ye ni ho enim kwan for at for nipa boy so he science for and as a social science or theory about nipa different than the Bible eka then so at the end of the day ni nyina everybody back and you know o ha me dey me take pa na say no bi tutu say nyame amankofo bi di ye chen bi ma me gidi say yapa yes because say me gidi say nyame na bo nipa eni ni su enti yesu ni ye ban ene maye adwene kura ye nwene na se de esi dwene duru so no eno na di development by abrabo enti se ye ntimi nwene kese a it means ye celebro no ye de no ye week na the ye week nso a nya ye na ebo ne sa nyame ne na ebo ne sa ena binum de ye strong o mutimi di dwene ko ani mu a eno so ye omo so sa nyame kro na na de ma omo enti ohwe no mienu no aitre se nyame ama binum opportunity a omo de be develop e na omo de develop na ya nso ye de ne ye keto anti ama ye de da bia ye sei da bia ye ta ka se da bia Africa e call west omi e thought am hwe ne different angle me timu se ye call west ye ko ye nim na mom enam se di odi ye nim no akọ owo more steps ahead no da bia o come more than us nti ye no ba bia e gina no ye ko te sa chechede no obi di Ferrari edwane no da bia obehu se ayese wakwa abesene no ho sa na tie enti ye nim de ye kobi na ye kontem ye konketenkete na de ye chesi no ono so wo more steps ahead ya okoje in fact physical ayipa na make yi many abrofo must study abrofo bia ye no mo nante na ye kwa who so mo contentem pa na ma try say akosno mo but many baba be hu so bioro any pana kwa aya men kaita mo besene me ho because you say me lose focus o baby but these people no more focus or more concentrating on what they are doing anytime every time omo ntu kwa ye kra Africa for ya da bia ya nu dama ye si ya ba brutri wo hwe ya kwantu na yitu ye na kusi say some of us important ke betima develop o Ghana hwa ya asase ne rich no but we are still living on the foreign land there asase we ya say higher dry land there hanyi enso no bibi ntechiri ye obi antechiri ye etro edi mani paso obetu no to nese me kotra Ghana why not omanya ye wo good ye wo but ye timi ka duru say ya dwene na enya dwuma ntinka we so e den ma yen say ya nwene say ene kodu ikura say de koso manfo tri na ya sazi ikura no aduani ni ho amanfo sui mi kwat we are still living here etimi ya mitimu say adwene no Obetim the adwene ability to perform no ye one factor. Yet ye no ewo for mentinu ebia nyame no boy ensa. Ti so bi ka se ko be bisa nyame a. Ka me de kakra me bisa na support no say. Ede na nyame oma binu ma adwene kese a ye de oma ya adwene ketwa. Ka me so me question no. Ti bomba de me de manu be si ya.
Enti na kase mo oju se ebi mo adwene etusin ebi mo.
Sure.
Na ọkwa me nso so kase ebia ye so no Nyankopon so wanye ya bro wa mai bibia enti ebia na complacency so esi mo se tede bia asetena pam arefie enti de ode mai nyina no na aka
ehọ no etu atwam na me kan no because ka se nyame ma ye bi president ya abrofo ye ba ye omo nanano ma ye ayi na be ka se UK almost celebrating 150 years underground trade but almost so try so body be fasro eti ko mo ye complete ko ma ye omo ye your friend say certified for their omo na say ko mo nya hwi still working omo try so on be ko boso me so omo try so on be hwehwe different planet eti no ye adwene no sunti na mo omo adwene efa no ene na fi se manya ma na abro sunti mi pebi nti maybe the end say me hu nyame anka maybe zan say den na yen no o ma ya adwene a isa no ma binum de so anti me de man be
yeah that's you okay one just say so ha obetme atwa so bama so okay be onye ready
Momadia.
Akwesi was so afraid no na akwesi fi wa.
Momadia.
Okay, board chairman.
Me the caveat be eba. A far question at that board no. Yankopon ambo individual countries. Yankopon bo continent. In terms say discussion no ya 12 yuri mu pa. Yankopon ambo could be to say Ghana and I say Nigeria and I say all are human creations. But Yankopon bo continents. And to say a bit discuss it, say yeah. We should
if you want to go that tangent itself, he just created the universe.
Now universe contains what?
And if you ask the universe contains what? The universe also contains nations
and then Earth, with the Earth now you have continents.
One second.
Ghana was created by the British. Okay. It's yes, our discussion.
You see, the accountant for the substance for the form, right? I'm looking at this line accounts and what substance over form. It is not about saying nations about that, but it's about we coming to the understanding, sir. We are coming at the individual level. Also, when you move on the board, into when you move on to the share command, the board you say only and I say only at the individual level. The individual level can go on to regional level. It can to national level.
Question now.
That's what I say. They can go.
I don't tell you boy could be maybe a year.
Of course. Yes.
Yami bought a crow,
which mechanism, and then we can move on to that, and then use another reference point. So that it's whichever way, it is within the whole rest of life and the medium common. Why?
That be me the all kind of maintains. We share to say Africa before the war, okay. Oba a UK a English for na waha, right? We call Europe Europeans na wahon. We call India Indians na wahon. Enti Yankopon ambo a crew obo a continent no di nyina eguso. Nti sɛ yɛn ebibifoɔ no yɛn bɔ yɛ bere yie yɛte sika so nso comedy yɛn ɛkyɛ sɛ yɛn ne yɛn bɔ yɛ bere yie nyɛ Ghana anaasɛ Nigeria. It's the whole of Africa continent that we are talking about. Okay, Argentina the whole of Europe omutumi ebebedi so. The nations now more cano. During the Berlin Conference, in the Chicha Africa, the division of Africa, partitioning of Africa, partition Africa. So, and yet say or this gamma and into me so. It's the whole of Africa now, boy. Anyway, mission me there no.
All right. Also watch out the Bombardio. What the Shema is my handicap a bit more. It's only a Shema. I will see you soon, right? If I get a chance, I'll come in and put a streamline on it very well. Why? It's only a Bombardio. I will see you soon, right? Why?
I could see Bamasu.
I drink us here.
I come to say.
I know
Remember my near you and what them the two kind of say, I quit McLean landed. The you don't between the no cat Texas, you know, numbers. This also say, since you know, a crank. I remember.
Come on, this time Ghana crank. I
how crowd is it? You bring it to Sunumponi. You midweek, you see your questions and answers. It means what he united said.
So which must I team more because now me do of Katra.
Say the question answer they can technically the obit ma abo wamanie. But Papa Smart is the two say
Mr. B.
Papa Smart is the two say you can say busa question back one question ben and ka obisa any biom no but that was say Nyakopon ebo some countries be rich and wabo ebim support and no ojidi anase unyindi around that sanity but some be so obo answer sa questions and then you kwanda ho and team said the enemy questions and answers nobody can deprive you of that until what time no until the no beka
so come question so no back on say Mate say yeah say una ja Bible ma read ya Mate say papa bi ni e friend say Lucifer na oni Nyankopon nya kasa wo soro Nyankopon to no na e nyina so ye school science ine ni say as a planet ye mako say nine planets nti so me bisa say nti awrade anya ba bia ntimi anto papa ya antwene say me ti yi na unim say school bi o hankra bone pa o kutum say on say oba say school we friend Barney Hill High School omu ye nkra bone nkra timi di tu sika wo mo na oba pa o penasem pa o oba o penasem otum say wa ben o penasem no na was one kon ma bra unim the rex of that school o be school o e kama na akra na ko nti ade na nyame omu kon one to nine planets is baby on what master class when you say 12 so anko pantimi anto sa papa ya anko try and planet biso amaja wan anko ye na asase a wa bo ne fe wa bo no anko pon ye ni mkura na say ebiso de nansia na bo ebiso de nanso whichever way asase e fe kama emu nsuo ni emu nnua emu ade bebre na ahana ye di papa ya be hye na yesi si hu sorry na eno so da bia ye kwa ese enkobo mpa yensa mfa ntia no na yensa mfa me nti ho na sinti no se chechem bi ho no ma betimi aye ye ka beboa pa because ho na me kesene kaka se ade na nyam kopon anto sa brunsam ya oye na tamfu yi anko hwe one of the planet bi so na akajanka sa sinke ne da sori senka da bia kwa asori anka na bia da na senko an enko yese da bia one for the second ne akuma kwa asori kwa se omni kukum obrunsam omni kutia ne so na yese ho no me herante ho na sinti so bi wo chechire mu betumi ya mamia nkebe me de pa
deɛ question a akwasi nso ɛde to no nti sɛ wobɛmu ana wɔ ɛyi a na wɔ adwenkyerɛ no wakyerɛ afa saa asɛm no ho nti yɛda ase
bomba de
nti
question na da ho amu ka
toa
bi
so
no
aha
bomba de ma memfa ana me pe cars panti me use cars as an example. Okay, so 2025 yi minim say Mercedes ombe be at 20 be a yemfa no AMG, you know, be a G63 G wagon ombe 2025 model ombe obi abekwa kwa akotobi o, but me bet 10 years we anim no obi de obi pe pakane de obi so de obehu na obeka say Africa no ato ne foforo me de minimum say nyame wabo bi nyansa wa de bibia said de kwasi broni ye car no de sense ahye car nim nti car no start a na begu ani wo drive a wo duru ba bi na wo tire na dwo tim begu ani wo ka kire so wo tire na city up wo ho nyame ama ye sense ho ye hwene ye ni adwene wo da sori a na so nyobi na meka njo se sori twitwiro se se wo ye sa dia na je se wo no em se bi a aha wo hia moa nyame ama sa ni mani nyina unless e bia ya de han bia kra bia na wo yare dia that's fine, but me hu say nyame abo wabo ye ready bibia gu yitrim ho. It's up to you to make sure say we be use adwene no enu ntina obi omo mutimi use o madwene ni yi no obi etimi aya tena se hu say there be ewie mo kra no e betimi aye aeroplane bia e betimi ya oh wait obi timi tra house okay mobile phone e be then first na telegram kun be then e betimi ye phone a e betimi dia social ni nyina yes ade a Nyankopɔn de ama nipa ti hono mo de ni de amne me yonko bi kasa sisi akwa ansara me fuma danka me ye try en Ghana nkomo so ye de ni de nyese bi a no smart o aka kakra so ho ye omo ase minim say ye in kind religion na no den ya me say na ntiase because I say we are the same blacks so who call other countries here Rwanda ni other we are the same blacks but two things a bit too so yeah I had me who say it me you adwene no ni ama common sense na ye adwuma so ho aha say kwasi bro ni atichi ni kuru kama stop sign no is here highway baby okra watch say no tracks here so ho ni say track ever ha e bi a high residential area ko obi fie high bi am credit say enya sa na tie e honom kra no say akwan e hwa amasa ma akwan pa say say basa na ye di go honom so nti ena ma obi hu say e bi a nyame bo obi wabo bi mu yie ana why there ana wo mu bi mu so yie because say wabo bi mu yie pa dia ka Ghana pa ni America fa pa na wo de nka bo ma de say nka ye betena so ho ka America ni Ghana na fa na e kura say nka wo tima there's a reason why I wo honom kala etisa so ho abrofi ya wie ba obi a yi hwe ne botom okokakra bi no asra okokakra bi sandman na ne ho nyina hyehye eso e de ani enamu na je say hono ye ho de no awo bebe yi wan je say ya de na debi se timi ya adwene develop ho ye dia ankere kwa say obi kura sorry kura du bi kakra betra say o kwa tena say akwa ye adwuma abra asase a ye ahana ye asase ko medua bibia yiso ma futu asase na no mo de chemicals ntie enuane no e ba nyina no pineapple pa wo beto ne ne pa ma ne nutra na ayetum pap Ghana ko kwa se pineapple bufa koto wo se beta wa baby twenty be week kra na enye hwe so to tell you say ye hono Nyankopon ko de ama ye say entra na nke ni di so yie be na mo say adwene no ya tra corrupt adwene na ma adwene no aye corrupt to the sense say e say uko wia e say Ghana ba bi adu no e say uko wia just one more no you can survive so ti ase one more no you can survive so nti senke it mama adwene ye adwuma te say de Dubai ye nyina Dubai say na si aya but mama adwene ɛyɛ adwuma so Dubai ɔmo yɛ rejoice but ɔmo tuma trust ya kyekyere Dubai ma say mpanyinfo story a hɔ kora na ɔmo kɔkɔ di vacation so ɔmo kora wogye independence gya no the resources ketewa bi ekita no na ɛyɛ oil no wɔtumi de develop oil wo so wo bi usa wo bi kura usa gu akyire bebree wanya bi kura kyɛn no so still so ho ugine ho a onti ase nti nyame de mi hu ne sɛ wa mo an bia nti obo bia deserve no do akwa akoto so what you say but adwene na dey trimu na ode ma ye na ye mfa se ye mfa nwene uhu ade a wodi wani hu a uhu sɛ we blue we red adwene no wonam na sɛ bibia pro a o te sɛ bibia pro ha what I say saa niema no saa is senses no ne adwene na yemfa nya adwuma no say if you fail to use them saa na obekɔ because mpanifo no drive and omo say kwan ne this omo say kwan ye nya kwaje bosia omo si da bi ye nkyeni ni acha di na kwan ne da ho se be kra so ne acha wumienu na ya ye ne basa so inki ye de ya bro ni baye na eye ho to home because that's not how it is here. So can go create home and mama America ni Ghana pa yesan ka America fo na ko gina Ghana pa salai no mo je visit e ba so home no mo ba oh e dey na kwa me nkroma pam we ye gyan ti be na pam abrofu na fi
last year you spent $10 million on US application alone minim and just US into no say you call UK more and Italy ni Germany into wogidi say reciprocal say ebi nso so ba Ghana saa bia ye nso ye embassy nso nye say sika na bia ye ni mana
the people bad ye ti o the me can say me can through what topic no me person me bibi be keka wan hwe me say say be can say nyame aboe na de obia say de na bo chema continent obia ye we hia ha we obia ena wo be wo ye wo me ye si me fi Ghana me nipa tuntum ni ma bet ma nyini na che say ma te say Ghana will gold you will say minim crowd the Ghana crowd the mean response the minimum is say gold me free say gold no ya de a ne sombo amanfo bi di bi chichiri omukro so cha say oil ye obi ade ma oman bi atum pon we no ye obi ita de na ye de no ye tumi fa nduru ba bi a be ma we Ghana ni na wuti krom ho no a akwa ya wo ne wutim sa akwa no da ho na wo sere no wo fe ne se no wo sere because o man resources no we take care of akwa no da no say kata ni Dubai mo obi ti kata se sia ni wo akwa na to pe won se no wo sere se na wo ba ne nsem na e wo akwa to Ghana pe no a chenchen no a di no aka na ni so because ba bi o be to no wutim se wo huna mane so hu ase say omaya ho bomba de say uwo mu na say utibi hu say we wiska no enye omaya omaya ekonanim omaya they measure worth with cars what bomba de na wa say come see all this kra we cars so breakers and go mu dem edru Monday na ukọ adwuma you cannot determine who is rich or who is poor you cannot. So what you say? You know me there me who say nyame aboye ye wa Ghana ye pa wo ka omanya nyame abo to ne bo ase eboye ye pa Ghana ka ho na eye sabi adwene ne nimdia e be titiri kro na ma kro no aye Liverpool ma anigye agba mu a utimu say we kra enko ye kra ye ko Ghana ye mbese beba wo dey hwe we kra na ye nye kra no Ghana still now you feel say Ghana is a place I say I say bibia but I say it's not up to the standard that SNK ndru no akwa say wa wo ba akwa na nyini da so hu da bia I say what ya na what ye umba amanfo gusu mo kasa bi na
yo na asemede na mesesi Papa Smiley question nso bi mu o say did God create a group of people rich and a group of people poor? Did God create a group of people? Nyankopɔn bo nipa bi sɛ ɔmmɛyɛ escafo ana before ɛna ɔbɔ ebi so ɔmmɛyɛ ehiafo ana. That is the substance of the question. Did God create a group of people rich and a group of people poor? That's the substance question no. And so for what na o address ya na de wa man so aka ho. Enti no okay. Ene meko eye kwabna no wo ahene wan de dinka bae.
Oh, ahene this ya. Oni obe.
Okay, ene kwabna ba maso.
Oh, akrachi. Adwin kese na bibia boko di.
Bibia boko obo ade ada wo ma.
Ya do bad ya. So be say question na papa busa na me te chire hu. Di na I'm just
that would
kan
just
na
normal.
kan okre wo mse bia. Oh, the na me said ya de bi na insurance will be having na ma said na mo di sie ni wo mpichire ona na me ti o hana. We na wasa me de no kre so mo se bia nka gold ni ade nyina na ema nyanya kokon de adom ye wasa ati so mo akanka aka adwini nyansa no ebe me ye sikafo na ade ebe me ya de ye ho no na problem no wono so that you say na say ma tete mo kana good board na ebe change Ghana destiny good board me ka say papa J tama na ebinim o ha no mususa no me ka say papa J gina ba bi no ka say thinking here wo ye pa nka nye nka blofu nko mo boy sudwe yi ene nyakopon say yo mate teno na mo pa me de bebre mo na ma hwese mo betimi ayi bibia pa akrachi oh ye ne say ye nya bi fela no say de kwasi ka say amasama hokwan yi ye you sie nyu sie be you sie nye no say de tia na tie ba ka adwen ni nyansa no so hu ai de be ya adwuma no eno ho na aka so mo ka say good body mi say Captain Smart is akwa certain man o Ghana ye benya 20 billion ni 20 billion ni 3 billion ni de akwa koma MF4 ni abefa 3 billion no ka nyansa sem so hu tenka nyampon di good ya dum yin na nka o de certain no fa say bia so many years ye Jimmy for enim nyansa ba ebetimi ama yo say ebia in the next 5 years in the next 20 years in the next 3 years no Ghana for ankasa o de say ya ban yo say ya de no ye di mfidie betu ye ayi gold no ne de akogu apaso ne de akone akoton ne de aba ba tichiri yikuru ami yikuru na bo atum up now achede ne de say de na ma say ni akopon de adom ye no o de agodom yigu asase nim ne say de o de okran akoto samana ho no obeda ho amade achi saa na asem naka aka adwen na ye de ye niam no ohwe nkrofo mo wi ase bi e beba so Elon Musk so iskani we iskani no ohwe niam be bro be stock man na yi omo be fa oil Ghana oil ye fe ne se Cosmos Energy oni no na adwen mu ni nyansan mu no wa anya ne se greedy backman no ofrotu shares obi an fa ni sika mebo ase de be obenya pudu no nko bank wokra enko je besia enti enya mfaso a yenyina eche mfaso ekaba a yenyina ya faka na so Ghana kru na ewo ho no hu because na nsia na obi tise kwaku manu ebi ncheda ntena buruchiri da ontena de na o chire credit school say the credit score
na on say 15 years no Ghana yenya $10 billion from oil from 2010 to 2015
enti ho na American say bi anka be yeah ma say bi 15 years time no kay 10 billion kebia ne enya block bi o ba bia yen de yen ya ho odi ne esika ne ya de no we owned by Ghana di ne betu ye pa de ko ye refinery akwa refine yen ya oye yen di commercial pen ko ya de na ye ko ye nim as a mine be won say nyakopon mo bie nyakopon na adwen no de ama no ti say papa we kura akablazer na papa ya na adwen ye adwuma too much akabele sa adwen ni bi no
say akablemeza some why the
oil ponzi scheme adwen na yetimi de ekon no ade no kura woni bi o ebi a woni say bi am fa say obi okọ onye skani oniska obetimi ne nadwen am make millions na wate umfa so ama no agye ne de na okọ ne be
sa safo na o say owo na ye de ko bie o say Ghana was kabu bi na yehu sa safo no
mo amo ana mfasa amo ana ko fasa fa na ko de agye no de ama obi o de ato table so kan akase de be ya wo de wadwen ne be ya adwuma me ka bia Ghana for person say ye kan hemfo sem ne say nema ombom je ukọ America kra manfo asisi ahenfo sa ayi friend say party ase ahemfo yi anajo ahemfo yi because na say asantemanfo bi no mo ye yi enti say kuakuo no omtiti obi say we ye ayifo kuo na we say fuo no bogos adwen ba ko kura ni omtirim adwen om ni mo wale say obetẹ no mo ye dem so ye ya santefo e de ni ye kwa ye yie ni ehun tie de ya santefo saa adwen nko na we se de ye yie na se de bi anka ye ko ebi so ye ne asanteman ko North America ye o potential enipa no dɔɔso ye nyina ye kan ho bom ye 1 million people ana ye say ni ade ye raise fund ye de akwa ko create job ana ye de kwa koto chat ana ye kwa ye de bi a o chere mfa so be bre we sa na Nyankopɔn bo yie be wadwen nya adwuma nti adwen mfa so ma wo de ansi ye nkotwa ntoma ne enko kira dɔsoa maami asumeti okoye no ne mana sie ne mpatia ne na de ne ri koyi ho eno no emfatika ma wo be hie ni Nyankopɔn abɔ wadwen ni yiwu akasa ɔde be say ayi sasa ntemanfo na asa me se me ambushi o mo ha ne se anan se me hie bi no ayi ase o mhwe bi na me yes me no me ne say me ye kura wo ye no madwuma mu fo ma me 6 weeks say fa na fa koye bonding wo ne akwada no mo ko bond na mo nya ade mo ntena se senka obi na wu ya nka o ma 3 days pe ade na nya say yo ye ne hwe nye yie come back to work asantema fo no senka me ye ko awo so na nka one survival ahu ka mo so ma tutu kunkunkuni no mo ba e wo akwada no nobody called, nobody came visit and I'm go me abushu na ko ti akwara na kwa so na tata atem omo ahu ntino na mienu bi ba Auntie Mary na mo ye Babylon people mo madwen nya adwuma adwen ye di ye yi na wo a wunye skani da de bia ba ko bo be sia de akoye yi se wa anya lock na konye abushia pan bi o ye gangster so a enso abode ni kopia da ho no ma masa no de ba mi akan no no watene de dada de be ba no na ka ba pie ese ye cheche eka no mu bia kontinu wo de be wo no na de Canada abrofu yi se dada na wo bi ne wa ba ya no kan o se o he no mu ze mo we ye teno mo so wo be hayen mu pa independent ne ma wo no mo ade niema no ebeba wo ze kwajanji kan bibi o se fence no na nke ye de ahode ne ade na ekobe se ye de ye nsa ba handcuff no mo pa mu ye nsa ali se nti ye of return ne ho ahwe nyina yi o mu kra de nya akwanya ka umbe baba ayi akuja eni amo hu bi ntino this in America for kra
go Ghana a rich country and a poor country.
Ghana ni a rich na da ho ni pa na ewo mu na e poor eni pa na adwen the mindset no o se na ne papa kasa na uka PhD bi no hu nsem ni ade se kram se ye kra na ayi be body PhD o e be ma no ayi vengara me papa kra kan diabetes I say any born doctorate degree or platform is because
on Fanto no so your mom would just say yes tonight.
The man no dey akota say to the NDC there we are now the doctor na to baka papa say yemfa any man no
Ghana dey o mom dey to so the yes prep ye pese you dey papa enye dey okopato no so
Uni baby will limit. Hey, you between the American passport, UK passport, passport to be but you know your limit. Uni baby our own contract. Because one can crowd and a crowd now so young one crowd no cry. You me won't quite be wa. Ghana ni me ya woni ade crowd. Banana omo ya wo omo so omo akroni omo de anana mu a. We say we fia na we fia. You know. Enti enye sa niema we ni ade Nyankopon di na dwen ni niema di niema nyina dum wi ase Africa. Congo nko akeke. Congo fo nko adwen yi adwuma keke kra. E wona nke se e ko besen abo. Enye se e babro fi ho. O se de bi am ka to se ya adwen yi adwuma. Ahwana na e de yankwase ya politics wo Ghana ho na na amanfo bi omo adwen wo fom de ade. Me say mimi wakwanya cocoa beans na gaza no. E na me wa ku stock market. Bring your money. Also contribute to. Na me go me cocoa na si Ghana ayi. Me de si ayi veze secure baby. Abrofo no tutom no omomra. Omba na matrom say cocoa no me turn 10 cities. One try me raise money was stock man and de bia minya bia me de say me de koye na me de kwa koye de say me de ko tua manfo ka minya bi de bia de tua. Pressure na me so. Enso ya dwen adwumenti. Afidu a me akwaje besia 1.something billion. Yes, loan ya kwaji ya no bi di 2 bi we kwa me abeka sa wete stam na afefo fraba na the same ni asanko bo besia mi wa no bruni na no Nyankopon man sa adwen no ono mo besia anya ne ma hu hwe wa company ayo dwuma kra na wo san to mu stock company na wa wo ye madwuma no utimi san to company ni mu stock you become part of the company. Emphasize oba ye buka krama e kaba usika ne bi nso akwam ye de atua ka ne bi na we no Nyankopon bo obi se obi nye hia ni no obi nye omo obi hia ni o adwen ni na ye hia adwen no me se obi timi de ayi na kwesi se on ba the American passport ni amount for obi ti UK ayi o Holland wo se passport na wanya no ni wi ase nyina no we wi e de se broni wo passport de ma. Now we go now the back of India. Nyankopon bo hia ni, omo hia ni. Your mindset no. Your mindset no. And na ade a bruni e fa sa akwanya no so. E dia make iska no. Se Ghana ni kura ko fa the same idea ni bi ko basically e baka so your krombo. What's of the mindset no. Ahana coming to America. She movie ni part of baby a Sam ni nua se omo ho a che omo kwa ko piska no. Maame ne ka che omo se muhia san ohu se omo ye ni po metimi agi sika no don. Why don't you make it 400,000? Sika na mama me ho. Bon se sika no du tom na ebedu America. Economy ni be yi amon no na adwuma kra bi o ye no akoso amana wanya ba bi ote. The mindset no. Ba unia Ghana ni a ono no what tom kra bre ayi no na machi da ka che se kai me bre. Ansa no waka mi ye. Me se da me na ayi apenkwa abelempi ho ba bi. Akobobo ne obi ehia wo. Kofobia se o ma park o ka ja boga fobia o ma ko bonkuku mu abra o ma begino ba bi o mo dwen o mo ho no. Meneme cocaine son na me fio. Meneme cocaine son na me fio. Cocaine son na me fio. Ya ye ko bo ya ye no o ya ye cocaine ni bi ye. Ba mu adwen da ni trim. Cocaine wa ye. Tino wo ye kra wo ye no. No bi pekwan bi obefa so obetwen abafom. Na wi
then ye Ghana for no ye Ghana for be ebe ye research say oh de Nyankopon de amaye no say na ye nye no ha so de nkomakọ kan o say asase de ye rich by nipa na wo etan ni na ye poor eti e de na ye be ya ebe man nkofo adwena ba so say Ghana is a rich country and a nation because the whole country your 195 countries was also but or maybe no your friend say good coast Ghana nko a enti in the church
yetimi akoye nim no say betimi aboa ama o man Ghana ne bi a nkwada bi o mo wo the next 20 years ka obi be ba na nko mo so abedi say ense so o mo dwen say menyi na me dube 18 na say any pub wie school se tie o ebi o no mo wie school se bi a university no mo wie no o mo timi bu so mo question so after this what are you going to do question so mo so mo no what are you going to do And you want to be one on if you not to be no bit me at one school as well. No, they be and I say, oh, me person go master, so me them go, they be no put only me your quack because you may be any walk at the end. And if you make any man quadana or more honour. What take a say you hope baby and what baby, you know, said the team of blaster coach if you baby say, yeah, the blaster, moment than be a moon and wouldn't be a quay anymore. Who so just see I just saw my back. A good board on a good, watching out, bear 4 years, 8 years, Ababano, near Babatina. Corruption, where we escape, why I say, yeah, this girl will teach you where we are. Near San was near Queen, Abrofono. Senka district a year, district if we this if we are. Nanka ya ko high up, but there may be this in my end. Now, mon farmer joining Munina, Monka, Mum, farmer joining, a quite better. You be creating you must take good year, say you true. And copying Ubinsa Mumunko to Galam says, you know. Baby, I have a small, a fence and mining idea. Oh, Abrofana, so say that Abrofo no credit, and I believe Crano. Osrobroni. So ye Abrofo a nipa 200 before Ghana for 200. Now the Bruni High School near Quadapako is here no. Ubia person or my Bruni who say or boy Juma. That is it. Into obey no why Juma. Back of a Ghana near Najin Juma. They be fan say, Unya Abi 4 Macomako 4. Now I supervisor or you may be say be a good one. Company in Quellen. You never go anywhere. This is Udi Bruni, and then the bit Manaka, and Quadea, woman, and Moya, Battery, to see I say red and no barber and Aquadebia, would touch a nice, beautiful Ghanaian girls. Na Omo Yinu, what Nana Hope, oh, rather. Yanko Ponkai. Now, Jena, a war, Omo Mugu on it, Trimudia, Benjamin for mining, there's no future. And put to it that they put to a put to a dini baby. I born a child which ye, Yanko Pon, my Adoma, my oil. That a year you could tell I know the afra, the appetite from Yanni Queen. Tell you, make it away in Jimmy, and I hope no one catches the Madrid will say so Spain, you know. I call you my yin na. You two go from. Yet the Jimmy, a crack who must do wood. And I'm new being a quazzle. I echo baby. Highway 14 is so. A cratchy, almost two, a quaning your shoe. Somebody acquainting in area, Jenny BBI. Young Quay said the year to 2 baby, no, near Timmy and Skinny be class and the back. A crack who must road. The dada, since Kwame Kuma pencil, can the D61 why, Ghana D61 why, a quiet can see who we are seeing in our broken here. Or you didn't hear my timber one, why be behind Uncle Pontamonye? A quine keke. Now we have a catch him say the black man is capable of what? Managing wine. Managing a twak here. Adia, black man to manage, you know. A tour. Ubrunis one for 2 on Kobe. Who could change up here. Nana Jagate, Wabo, Modi, Ubo, when you're doing. Ah, a honor, ya hode wo. Na dream idea o my year there. Yenibi. Na say na China for. Ye dem paboa ba, any of them about be say made in China they won pay. Made in China. They don't baby a China do no. Don't baby a China do. Omni hwi aseso. Na system ti e na bia yem feche dem pa mo no problem pe. China ni na dwen you waka do fa. No ni onye baby steps on na mase ho no onye ne niam nkakra ne ade. Ah, agrachi. Yo kwentwa. Senka nyang pe na me kan senka mitimi ye ku dia, ka me san de back o mine ma abrofo back because the abrofo the other side, omo America, omo UK. Ni e ko hokoba e de bebo e ho safo ne dia. E de me fa bom no omo nya na omo ti ano mo ndo mo e. Ti ma wie ma ya yi me na me ya de ba abrofo na manage kru no. Me me da ho da me monia you know detector no. Me nya hwem do ya mada. Mumo adwuma me enko. Na nkwada mo make sure say ta kwada pie file go abonte so pie gate na no. Say the papa hwe 4 years. 6 years ah. Otimo say okwa kwaye adwuma wo so and so company. What I say? And as on work create on one adwuma. No so akwa employ for. That is why I say be ye titi kura ko nanim. Now wait.
So that's into final 30 seconds. So
Ghana situation, you bet me blaming Yankopon and yeah.
Oh, akura de onye ahwe o. One we ode ni papa ma no. Obo we no de ne papa o. Ye wa ha yi. Me nipa mi ja o, nipa e ja o mo ni ade bi dia ya ensawe. Ebi dia ye de o mo de ye. Na ada mi share ba yo bi papa bi wu ye na ko yi mi ko ya na ne bag o mo tuko Massachusetts o mo nchen ho ba bi. Na o share mi no anka ko bi. Na de say de o tia na tia de o de oni stress na. I don't pass stress. Unakopwa hapo bia so bibia ma de say o ye. Say so ye this is the situation no ye. What the achicha ma oni ade. Ye untimi no. Jama no. Ana say me ko stress me ho. Ana me ba ye na kam edu Saturday bia na me de me kan ma kwaji ABC. Ayi ensa kesi na me de ba be tuku no na bo ade ba cheso kidney ase na o na ho no. Na o ko say ana ha ho. Ha? O ha say den. Yes unum so da ho dem bam. Ho dem bam a anyway na den. Akra. Nyankopon de oblem ne ba bi enye yi o. Kwame Nkrumah, maybe you can say, no, then Krobobika, as James was I think they didn't understand it. Let me repeat it. That's it. And so now can come no much in granny, almost keke no more. Sana, you who almost Gugana ornament. Near the and Ghana Becon anymore. Can't see how we do at them. We can see you, we now bro, we say, Yan, he said, Omo, what was a money, the BI, and so we all was sounding. It's so easy and simple. Yeah, there be. Just say, the paper be crying out here ministry, baby. This one we need 20. And son, I was like, me say, me can't make cooperative birth certificate. I'm a quality be of me when I'm who do downtown. It be a $20, $10 near your print. Why do you any print to idea man? I call baby. The same situation be our Ghana, there be. And I mean, what can you remember? Me remember blooding why and simple no why easy among the ordinary person no when baby. Who was whom? Says you because you offer hoodie. Ghana how they offer hoodie. Independent now is yes every coming from my independent.
Menko or why in so.
Right. I mean, from Anusina, or my idea, send me a say, Mepe, America, soldier, will be a map for Gemini, and I'm a mine because they may only Nippon go margin, Omutimi mine. They cannot do it. I can do it myself. That is it. And Japan, madam.
And then we'll lecture here. Many of you lecture. Hey, there be some lecture record to or not your butcher and collar. So,
the king of justice there say, a same tier already.
Cobra, what did they make? Cobra.
We are working engineer. You hear the Yamias, Cobra boy, you say, don't blame God. Abi you more paper or a big, you know, say, I could see Bonianya, I am Papa, Abi Pesach or the train. Yako in May, did God create a group of people rich and a group of people poor? Or one in Oha, Bamaso.
Bombardier. A quick one before Quabrant goes.
So all
these no. All this ranting, we cannot construct roads. We cannot control roads. We cannot. I want to know from Quabrant. Did he include Akufo-Addo? Because Akufo-Addo is the word. Amuakwota was supposed to do the motorway. So let Pablo tell us.
Me too, Abby, and over here and more Akufo-Addo and then slow. Oh, why, Bramu? Oh, why,
Prince.
Yay, Aquaba.
Yay.
And then when did you?
What's it?
It's you know, Sahon when did you buy, you know.
Many pop. Again, yes. Yay. Yeah, dear, no. Yeah,
and then you quad this about 614. I'm say Omuka say ne cry and then I'm say omuka so bedum kania kakra na say July
Sunday.
Sunday I'm saying July 13th so July 13th. You know, ombedun to me intimi just say one they say the one ya generator ni bi ni plant ni bi nti.
Almost about to us
Ombedun be
Sunday the whole Ghana. You almost say almost CC machine. The whole Ghana.
Any for no turning omo vibes no omo person rehabilitation omo increase gas production equal 270. Na it must sustain power no.
And you know, almost the announcement number.
Omo dia ba. Omo when there na say the nyamia establish no the temporary inconvenience no. Yeah.
Almost the announcement number so we do can you am
No, you are in Ghana. You should know this. It's all about the place.
Oh, I hear you now, but take a cry. Eh?
What Ghana? Ghana. Who was so beautiful?
Every who played there was only Madakwai at least one of them who you. Who the Madakwai. Nah,
you're not Tom. Accra. Accra.
Yeah.
On with the announcement na bampa.
Ane.
Ewo Ghana hanum.
Makan baby.
Makan tu sa o.
Enti busa kwada no say wati bia ene omonti dia ne akonfada ma say yen so de ye breast with current affairs intino.
Accra me mati atra. Me ho atra. Na eya em say asebeti ye no. Na me ngini se na nka no kra but wo kan bi say no kra na. Eti na be se me bia ya se mo ba yenya botre kaka. Yenya botre je se tiabutri. Yenya botre ti Ghana. Ye wo Ghana ha prekope. Asem ne ba ana ye wo say asema e ba en want. Ana se nya no kra. Se Ghana pa yi bedum kania. Ne the announcement aba. Na ye say ye ntwan ye nhwe. Eye ne intense. Etimi busa na eye mo wa say ebia wo no osusu watie ana say ebi mo atie. No mo kan say de etie no. Na ti za confirm say de metie ye no. Na eye no kra. Ni tan bi busa say eye Ghana ha na tie nya botre. Nya botre. Nya botre asem ba ye kuri tetetentem do. Eti Bombardier. You couldn't make him say, eye ni papa mu ana.
Oh dear.
Ni papa mu. Say omuso mudum kania ni papa mu. Omu chiem na ni papa mu say oso mudum no. Na so oso mu yomutimi ni papa mu no.
Ane.
Oso mudum no ho.
Also mudum no for about 4 to 6 hours now omuti increase. Say you see a stable power there. Just temporary inconvenience na every Christian na for the long run there ye watoye. Into omu bemu the gas no more aberem. Nti ka we eba na say come to switch it to liquid gas. But say ye fa call liquid gas aba na say another maintenance ebebo money canteen na any money na yemfa ne collateral damage na yemfa hwe no e de na edum kra na omu fix it na instead some call biga na ye de akọ gas na say omu wi to ama since that time ne de bibia nso ebekọ na ni gisem say kum ema kumase for enso say sada na omu ye yi nso no omu ye yi European Union for the government of France so abedum ye say kumase ni donkwa mani areas nso no omu e de 161 kilo voltage awon kumase transmission line nso no omu e breaking ceremony omu ye reconstruction nti say Ashanti region say no more complaining about omu power say as a call for the CC no more solve this problem no omu the 161 kilovolt from Awomase to Kumase transmission line omu lay na ma low voltage na Kumase no a bit may yi sai inefficiency in every one nti na kakra free the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition John Abdullah Asama to kana kunya say oselamu we dey just bia the kind of things on in we temporary disruption na ebeboama company friend na iPhone na do mo valves no na mutuma bie valves na mana yekese na gas etima komo nti I don't know say be Ghana ye per short term inconvenient near per long term ye ho better na say anu so la ye be complaining. I don't know what is going to be. It is not the other hold on nti July 13 year and so me papa birthday sad than no more we say there be
Osha I am say Accra I am say your complaint work platform should be pre say can you answer no a problem pa me boa enti aban no ye hu bibi e kire na say ekura kire say was on the 13th no no lights will go off within certain hours. You said, yeah, a bit me, can at least no, bit me, can you bit Nasuka Kramai? Said, yeah, you complain, we say, you can but Prince, what I mentioned, it or buy ye, say, or buy ye, or buy ya, na adiano, ain't ye no, and make a crayon, or 2 more crabby. Woman na etias, yes, say na ye be no. Ye kon sin ye baba ye no ntino do kwese on the 13th na de nyina no wo share was for their 2 ma yesi nyina beti asese light no sin baba ye na fi ho no mo ko no ensesare kakra e be ba ye kan ye nsim no enye san nyina Ghana ye pe no Ghana ye kan ankasi ya no de bia me ka se nke ye pe no se ye consensus no aba obi betie no wa ye ho dwuma ma ye would you own from a tone who say you would mama a crack? Near who say I am or to one of the piano, you won't say you will open it anymore. Or to one a movie. As one of me could say, Nanny Chessam with you. Let me perceive whom I mean not yes, or beat ye, or be ye, Juma, a baby about what one a movie. It is answered here, because I can free baby, ye, I can now beg and Costa say about communion, some communion, sir, and can film what you feel if your son, Jan Dia Koye, and can call you the Muslim city baby age name. And no number Pacifica. And no me perceiving the young baby, city as in this party. And yes, I maintain my theatre bosso. Yes, see in your panel. It in Kakran. Said ye name say, or maybe no good dear no, it is said Dubai no, or Michelle Swa, or my dear good dear no, as a so good dear no, and the young the bois or my no. Or my penny or did he say, also good people on assassin so, or better than the ye out your bois. And then Dubai why I ain't me. Debiano, the Biani, yet it in your high. And I'm saying, ye know, if you're so for papa, ye not so for pantep. And then I'm a bit of a beach name. Nakagana party, Naka we are going to name, yes, and come to quite common on your show, blow with any da. I said, we make everybody said, you know why he can't, ain't no crop on America. Then can just again and this will be ticket 1,000 something and over. So what could someone on it even 5 years? Krada. And so Abanesa and I'm saying one more you know a bushani so months and so on woman and more fasciano. Omono who said a few more one this cannot aye in the bazaar. Entino said ye nra na mi tebusa na mi kwa mo mi bisa mi yankasa me ma wo mo say entino hona wo ye yenka difo because na enuma nyina to me awie me fa taxi na taxi driver na say as mo can say open share me dashboard so and I'm say ade was this time me full tank me no ko me do ko me full tank am do ko my boo full tank. And say, yeah, me get you, me take no auction.
We won last year, 2 years ago, as an organ.
I say,
Miss A, few women last year, same organ.
in about 2 yeah.
What's
it?
ne cow na no man ska more so onko to petro.
Say yatis one. Or no person say we ye dwo to full tank. Yatis one say we ye dwo to full tank e ye dwuma. What let me say no? Ye fuel prices ne ba form no. Say what me ye dwuma to full tank go ni kam di ye dwuma. Na ni say enu we be say na play enra. I didn't be say na play enra. Say papa be so adi mo wo ye say kania asem ye wo ye nkakra enche obos na kanye ne ejina so no obia no a wo haw e won de kanye nsem no na obos e enu so ye ba ye firi ho no ye firi ho no a anye ye ni kwana ne akro anye se ye na ne pa no konye ye bia ba bi complain kan bo se se ne ye sa se reconstruct akwan no ye level kwans ye ne kwane de da so ne se ye car spare parts no ye ntan ko workshop all the time like sir. So the mission. And you know, baby, you see quite be swa. You see quite be swa, South Pino. This again, ye pa, you bet my case, yen to say, and the question ya on a Bible floor. Now, by no or two and a mobia, Anka, I wasn't getting you say, be say be back. Yang, but you be yang, to see a honey bay, but maybe the Mimi whom say, compare sa about way to that about a term one in any day. Any about way do I be? Why be this why Yamana Brusso? And this why ya because I am Bosumenson. And yet if you do, and Marcus say, oh, watch it, and I be say, Bosumenson. And no man getting could go on a bit taken enough for years. And what shall see about can be actually in that year who said, yet it's about that and a normal to Waban. Na dun so ho omo yi anu ko muntimi yi anu omo enam se ne ye bi mu wo do ma sa party ni ntino yentimi anka ma mo tambe kan yi enam se ye do ade ni ntino yentimi kan yi o free so ne ye be boye minim se na ene be boye minim se ne dun so aba dun so wo de di o da form o tse no mo tutu no ma e pe no ma yi no wono no wo be ka o de information be to se ko siada Ghana workout one sanity. Send ye sending a 2 coin. You say, I was a bonino. A crony the home abroaching in ano. Ye in a form of Jino Mino. And your word Jimmy from what Jimmy Four, ye can do your money, a cosmos coming in the year. You knew someone on it, and no than as a four. You knew say, I say. On be teach you kuna ma said you woman ni diano ano o ndira ko su ati se Ghana ha no na ye di ko se wono ye o mani se o monsa no o ma di o mo ye di o mani se o monsa no woman timi atutu no ma ya ma ye eni se ye di na kokuti sa level we say no but ye ko na ye se nya obi a wono odwene no me we resume say see ye ko yi die eni ye hu good governance a se de sifate no me nye so se ba ko tane sa ko esa sa emre bi a atwu wo ko no enko esa bi because opani wo tutu no hye wutimi se wo ye nyoma ba bu ko no yen ko we come America Trump na me nyam Mahama Trump and Mahama so se nyoma min jai Mahama si wono mami kan fu Mahama na me ko kan fu bu break so wono no mi die ese ye
me buta se what me kan
Prince me tonka ba
a man na yet it no man so buta se na mo so ma association wa so ye adwuma o ye no mo so da be na mo so mo de beto e ka se wo hwenum kakra
Prince me ha ho kura na ye de nim de aye me ha ho kura sige bi ba me kasa ho me kasa ma kasa o me kasa na fa so what me che no me ye just support Yes, support your bands up and be no one in Abusko ye. Now was a bit number kick at the air cannon. Nay, see, you're quite the opposite. Yan sa or money penny year me catch or something or my oh cool with him. Or money ye didn't tell me because I see open team but sounds so 8 years. None of us supporting no more year man we see you to good none about in favor of Sadia means me be that. It is will be back no yet then the 2 4 some 2 4 even 400 Ghana cedis. Just inquire in and out school no crown. It will be an editing. For 1 week. For quality no crown. I didn't get Canada. I didn't know me can no cry as yaka. I can as a 12 money on say. And ye papa. Would you want to know because and yet. Why be? Ay, Nick in your way, no can complain. I can get you all year and keep it to a casa, Uncle Huntoy. Uncle, you know, several pieces of a year. Uncle, I don't know. Was it number quota a year fancy? Or more, quite a business. No, what is Ghana for you going to be repeat? I think. Yes, she said, no, year. Said, yeah, more woman on Neno. Yes, some way you say about no one a home need for some refugee. Sunny, I am to say. Sunny, I am. It's any of the ever supporting, sir. Udi opa, joy and opa, fa, opa, memfa, sanity. If you ask no, and you may none in the power yet, and you never come for. But the sea and the coding Bosun and so and you put no, it's me Cassette Penino. And you put no, me Cassette Penino. And we say, oh, nobody in our answer. But as you do, I won't talk. And this is here all to swallow. Say a bus be the worst signal or sassy money, sassy a year to moi. I want to have a banner. You get MPP who create beams and people I existed as a political party. You be MPP say CPP. Me American, meaning the one who wants to make the American. Yeah, because you're the political has been in them. You have a political has been in them. So you said, do your crew, near command your crew, near first strategy, but we should principles to be at the Gia Musica. You have to go into millionaires. But between millionaires, sir. But we are surviving. I will be master. Said you between your cabin, you feel we are still, you feel for so they are still surviving. Although I am coding in Ano, we have a problem. And back home to there's a problem because there's never been a good governance. Opa, Bosume, Mianu, Equanimodio, Niako. Obi, Indian Niba no baby a shop. Indian Niba no baby away. Chinese baby no baby say, almost to come on, many GL, joy, AFD, no Biomajuma. Bombarded the Mobin Casa, na maybe the choir pot.
Ugoshia, why? Nana, why?
They were choir pot here.
Okay, that's it. You why is this wumpe dear? Beginning to be an a pet as I did and the Obias were the right set and you be Biana air cost were trying to come maybe Montino. You can also deny it. Young queen, man, I mean, I'm saying, you may say, Obia Casa accept. Okay, Obia Casa, a judge, a jar. Yen, yes, I just say, not in some bonito too. Nah, Yanshane, ye need a tend to go through the medianity. Me do baby a quabna. It's a quabna is obesuma mamiana, because a walk a crack. My name is a King of Justice over to me. Assume.
Sir, I'll be Bema Sumudia, many problem there.
Yoki, you any Majama or honorability. The house on this deputy Mirkoti, a dependable deputy, on Subesum, as they say, they were Kukum, a man professor, professor ready attention for one to member J. A Meritus Uniformism, Riani Diamano, 80. Not to assume my better na ya hwede e koso ya dase
ene fani otwaso na intake order no from home say me nim here
wo pa body ene eba na ba Sam na ba kaze eja chum na eja henu na yaw na akwesi ya ne when na Joseph so he na Joseph position be na wo na me fanche Joseph, you came after who?
Oni no mana.
Na ntu die fa sa anti wo ma mabon die am die no Sam ne wo fa bodum de bi omo ye kane wo fa busa sa question Sam. Itu free Sama na wako.
I came after you.
You came okay. Intineze you came after me the Joseph Beba after Sam. Na
No. I came after Sam also. Yeah.
I'm more Sam on one casa. Sam on Pekasa.
I cited him. Yeah.
Make you the Evans a reshaft.
I am going to Saudi. I job with you on my job.
MPP is going to do MPP shuffling.
And I make
he's going to do MPP shuffling here. Do it for him.
You, what are cry medasi? Na minko eja body. Eja body to me can.
The tongue count. Now, what kind of I out to boa as somewhat watching heaven.
Wasn't it? Said you know, mobile on T. You just a mobile just someone. No, say my catch was a brichino. If I could take my food, you are said you don't know what I want to dear. And I see a coffee just someone.
Oh no, not the first person who can buy and I'm a buy.
Okay, I'm quite on the grounds on Pecas. I just am what to make her. No, order.
Because beginning uncles are first, I do from a friend.
Oh, no, I'm Pecas Damacho. The more, eh?
You say, O Kankoka, a Mahama who said, would depu Mahama.
I knew, Beba. It's even better Becca's and Mama Hamadine. And you know, what do you come as when I inquire?
We pen and como. We pen and como, yeah, dear. Me who say, men say, Mamma, they buy no more 10 and a cacra and a more trabat, no, so a year, Anessa. Must have the buy no say, me can't know, as a 10 and a cacra, but at the end of the day, the same Nana, man for so church will be a can arguing. A far home, now a nice debate. Of a crime already, or buy a TC8, or be my year bamo. Or TC, you go to Munohana, intent a mana or call baby. Also, no, I found a pride that. And I'm not over the so. By the way, media still means still say. Nyamena a bo yin or bo hen in or bo scanning. Oma obi intelligent na obi so ye dumb. And until you go school, obu one share the anokra de chi onim. Obu on so one in the school ball ya e boy. Fa kwabran boy ya e boy say place ni nyina akọ park so. He obi kura on time up training by san microphone kura ni ball bo pa. Obi nya team akese. Because I came in Prince Boateng Beka, Mercy as some was training cron shadan yet more year on pay attention, but at the end of the day, no born on a baboning now. And on Teresa, one hour can want to me amono, a year painting one more, a year Nyameno, our bo, now the on one iron, sir. Inti, you blame beer, on a see blame no. And that's a before Yan ye pet say ye bear say corrupt Ufuria tire or no assessor scanning I call that hospital Americano. Did you say or no anya anka obey or mine ye no yarea what them wham and whaton which ye quasia was so coffee Ghana no upon Bibiano a wede 1 person beba. Nyani destiny you but because of say honor offering to person beba sa pepepe na menso me hono like I say drumle bi every 6 months bia 4 months 6 months na me coffee sa brochure kura na me wono na me traga na more because Tama metuma be one
Everybody set them now wife for Ghana.
It's that time no cry na me said any na so no de oba na nsen ye wo no oba ya
Say no make us be an set them no hunti no. Say a cow dria no akoshe so. Ndele be an okonsa na.
enye no sa say me cry no that time cry no na che say wo de tama me ko Ghana mo no me ko Ghana mo no cry de me ni wife but na me ko Ghana na me pe necro ena me jai say me ko no so na o ho na me jai kro more but the American say Ghana ne de to me no menim say ne obi asi pe no ba me de me pe Ghana pa apart from say we nkran free mu a ena takra de so mani en hye da anye ho sa me
Nti
ko
ka o say the kan de nka yemfa nka no ma igbufuo no no mfa yo nkone se nka.
me say me de omombe ne bia na omonye no ye ha de a ba ho omukura de bibia obenya bia mo say Ghana Africa ye China ne igbofu yi de pe bi ombenya ne fake amai ntina ya beje no hokọ me de me duru me kwaye mu ho ama kopem kwaye ba bi ase atra na me hye ho eti at the end of the day no me nka ho kakra Ghana eno ma koso no me nka ho kakra me say mate say ye beto abawo abrekuma no fo say va abrekuma no fo ba abrekuma na site ho no abrekuma no se ho wo hwe history na tebia no MPP na wene na ede na sisi a no mo se wo nkwa na mo nso principle ne se bia ye sisi wo nti wo nkwa na sansam na ya mo nkyere mu ma ye nti ase
Principle no nyina ne say on say ye ko ne bi ne ye ka asem a ye ka brofo nyansan mu ene ye ba mo de yum kru e ma ne nyina akọ boko no so that say yakoto ababa na akoto ye no also when your pink sheet e this polling station we nyina me ensa na trouble see ye ena entokwa e ba ho a ye te yahye no enti say ye obroni nyansan mu na nka obroni na ekoto aba na nka obroni anka obeto ne obeto mo me ensa ho
no
enti adenti na fe de also kwa akoye ni nyina bium back adenti ya jere ni nti aso no adwen sa asama na meka kire no me nka me fa bi nka ho me nyi bi mfim asama sa pepepe ne
na ho na so o me yaye sa election no say asama ye cast for Jemansa say onye papa no na monte ase o say ene na che say MPP general secretary asama o kan no say nkomo bi akoso no na ebetime ya nokre say nkomo bi akoso bibi cheki bibi omo anso nimde kwan na omo fa so manipulate woman no because akwai to say kwabran wakoje obi yire na anasa wadamfo yire na wadamfo no ni ho wadamfo ni tu kwan hwe ho mame na woje no eti the moment obetu kwan a obefra obetse obi wo fie ho pe unum say sanye
asema kan bi esida eri ayanyum adwa mi osi mi so story no what is asem na mi so je mfiti so what is that story no
bi o tete
onde okay ma men kan che I say oba bi oni ni kunu ho no ka che ni kunu ne se otwempna so ho na se afuum akura se de no mo se akura se dan ne si akura na afuum ho nom na mo so gya wo mfimfin ho nom so ho enti no oba no ka che ne mpra no se ayo obesoma ni kunu na adwo se bi ahema se o mefite ni je mu ma no wapoma tuo e de gina e ho so ho ti be ma no be fiti gya na we gem na we gya na kwan eno genti no ebeto the other one na odi adwempa sesa ayikwajo na nko fita jeni mo no se adwo mi suro wuje mfite no office oni obema popro nso asan hye ho a obegem aguni so that is this what story na mi suro je mfite na
okay
the bottom line
okay true because say but to be frank woman no meti MPP and DC radio bebre man o man say that but obia accuse woman no sankrofobia no nyina o and even though MPP for na nkasa kura bi kura pese ye pam woman no na say nsem bebre but me de me hu ni say senye say ebia party supporters no no mbeka anka say NDC for mu hu MPP for mu bo no mo de ho chew and I say I don't know minim de ebi so ana omo anwene ampa because me the moment omo lusu seat ni bebre na omo ho san ba me mo nti even though akwatia mo na yi mo de ya na omo koba na yi nyina no minya ya anka omo mfa enche omo mfa nche omo na Ghana no yentimi koso but kwabra na eno amuka asem bi ena na mpese me address no o ka say soldier for ewo Ghana SNK sa akofo mo kobo garamse ho ban na yi sometimes na mo ya me nwa kakra because soldier for 8 years akufo adodo mo bo galamse o yet Vanguard o se Galavanga ni soldier for na wo soldier ni police kuro ya na mo kwa no mo akojiska no mo aba Ghana no ye wo to say politicians so be a politician no achemu a wa free assembly every way to say mahama mo de na ntimi tambia me kan na me na force me se me hyedan toso mahama adeti na me toso no mo ta say na kufu ado mo de ni bi Canada Japan me hyedan toso no nka me toso ba omi asen because ba omi ano wonya mo experience no bankrofo abo akro no free assembly free youth committee any isa roma bedru ha enti Ghana police no matchro mo bribe je Ghana soldier the same thing asay adenti ni entra de foforo yes a different resource dia se be yoni entra de foforo ebi ne atofo sema ya appoint o mo ana ebe mu ne yakim sami jamfi mu but o mo performing enti adenti ni emma mo benefit of that say enkrofo no mo ba kokra mahama ya say mo bo na ba so ne say sa gold board task force no what the omontade omode ba nyina no ye mo body camera omo cast ni nyina body camera ho wo under no circumstance obedum no body camera no so no ya set na yi no one crime ena obi kire se si a body camera no kra se ne ya set no ba bi ahwa sankrofo no betimi a link because Ghana de e link to link no matter the bia no delete free so etiyen set ba akon so we be a presence sa body camera na yen link no ma no itu delete we na eti mumma ye mo benefit of that no omunya adwuma no emra mo de ama mo ne se ukọ na ukọ ye corruption te se ne na soldier fo ye ne ye chew national security fo ye ne ye chew a ukom 25 years utimi chi gold no so ba utimi kwachi galamse fo yi gold no mo nyina wa mo de ba 10% et say we see brewers die ya oh enti to me no me gidi say initiative na aban no de ba no ya de ese bo na ba se obana ejigu a ese yeka but ekoyet side no enya start ye na ne yeka na tebia so ye pese dada na kwan dada na soldier fo ye mo ya soldier national security police sankrofo we adi omanani ma operation sa
I body me my example say Trump buy ya be I saw the ISIS for no or sankrofo mo chenkrofo ISIS for your mo dwuma no ni oba ye on ka say bia because of say bia adwuma na din te bia Democrat na Joe Biden timi anko okun ni no the ba bete soldiers na ma kwa kokon okon no institution e wo na no de omo ye adwuma no sense no mo so wo dada
mami bisa question ba
no ma engineer anye
babla mami bisa question ba ko da be na o say da be na o say National Security of America and I say FBI for no o makwachi obi na direct physically o mo je braba na so mo anka say engage wo saa de enum bi da be na o
bia ajabodi it fe say FBI for more than America police for only bribe now. So what do you know?
But
Sana
I
ye
mean,
wana.
maybe omoji bribe na. So far as say any rampant, any mad, may you who be say Ghana the any ebe no. Na national security nankasa omu tu ye be na police for na escort China for. Ye share sa joy news for omu nipa yi. Na yi a oye ye ko omu ko kodro na police soldier for ankasa. Ye from free no aba ombe bobo. Amanfo
Everybody.
cameras ni
And
yi
if I
na.
say any, some baby man wa ba so say.
America no de na institutions no tide wo
Konkonte ya omo se kokin bi na ni konkonte. Sa police for no mkwache, yo na say ba ko be kan nanu asem. Say omo kwache ye no, omo de file ba bi na omo ko file wrong one. E de man na omo ko to, omo people.
Good. Enti say yenya aban bi no ba no se no. Police for no mo corrupt na dose nti. Mesi some the new group bi aba mo be take here ya. E be ka say no for police for na anye.
Oh,
I just different results.
Me na wa so se nkokra wo platform so se on be deja ho. Enti no. Me enko jinja wo kakra na info momra. Na asafo de minim say den a on kasa. O de me kwa ko bisa no. Eja asafo, yeso na do so enti no. Kakra wo be kan no.
Mate afakwa na munko woni yeti.
Tell me I don't make no behavior. Tell me can you be a business kwabna ha you know. Mr. Dini
But
po.
no, about afakwa na can we real quick just something.
Okay, kakaka.
Afakwa me by no can we made a fuss since he's going off topic. By one hand by he went off topic and for some reason we just allowed it to play out. I don't think that was fair to Afakwa Minty. They establish a rule needs to say apply to everybody. We have to make sure the rule is enforced. And if some sort of like, I mean, the platform is pretty much biased, by at least to maintain a little bit of sense on here because at the idea of acquirement or one him by NDM, I need to call your Bianca, which was not fair to acquirement. So I just want to make that point.
Oh, you better say no point no. I want him on Ghana. Tino na se mo kan me hu say on Ghana. So you can light off as a president na ka chere say you dum kan ya Ghana. Asem ti mi si holiday ko ti mi ba. O wa hin say minimum holiday you know. O wa hin dem ono na se mo de o ma man ko free flow no sa. So man no mo na mo experience you know. They are over there. Edi ma me hwe wan na gudu no fi e che ja bene wa na say o se me PMPP ade so edi me dane ha NDC me dane ha NDC baby am fa bi NDC. Enti uni baby ya fa. Se wa obekọ no atutu mu akofa awobne wa.
It's me. Why? Are you also talking of Aquami's thing?
Nya botre. Awobne wa no ko no wa bi din do de wasem a wo no be kan enko. Me musa me question kan wasem.
Today, this morning, I was listening to Joy News.
By the way, o childhood video na me de bre wo no.
I saw something, but I haven't looked at it. But I know me, I wasn't like that. When I was young, I was like, I was a bit fat boy. So I'm not changanga like this.
Oh, you were chubby. You were a chubby boy.
In my youth. When I was like 9 to 10 years, my friends used to call me 3 tons. Anyway, I was listening to Joy News this morning, and it's like Ghana, we are not serious. You know, the UN had a vote, I think yesterday, on this LGBTQ thing to implement laws to avoid discrimination against the LGBTQ something people, equality, recognition of that. And I learned Ghana abstained from the vote. This is your Ghana, which is making laws to ban the whole thing, they abstained from the vote. Eventually, I think it was 15-4, and I think 7 or 6 against, with 3 countries abstaining, including Ghana. Initially, I didn't want to believe it. But
Abi, they use the non-aligned principle no the coin. Non-aligned. Maybe they use the non-aligned principle no the coin.
So what is the essence? What is the essence of our effort to regulate, ban it? Why should we waste money, waste our resources to discuss it? And on the platform where we have to let our stance be held, we abstain. Why do we do that then? Because one so-called professor, Asa Santio, so this is his stance, that you can make all the noise in your backyard, but when you go to the international scene, sometimes it's safer to play no align. He made this same argument. I don't see any sense in that. Because we, Ghana, we are almost within the first 5 or 10 people to endorse every treaty by any international organization. And endorsing that treaty comes with costs, financial costs. So it's like we don't know what we... And when we are going to these conferences or international gatherings and so on, it's like we don't coordinate the decisions we are going to take. That is why they shortchange us. Because I think the presidency should have a unit responsible for these sort of events. So are we concluding that this abstinence is from the government, is a government decision? Because obviously they cannot participate in this sort of program without the government being aware. So why are we wasting hours, money, precious time of our parliament to discuss this? I thought Sam George said in opposition that when Malis is going to be on him every day.
I think this Iguananka as Sam George Kran Echo said those time not adapt news idea interview no about the stance near Diema. I have crazy uncle Bonabaso in the the hypocrisy of the Ghanaian no. And it's any man. But I didn't know. Baby, Obia Ghanaian na dream ye na dream ye fire. Would you no monquino? Who know the purpose? Then when him na same way could you so the koto abano. I feel some back. Call him. That's all you call reverse. Then you know.
Yeah, we
this is it only panel. The vote vote two or can 2 million for no vote based on this. They say no, what say na ono ne Nadia na fight for. You two Obama from Boba also be can give and Yama was Oba straightforward. Solve my problem. You move forward. And
yeah.
The purpose no want me for failing the purpose. Yeah. You pay the price for that in the future, so that's fine. Give maybe is good.
Yeah, and Kwabena, I listened to one of your potential presidential candidates. I think he's in London here, Brian Champo. They interviewed him on one of the news channels here this morning. And he spoke okay. Unfortunately, the channel he came on, they do, I talk on the Sunday one, but on the Monday to Friday, I don't call because the people, it's an MPP station, so I don't want to mingle because they are like illiterates. So I don't want to mingle. Otherwise, I would have asked him a question. But somebody asked him a question regarding his penchant to buy the hotel. He gave a very interesting response. That the noise Okujeto made and so on, the information Okujeto relied on was given to Okujeto by members within the MPP. This is what Brian Champon said, that he knew it was because when I think he said when he wanted, they realized that he had interest in contesting for some of, I think, leadership or something. They decided to spoil him. So they gave that information too. But unfortunately, the platform he came on were mainly NDC, MPP people. So obviously, because me, if I've entered that question, there are two questions I would have asked him. That when you were minister, I wanted to know, as a Greek minister, achievements. Do you understand? Because they asked him a question and he said, "Oh, Ghana, we should all work together," and so on. But I don't know Brother Champon's achievement in that Greek ministry. He was more concerned with promoting his business than working for Ghana. The second question I would have asked him was this. I would have told him plainly that, Brother Champo, when I see you, the images of you in my mind is that you are a violent person and you cannot take it away from me. Because you incited that you will never hand over to anybody. Today you want to be president, who should hand over to you?
I think so big chat I say on hand over and it's just a political talk. Now I
don't as a neutral person, I don't care. I don't want
okay, that's my bad. Okay, so you're violent.
I would have, you see, we have to, when we get opportunity to interact with these people, because we want them to set good examples.
Yeah, but I say also a violent. Be a violence, be a violence. No him fan.
Yeah, to me, the images of Brian Champo I carry around is violent. He's a violent person.
Really?
Nobody can rob or clean that thing from my mind. So I would have told him. You know,
Mabusa say be abi. Obi a violent. What be a obi the second Japan cry there. Obi to me I say, well, name be and I say be a violent cry. Why puna be a oh yeah. Maybe then why ain't I say why violent? I want to person music be a why we any other body just say who can also violent.
No, he told us that we are not handing over to anybody just like that and so on. That is what he told us.
Papa J
I think everybody here said that.
Papa J catch Ghana for hand over to it's just a normal talk. Why don't you about for what?
No, this is no normal talk.
Oh, Abby, it's normal.
You see, Kwabra, you see, this is what Bawumia did. And he has demeaned himself up to today. Me, I even question Bawumia's intellectuality. Because when you are intellectual, you must always have integrity. You must maintain your integrity. You don't go low. You don't stoop so low like that. Up to today, but I don't see Bawumia's
intellectuality. You know, you're intellectual. Ona ukulu and I say you always stay high.
I don't know.
Why you don't know? You have to know yourself. This is your question. You have to know. Say, I'm this. This is Abi. You can describe yourself. You have to describe yourself. Say, this is Abi. What I'm about to say, because I suffer the onkasa. Because I know. You have to know yourself.
No, but people who see me should judge me. Look, I used to go to a shop to buy something. And there is one man there. There's one man. If you see him, the sort of conversation he always has with you. If he see you take a book, he will tell you, "Oh, this book is this." Nobody can tell you this man is an intellectual. He hasn't told me anything, but
that man is intellectual. I'm asking you as Abi, are you intellectual?
Pablo, you should describe me the way you see me. I don't need to tell you.
I don't want to.
Okay, so that's fine. But I'm telling you the images. I've told you the images the people have created. Do you understand? I've told you the images the people have created that I carry around about them. Bawumia is one. Brian Champo is two. Do you understand? Demean yourself because of politics. Then later you want to repair it. It's too late. That is what integrity is about. Integrity is what you do in secret, even when nobody is there. That is what gives you the integrity. You see, our concept of politics is about mischief making. That is not what politics is about. Today, you saw because of politics, no, let me say it's B. Like how this is your team Fojo. This one too is also for team Fojo. And he came out to say, we are only making mischief. And you still want to tell me that I should see this in team Fojo as a couple. Come on, Kwabena.
You're running up and young boy.
Do you understand? So that is what I said. And the second question, that was the second question I would have asked him. Do you understand? That you created this sort of aura. And there was one guy too, NDC guy, Fuseni. I met him on another program, and this one was saying, if you chop government money, they have to deal with you. You have to refund it. So I phoned him and I said, your time, there was double salary. What happened? Look, the man was ruffled. Do you understand? Because I told him, you can't be pontificating to us when you are suffering from the same thing. And anytime I see that man on Newsfile, I get angry. Because I don't want a character like him to be pontificating to me. Somebody who is a lawyer and he takes double salary and he still doesn't want to own up. Then they call him to come and talk to us? Come on. They didn't find anything about me and so on. And as for you, I know I cannot convince you. And so, of course, you cannot convince me.
Oh, you are done. Your Baba.
Okay.
And the Abrachum.
Yeah.
Trainer me for you. Maybe I remember how this is and offer for 5 for why not? Young queen.
Asem no kwa de me beka de wo tamu a wo kasa ye no wo kan ni nyina eno kra ewo mu ni se abibifo ya ye Ghana eno kra ye nka enti no Nyankopon wo boye nyina Bible no kra ka so wo boye nyina pepepe na dwene no ye hye yetirim de di be yo makes the difference ye o ma ye koko ye nyina Ghana was the world leading producer of cocoa, the whole world, Gold Coast and Ghana in the 60s, And now, ye new management, any abro near Trimodin, be Minquaminia, Chrono, Crobodu say, Kojobo, Sion, and Nedium, Woman from Sika Left Right Center, and a cocoa no Aira. Sacrono boy still a gusu a coso. And it's a what general, one processing year. Abrochayeti, maybe London and Cotran, see him Yaku into gold or into diamond. Now, so I drink young son of Sobo processing into one more sika papa, Porto, Nibe, Bia or Britain. Ye no cania or Bebia, ye to two sum, or Bia, 1 year to acquire those sika, office, walk on what 2 weeks near Moscow to ye walk a lot to 2 weeks we register now buying 8 the car copy so be 18 years. And go forward the agreement yo cocoa ni Britain, gold, diamond in Britain. Woman will sika a busu, beti said betia ya think I make one bit me car come said damn wo. Na man ko travel chire ho na me think ananka. Me di sa mi fie. That's a case they call me Ghana pension e Bosumi so great because this kind of pensions can nyamai.
Of Uncle sisters be careful for ni bia bet bankum ho ama na jo akwatena ho boko.
Adunti ohun mintimi no obi anya adwene say Nyankopon bo e man bi nipa bi say sikafo. What boy pepe God created man in his image. And kura wo mu say hwe bronio which for bronia wote ayi wafa bini wa chromosphere nani eyemienu nensa eyemienu fingers here 10 emoja ewe yam akoma heart ni nyina skin no kwa na ye fita na ye tuntum ɛno nka wie ɛbɔ ne ntra nanso hwɛ sɛ nnipa firi kura Gold Coast ɛyɛ na Benewa ɛne misa abɛ atu afiri ase ɛkɔtena Spain na me so me tu free Kumasi sɛ me kɔtena Kumasi abere akoko ha ɛne ɛwɔ why ɛyɛ adwene no deɛ ɛde yɔ nyame wa mmɔ hwɛ o
we were expecting you to go to stay in Ghana and fix the country for us so that we'll also come and continue. Then you run away.
Let me land my you kasana me oha. You there, mama so me come there. Minti ni obi a ade no kwaso enya no kre se Nyankopon wo bo broni si onye sika. Wo ban ya dwene. Abroche nkwase afo ho. Ne mo mpanimfo kakra bi no ehunu nyansa no. E no ma tetere no ma make sure so aka ho. Ya mpanimfo yetiri mu odin. Hwe se wo de the ba memfa charity begins at home. Ye wo fie ye papa ni ofanum eyi akohoma ye enkwaya aduane ane asesa nam ni nyina gu panimu akola wo na wo nyini e just wonya brain development wo didi ye no adwene mu bie na wo tibi ye invention na ebi yati nam kitikiti bi ye de sie no kakra ye nim kwase ne ye si hweba ye so nso a ye di madi obi su ne yire bie no ne yire otose nan wa tam ne koti atoro ko ho wa wo kwa kurase a mo so oba kente so no ya hihye jab na so na ayi wo sa nyem na akola ba ko hye na chi papa no ne yire no eya miensa wo kan kola bo wo a yesi he left behind 26 children 15 grandchildren emu say no hwe wo mo ho kwa na tv du hu say before ya nwene di onima so atam ne koti atoro ko wonya wunsu a no odi na chi gira nya ni nua ba ma na wo ye maamefo a odi wo mo ye no wo ma ni atu na fifie ho ye de ato nom ajabi wo ajabi tiase ye de dada
ya bambajo wasama o kan de nka ofura no ntuma kakra sanka yi o na se
yo what you me for
ye gumu saade a wo wi abo na enkwada ya komini mu abo ho fa
ye trimu odi ase ye wo bakura no a ye ni do emma ba no ye se ye de achi gya ye wo faase na ba no efiri wo be ma ho no wo ba nyim wa wundu na ye de achi gya na nkola bia ya wisia wo mu ni papa obi anso no obi anso de wo fa tell you hwe ye tikura ye wu adi ati agakura no e ko problem wo ho that's a problem if you kutam di ne se ye dia no na wa sa de brabo we tra wiase a emrantie nam ho se wo fa wo ho me nya adwuma wo twa mo wo fa ewu no adi ade na ye ni wo fa ne de ne ye na nabo eti on wo nyina kire atirimode a e wo ye so ye tirimu adwene wo ye tirimu no ye fa bibia no aye ya eye papa ye tibinya enhira kora wo mu bibia ni wo afie na bresi saka krankofo hwe ma na ye mresu de wo papa sesi a mi tuwe mi papa wo gu asi abusa shaturuta mi kokumasi a ifie ho de wo fase fo age suru ni fo na 10 rooms mini baby da because fia no ma be service mini baby so papa wo mo ati wo nyina obi no wo papa no na wo papa kwanso ahwe wo mi papa no ya wo se wo na ye wo fa na nanom they been very yes na me so me do na me ama bom ho body masimi de kakra bia me ti wo nkra he e wo lasi bi ha me papa gu abusa mini baby che mi ya wisia mi ya janka abra me papa so wasi dan yo wo mo ti bi se so you see enti ya dwere no master enye adwene wo ye trim bibini Ghana ni trim me ya so ko af Nigeria no nya sa na tie e before adwene emwa nyamene de wo boy yem pepepepepepe ye di adwene pe me bia na kopo na so apopo ga me so nye kai good you know I don't must be yeah, time different Not train Gordonsburg. Well, you train 1924. Accra to Kumasi sleeper. Kumasi to Takra, and the question is a train over Kona Abu Station. Train at the end. Now, how saying when the table is now what she said, Bessie, she should know Tom Bessie train at the end. We need a general with Nimka train at the end of this, we need the audio or Tom Bessie. Now, can you what he trained that he rains now Tom Bessie? I better when you tell me now, be Jack and saying, I'm coupon a boy, me. You guys are stupid thinking, you know. Or somebody else. Correct.
Yo, Opa, evidence.
I didn't know any make it difference. And then I mean,
yo,
Kotokori for a good Ghana, woman, you know, Kotokori for
yo, Opa, Kotokori for Yate. That's all. I hope you are. I hope you can. Awo mnewa awo nteme nkadia me koma nimu oba kwame
ora
hey over and then one partner why so discipline me face bia o da kata so kra da o bo homodin over.
I mean, be a disciplined person, no, be a disciplined person. It's also some one. It's answer, Sabi. No, beyond our coast square, me go in winty. And Crawford me appreciate it. Governor. 1980. Was it 1979? Lawrence in ye been sent some to free Ghana, no. So, me direction, no, me purpose in I was one thing. Baby, I not be ye guma. A bro free, one more to me 10, baby, a one more tea too. Just say, what is that blue tree? Nah, Oko, baby, I want my establish or mona oko, Krunwa, baby, or hinting that oko, said the whole city are disorganized. Eti me no me who differences no. Eti bra me to kwen na no. Me se me ban ma be hwe di tue mo. Why? So see. Na me buy no so ma me tu ekwen. Ban tu ekwen hunu kwa. Because ya e wo se me hwehwe ekwan no. Ena nyame ada Roma so oboa me. Ena me kopie. One monument be so. They say when you see beam. I'm say 2021 no free wiase. Na nim dia me kosua free ni ho no. E na me hu say e wiase se wo peso wo develop bibia. Efidie no anyankopɔ di si ye course no di ka hwe ekwane a it functions ekwane a ye dwuma. Now, who said you see operate here? Bibian who have a problem among the Bibians in who are person we are untumino. And me no, because mono. Me also me develop a system no be. It if you have a bad one, I be young for that's all tear ya, and I am a Mr. I dear friend, I general. And only Yankopon, the central system, your computer or your mind, central, unit. No. That's a ube biasi. Ube to me a swear be beer, no swear how it functions, sir. That ube to sni. Ube to sni. That media me catch a friend saying, a dutum. Say, oh, ye be. But one more day said the Abaya and Qualano, we should teach them how to think. And when what's per just only 5 letters. Think. Now, say I idea Ghana for a guinea. And cat one may also who say, yeah, mine. Yanko Powa do more mine was Shirano. But as I say, a a guinea judgment. enhyira no nyinaa abɛyɛ case amayin we go moment moment sikani biri here abi wo abrantie bi a wo no beto mayin no so no nani abre ye say ni machine but when you hope inti also back to Galamsey no wonim se wo say nsuo na o ba no wonim se wodidi onum nsuo ansa na wo ba na asemo a me hu se me ne wa ba na asemo a me ne wa kan ya eye ma were ho ne se ani won ni wonim se abrofo no die ani hwe papa bi mami bi na ne ma bebusa enkwala bi no mbusa o mami se mami papa say ye free monkeys him na o dwen sen eno so it could be so papa de free monkeys him but me de be abodi nyankopo bo me so na bi ne wa de yo hwe one day ofi say kwesi broni ye bo ne papa but the woman is say adwene no so amfa anye dwuma eye moso one fan ye dwuma it can grow but wo de ye dwuma dia it grow ema wutumi etumi monitor command niema outside the planet ema etumi deviate your friend is saying as asteroid eni nyina ye fragwini mu so abrantie elon say woni ni wofa breaking na gana de yenya obi kro oye kese wo adoma chede a emo a ye de beboa no look at friend is saying apostle kojo enu ani say ehwe no a no onyini enu wo bewuo wo so wo formula you betumi di ayi organic farming na you betumi control no but your money chance nobody is going to him catches a papa say na beji na fa formula no maye ni emfa develop ye agriculture hey nyansa no ebowa sao na omaya ya poison yes NDC MPP ni bi ewu yes jamna ya tunedu hey mo hu ya mesiri ankasa na ofa kwa mi wo kasa aso no isobe ya di niema egugumunti you know frequency no nya kwan da penetrate na o mate ase na kama betra platform into for so many years one thing I make can say ye hwehwe konia ye be ye o mai ba ko ni enyusu your friend is saying collective intelligence ni advantage and check him on ura bombardie on the oba eja the lecture they say ani NDC MPP I mean control say Ghana a one party state if you don't understand on tiasia a one party state na nyamia pata mama or the bema na yire and also the bema na contact afi de mi ko hu e sabi je fi kra afi de se wasa be ye jeja ka hu a chanda fuin odi wo masem hey umpo Ghana is one party state enti de mama pe bia e no be ye Ghana na sa na ye pe no ana hwe omani a ye wo sebi nimdiefo wom na wo muntumi express one ideas ebetumi ama omanu otu anamon now party back we have the men sana na for so kan afi the last you mechume hey munya ye ni Ghana shift system sa na enya nwanwa your friend is saying papa ya ono de
Say the Mahama wa Kenya. Or say Dr. Ghana. Or say Tintim. Now browse more yada.
be moving. Or say Fabra na on him no fan come on that no be boy na yaji near there was it a quan house and farm. Mahama saw the amount. Tida be ready be so they won't me fan qua.
Na deadline no yet that because me bobo me home but e was a me dika di ansa na madwene mu de ho.
Deadline no December 31st.
Any but first thing they say if Ghana as American if Ghana recognizes say the sovereignty is in the hands of the citizens there.
Over Bahama Musa. It is what Oma work when you say up to December 31st. They say no unions in the it didn't be no. From
31st there, every woman me. So,
Ben can be Omodiana for good crata. Now, co present Mao. Now, so I'm out when you say Fabra.
Oh, mini Abby Betimo up. Now, you are presenting. Because
I've been kind to say, what's up now? Can any know? One has one your program. Any Yancy who be saying Yansa or school beam. And I do Yansa, no petty again.
School, I'm going to Yansa. No monument to be training me. Monument to be training me.
Oh, honestly, why not? Well, Lucy, now, after
when the hope is dry up, of a Kwame or the home. But only say, how many people will understand Nyansa? That's the problem.
Yes. Ma enya ne nko okachum ya ma hu sano na me ba na ma bibi o de ma me nko kwasi o na me music ya me ba akati to me kan
ofa me to me kan
pa 5 for na ye nko na ti bubu no talk ne ye
5 no kra bia enru
and ya ko ti ru ba me ma 5 na 31
oh yeah
obaka ti ru no ye twum 31
yo ofa body wa ha o ma na so mra ha ofa body na am say o ka on say ana politics no ho de ma na pese e ana ye ya ma de be ma na ye fe ni say politicians one thing that I've me ma hu ni say o mu nyina mo ye baako ma hu miracle abwaje ni samjata no mo tia no mo dia gro la so mu hu mo ho oh efe enti ye we chese no say hu no kra na yenka. It's not good, say, a politician. And more for you, be a night, Nakakoto, Equalibu, and I said, Nakato Confanochi. Hospital, I want Haginano. Any senators here, I call the same hospital. Which I say, I don't think that Donald Trump, who better during your time, I got Germany, baby, say, so, my vice president, who to do no Kakra, shared the number of time of Kujino UK. You say Ghana, my can't go on, able. If you cross a such a fight or no go. So, I mean, so we am this in our now can people now I condemn more can in a no one condemn say and yet now more politicians for now say okay. You know we are homophobia, but who can we out there? Oh, just how I'm saying someone I'm looking. So, Obeka MPP dear no a journey dear or and I say I'm saying some you. And I beat you so on them room no way. So as for once see me no can say I'm saying I some more. You guys couldn't fight it. Because Moncroft is still much more home where they or more year. But Sanka is saying Nadia no tomb we condemn me a car. But some Buama either or who say yes. Yes, I can't want boom. So my common boom no sa. Because these people, they are not fighting themselves. You see them ranting and they are not fighting. For me, your close friends, or your classmates, you know, my cousin, Diana, my Bishiana, or more boy, bro. So, you know, Messer, and I'm my test, I must say, person bisa question, MPP will power na light in the institution, no, music in the same because We were doing line for 6 hours, you know. Well, so to me, church, I don't think so. To me, no. Hey, the whole Ghana will be doing line for 6 hours. Hey, now I can't do it when I ask them get one. One I decide Nimdian, one I decide Nimdian buy. One I decide Nimdian buy say. You be doing Ghana the whole Ghana light. You be doing baby as 6 hours are fixing that. Doom come maybe. Hey, master, what kind of mentality is this? What kind of mentality is this? Oh, what kind of mentality? Come to me, let me know some free say obia. You doom ha you doom ha. Na we ahe adwuma na ebia aha hasi suka kra. Na kasa wo doom the whole Ghana baby, doom baby na. I don't know I don't trust these people. I don't trust them. Me who be there with me say the whole country need to be shut. I be an man the correction which my correct me, but say the more kind of pass almost on be doom the whole Ghana back off. Now the state house says yes, we are now Kufado this one agent on the no just you. There be idea Kufado attempt, but you know, maybe Ghana and I may light or moon 3 months be na me buy free some buy no I think say 3 months be na I don't know mudundum na no crash at media or moje no they call Ghana doom like mon can hear no madum no so we be doom the whole Ghana now what they are yen now we are now 6 hours no e come man for be no ombe embezo mo na you see these are the kind of thing me ana me mentia say so anything ye can nyansa kosi broni krom onye sa de ne da Duke energy and so to me dear buto I used to ha omo my 2 hours omo de ye a track 4 hours no ye town hall meeting Emma and Grofo we they nearly took the contract from them. It is how hours now they have to reimburse it. You better be catch say you better be catch say you be doom light for 6 hours the whole Ghana ye we are Ghana light no ye num ni biem. Yeah, that's yeah, they die. The TCC one year now, really, man. I think we're TV or Hifa. You approach it to no TV or Hifa. And now in African countries, Ghana, Krana, because you TV or Hin. Or more kind of sano, 6 hours, you know, are they going to reimburse whatever that will be one more? In the fridge, near my back, 6 hours, you don't feed for even 2 hours, Krana, feed my say to you so. Which amounts one near my best, you know. I buy no vocabulary and best in now. Now, I tell myself, bedroom light and I'll be saying, you will say, what kind of mentality in a Kitan or Ghana? Oh, dear Kufadu attempt, Papa, you will be cracked to Conomatis and Crano. One can send Tiana Crown, not by me cassette because of sad dooms work I can be a buy. But when I went to Ghana, my mama, no, man, not doing some that. Like Hignas was I can't be one dance here. That's what Papa Tiano. Now I'm about to see a do for doom for moon country, and so when near cream, like no more doom light. Or moon country, come here, penny a vessel. Here, baby, I say they say about doom, your baby doom not says for 6 good hours. 6 good hours, and of course, you need to me catch me, so we do me light for 6 hours. I brought on reimburse me. Obon say bill crowns or electric bill $90 here. Obon say be reimburse, Obon say be an baby $40, no reimburse because of the time, no. Oh, what kind of country na yetichi? Country ben na yetichi. Country ben na yetichi. Would it throw near you? Okay, people don't want to understand.
Mama, now I say, now if I say one can say, how they be do about share so do 31. What is our own pepper, our own pet 5 for no? The name is what still our own. So they you boss yes so some kind of price and the edema no but the empe na mo bi aka enti no you better what unim because do kufu ya as you should people na ye juma na light be call off na ko enyo mo so enyo mo na edum no o say ice bar o yes no ho na light no edum ye na edum be few hours be 3 hours be o mo de full time me ba I said, I can't neighbor. Don't need baby. I do me another. I can't. But almost pray will be was $750 in stamp. Then the other would be an answer within at the end. If you got the $10 now, I tell you,
Omde.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ba. So man when you say omu yini yinti no. Ye enchi bi ebeba. Ebeba. Te ka obi timi ye Ghana yi ma. Ya said omu kan nka Kwame Nkrumah na enye John Mahama na ma me kwabna. But I John Mahama ebe yo man bi ama me. Te kufu adu mpo. Ni ofa Ghana fo nkwa da nyina. Binti da. Kwame Nkrumah ko no 3 Northern region. Papa yi ofa region ni nyina se memma sama moduane meto ntade ahye mo memma mo bibia enche mo di ya na mo di ko school. Ono kura se wantimi amfa ya ama Ghana. Na ni odi amanfo gu isumu. Ena di ebeba. Yemma. Tese kura de ne man ni se mo san akoka mo de mani akoka America for. O America kura China kura su America. Na usu kuje to abla kwata wo ni America for be kuntokwa. Oni ye be kuntokwa. America na tese Ghana wo. So na ndisi pokonya na bibi fo abeta wachi. Ana na bibi fo nya na eyifo omo e ka na ntia na ka oto. Ka wo ntia na ka oto. O ka ba kwa wa ko mu nyina. Ko mu ni so mu di America na eko. Nye individual no mo na eko.
Of America no. So says B1 B2 visa. What the one them? First na
Ese to mo omo se broni peso ogu adwuma ono o me kontokwa obebi adwuma ni bi wo next door no any 50% off enti amanfo be ko 50% off ho na to niema na nti wani begu no untimi enye biom na wo cruise store we are not there go back to normal price on cafe show and e ba yi obi a kwaje ne be se bi dia kwa ne ba bi no wo de sa wo nsemo no akoka no because wabayaba, you open away. Soon no. Now call happen people the ordinary person out in the baby. Will be a student, be and go for a man 5 years to be a cushion and the aban. And the man 3 years, 3 months. Why not? Renewal.
Maybe some question.
The students no Yana say, Utim the share, Trump, me papa. Student.
Mr. Host.
Listen to Nancy.
Let me ask a question.
Busa,
question and say, oh, can't some no seminar mantinia, say now cast cocoa. Say, oh, president out of America. Aha, what the cocoa no be go on pano or price advertus no mefa.
David, yes, I'm a mechanic. One time I said, "Some become a seminar, empty as someone." So that the aha, na where you na day now when you na make us me what me titi.
Me say na metin na American tinam say na o kasa na tia na.
Me candidate na a Japan na yes say almost the bar stock market, the bar west stock market no. The bar beto one. What you say? Come the bar west stock market no. Me can FFE good na yes no. E be ma 20 billion. E be ma say billion. E be ma say billion. Ho asem na me dey kan. Say sa na ebetinya na nya na dia. Na nka foforo so ho anka ebetinya ni say na wanye sika na onkwa besen abo. E just say gold no Ghana for the gold ni nyina o Ghana. Ye na e pa e beton e pe price ye nton. What's the big deal? And even I make say dey me the gold me cocoa no. E be ba west stock market. What is pay now? We can to share in a cocoa idea no. If you see can be do man, the person be you da. Make up show. The defense can be near baby. The cocoa with the boo house. So now my chocolate I on there. So remember some be chocolate on be cocoa.
At the end of the day no. Opa obeje opa on nyesa.
Opa de wan.
Opa oba beji cocoa no open so o ma meto cocoa nyesa.
Opa so o ma meto cocoa if our question e bra.
Maybe person me bisa say who can say who be president who do cocoa and so do ajapade be kwa ko keep baby nipa ne pa omra meto wa the price be ma no sana the person who say sana person o na
bisa nya fe na be jeje question na person o de ma fabra
me question is say say wa who the o price e be to wa de so nipa ne pa omra meto wo so se si ana wo se broni epese o se wade a ade na wo na wo de ese woni na ekon ho no no wa bia bi second to na ese wa se wade no enti wo asɛm na wo kae no na em na wo kae no wasa defeating sisi a sana me
no me defeating tira me ni tama defeating na fa defeating
ni enti o defeating se what me ya che se wo be kipu de na wo de price ato so ena wo sa kire se broni na nkasa kra wo de price kwa akoto so no ono alternative se ene obema obi foforo aye the same thing na ono am lower na price na wo de na say
masam na me ka so obema masam na me ka the same thing masam na ka sa na me ka
Nye sisi na woka ana wira fi wo si broni o pese ono
dia ma men come na wa tama me kan bia uni hu ma cha ise kwaku menu wo be cheche credit score mo asem no na wo na wo nti ase wo ndi na men ko wo anwe champo ho wo ise kwaku menu wo ba be cheche kwa credit ye dwuma wa
o ka asem na no waka asa no ho
koko tie me na me kwa bla na me president me si tie koko no wo kwa bu adi na wo no ma di utika no kra tie listen to this ti azama me ka choge usika na ese ode beto stocks wo mi koko bi ni mu na mi be ye no ho Ghana no o ma ju usika ndada ju koko no be pa mesh no Ghana be pa mesh no koko no bi no mesh no enti wo asema America no ni ho match
asema okenti asema okay ya uni mu match na fa kwa mu okuja tabu akwa say Ghana na ye de ho no wono oye sovereign nation America for na mo ko say previous among no be say to man among America for so and what's what that?
What is the sovereign country? You can't
what's your sovereign country any day?
No. What's
the sovereign country any day? Obi ogene ho Ghana ye wo mo ankasa na people for mo ye mambo fo ankasa eti na ye independence ko ade no ko
ma atamna be to be what the catch be say
na so mo ka ye ka wo di sovereign country wo so party ya na be catch us
what MPP have to do with this
MPP asem na wo kan MPP asem na wo kan because anything okuja to be ye bia no ya politics
wo ni question bia le ma ko wa hen
wo di ya politics who so start here be kan no ye nya kasa obe host pe wada no for kwame this time that high platform
mo kasa be see do o wa hen so ade na be so wa hen be kasa
na o wa hen be kasa wan kasa more than
Semkra NDC fu kra many pa nya asum a chese wapa ya mo akwanya mo akasa wo bisa question you question na when you ni kasa wo se no men semkra o mai be oh, I know Jampon. What do you mean?
Hey, Kobna.
What do you mean? Go away.
I'm a two on Kobna.
What do you mean? Can't for 5 for a while now. I hope no, or why you have about why?
Papa net is saying, Dian Yeka, dear can you see a case? Kobna case. Kensi a bon pie as if you be come more my gun, now she shall come up. Then you know what to you. And which said, you see, Ghana food nation or doyen. Now, and what you do now, went to name, and what ya name, super tiny. Hey, Cobna, Mimusa, Cobna Mimusa, more. Mimusa. Cobna, yen shall give. Will be Abba for good year the court or beer for Crumbly Swab or Crum at the Nasa Crumbia before good year. We need the whole and what dinner are comparable for good or the coy. And again, so Obina said creative BBC almost the betting. What is the Kakotuna? What is the Kakotuna and near? And when dear not signing for no false cano. Now, and now say I buy so willing to know, and then say any criminal activity because I buy a proof say a normal. What's the membership? It say bet now a baby back. No, I say a tax leaders, the tax will year so all do our back we see about channel. Who could channel when dear we see cano. I say a cop. It is a people say more young for him, you know. It's people say a grad also cassette. Oh, Sika Gary. Oh, Tifasika Baba Sika Gary now call. Nesca Garuna, now and farmer. And yet I grad out too.
I tell you, She said, MZ was a good question, pa. Now, also mine, agrada na say a man for I'm saying for fun come quick, some near coach you, my agrada, because I want him. Always is an say, was him in fa scamagiska. Omo ya one and 1 hour, Kwana, would do a cantamanto, me there home to one. Would we are trying our fan channel. Yeah, coach you be. Ukodobuska. And underbo. Now, if you are agrada any lines or the yes, humanity, and also now, and so I said, maybe I saw the license.
Because say, Obi, it's maybe a company now who complete. I said, I got a cast of more corporate and when you're sick, and almost say, Omra. Now, Obedobus Cramon. What is obviously company? Oh, Kronum. And was Yakobo Sports, soccer, Chelsea, Nidia Yakobo. It's about 2 bets, woman, Vinia. For 100, but you say for 200, but you say no walk or 200 dinners. I don't know what. I just have to all my anti one.
On my licenses, I'll be a glad I my party need lines. Now, what's that software cry? Almost say a Fabeso or some of Fabra or through me or some fence in Maui. As software, if we property for you or more, we are a Fabra now a Yemi or some fancy. Or some fancy in Pacho or why in it. That was in your go be amount. And
Debbie.
And next year, you do court. You said that for you. Sasso for Joe Muniscadia pass our prophet for no matter. Too much. And the outquest because
it's one almost say, Yanko, you win it down. Yes, we are. The Moja issue we are doing now.
Omudi didn't win.
Some for the Omudi.
Oh, I know. Question more do papa. Also, fence and a claw mocano. You need baby a west almost a deal court, no more chair, fencing, no baby a walk. No one can say, dear, Ness, a glad I in my baby. Fencing at the baby, baby a quania in the food near here, and fencing baby. I mean, this kind of for me, I give you acquire. Yeah, This is quite a Facebook crowd here. You want me to tell you, say, if you don't type this and say, Amy, the deposit is coming in your account in 7 minutes. May you make a boy, Amy, you could be account here, negative.
And yes, I'm good to all. So, who knows what Jimmy? What Jimmy will be able to get you? Oh, this is WWW, fast cry. Not done a function as I said.
Oh, why in America or you agree and for Juma FBI. Not many a Juma, maybe a bonnet in the Juma.
Yet, no, yes, say the papa. Mamma, yes, say the papa. At the papa, I got for a son. Or be a Jimmy Double to me a bow uncle school. What to me trusted Guinea, it to me, Christian Yoma. No one was what else who named it. No one was there. Make a good until one more paying Busso. Who could have good or Hagar the commando?
I say, what is uncle? You had to say, yeah, Titi idea, sorry. Yeah, you a quest now. Only can no pay Bianco Bedger blog. Can no pay your bedroom. So any pay. As a John Hammer cry, try to take it in the better. I said, when I got now US embassy, Koya Jumaho. And no baby, what you blog with the bar. Second, anyway, a question more the papa.
More the papa, but you know what I'm just here. Say, I did some of your bet. Oh, come on, now with the bet companies. No, I bet me back. It may as a tax they get to the year tax refuse because boys no, I complain, say, or mucha, yet 2 months. I bet me first, I bet obey you for so. And Cabani Ben go back, honest, no good one who's a good idea.
Oh, I'm saying, yeah. You do can. Well, I mean, now the American cat a year on my open was a own and our quaba, why say I before some. Why is a party and a corner about corner? And you know, my maker, I hope no how.
Around our house.
I want to watch our corner about then I see.
That my friend, a month.
And as another old German also, sir. Also, sana,
adwene no na ɛyɛ ne saa adwene no.
Why, Chidi Jonas, also says car na said then Ekoswa, Oba na koi.
Sata ma me yefre no mo mfrɛ. Me da bi wa me wɔ hɔ saa ma yefre a bɛhɛ na. Ɔmo yi fa ma.
I don't know one Casacra city, said the idea. I said one Casacra, do one Casama, the chairman Becano. If one
Ɛno deɛ.
full soldiers, Abi no come out. You know who has over how who be as a chairman, the hotel, you know, I did go the chairman for super president. There is a mini as I'm going to crack. I didn't get here now over. I want the presidency and then Jamie to take you home.
Ɔka ya akɔ bi a ɔbɛsi ɔsɛ ɔkɔ kɔntɛsi John Mahama ɔmo si bɛyɛ sɛ ɔyɛ abɔda.
Oh, I don't know. Omo ministry amemo me yadwen adwuma chen yo mu adwen bi ani o mtirim saa o di no adwuma no betime ya ni nyina ama na bro so what I say eno no oh any idiot can go to court no enye se won enye adwuma na me mu ho abomfia saa o yo mo ba ya mo my first copy book o mu read e dey na mo ya indimi nyina na dey nyansa no be kira ye ni bi o itirim awo any abrofo na tire nsu abrofo
Ghana mambo mo mfa nyansa na ebu.
O da.
Enye nyansa na ze nyansa de anya omo aba ko ya na wo nyansa wo Ghana ho. Ghana amambo ya mfa nyansa ze nyansa na edibu Ghana manya. Enka ne omo aba ne omo wo ho ne omo ko ni nyina na omo na ebo nyansa wo Ghana ho. You know, ati America to be so over contest President Mahama say jamana adwini nyajo. You know, sometimes a privilege be a go for be wo. Is a won be a man near wajon sa wo ko. Sana the net. Yatana.
Oh, the one thing to you, would you know be a chairman, a train, a work cabinet meeting. Opportunity to be of so tio cabinet meeting qua near my near mobile bay, it be a be a body ama contract.
Now on me nyajuna me say.
Asa nya no kresa.
Atama me kan e want ni here. Adwene na wo ka ho asem no. Na me say adwene no e nyame ne boy. Enti se dem aprofo no de no eye kese chen ye no. Eye nyame ne susu ni sa anya sa anka ama ne sa. Enti no se odaki broni aye ade na wiempo aye ye kope no yentimi nkope. Na wadwene ensu anka wo nkope. Ti ye adwene no su acha aprofo no de no. It is not about say omo no ade na omo aye. Bina du ha ade na ye yentimi nwini nuru ho sa. Oh, ti ni nyina no nyame bo adwene no bi kese na obo bi ketwa. Nti ya na makotu kwa brase adwene no etete mpapa size. Nti no aprofo no omo America foju size be yes 12 no mo che na wo Ghana wo sa 10 9 o be that one. Nti za na de nete and the sizes na size no nya na boy nyame na boy nti ye nyini nkakra ye ko yanim ebeduru ba binu yezu ye ebe kese je de ne de no so no obeye kese no na ono so aye kese aka ho na de na me ka ho asem kakra meti ya owa ahene beka ya me ne nya adwen wo agrada ho no se ye kazo obi ni nyansa ye wo nyansa ye de bokro no eno bi na agrada wo nti se ni nyansa o de bokro no na wo ka se no yes so timidi yes nti o yes smart na sabi obi agimi a se ne ense se wo for the jimi hu take advantage on him or her o yes o ye criminal ti agrada de there is no way I me can for no say why dey say now no otimi efa kro no so efa ayi so bokro no nti ano no de se sa na te de a and into me no me ne sa asem no de nya adwen because brother ma obi mra na e ya yi busy why
Seniabi.
Kwabra, you didn't let me ask Biniwa a question because I wanted to know what shoe size he would have given John Mahama. Biniwa, so which shoe size is John Mahama? Is away. Anyway. Yeah, so I think all the sort of leaders.
Shoe size is the same now. Shoe size is the same.
I don't know. Oh, is it Papa Smiley speaking? Is it Papa Smiley speaking? Asking me this question. Hello? Somebody's talking at the background, oh, Papa. Hello?
Papa, but you only Chief Justice. What's up now? Come on,
Hello? Yeah, Biniwa want to answer my question, so Kwabran, let him come. He has raised his hand. He want to answer my two sides. Yeah.
Now, besides John Mahama or size saying.
What shoe size would you give him?
Oh no, yeah, among Ghanaians, on a number 12. On a the biggest one.
This mama we are saying.
Ghana boy, you know, on the shirt.
Biniwa, this mama we are saying.
And I'm all do good to know.
This mama we are seeing is like, you know what I know is if you wear very large size, you are not sensible. If you wear very large size, we in Ghana there is a name we used to call you. So if that's the name you want that to be.
I don't know there. It's when they compare size, I can so I did sir. And I don't know that the abandoned Papua Jim, the I can know Sarah yet can I get Papua by not Junior a war.
This mama. The whole of
Baba $1 pattern, what they are
dollar.
What was I at the patrol for Canada?
Dollar. And you think dollar is the only thing we use to measure the success of a country?
Yeah. What was I at the patrol for Canada? What was I at the who was I had to get a lot of people. Oh, but I did that on Mahama president one.
Papa, what's the car? Yes, I find you won't know. You're not betray as a
but he has to pay double because if
Papa Tianka. Okay, what the monks are making for penalty.
So Biniwa, Mama, if you are ranking people in Ghana. If you are ranking people in Ghana, I don't think Mama will come anywhere. Because Mama, all the positions he's chopped in Ghana was out of luck.
No, it is I got no credit.
All the positions he's chopped. It is only this last one that we say okay, but all the positions he chopped in Ghana was out of luck.
Are they?
So me, I don't see. I don't see Mama as anything extraordinary. Do you understand?
I know that. Say I kakra, but who's that? Obia who do if
Akufo-Addo has ruled Ghana, who cannot? This Akufo-Addo. If Akufo-Addo has ruled Ghana, who else?
Mr. Binowa. Mr. Binowa, what can Simbi? Who say? Mr. Binowa, who say about Nyankopon on the ball, about for them to make a say, and no, basis brains. My country will say, before. Yeah, Johnny said you see near my ya, friend, a mamreno, and yeah, actually body, pa, we tribunal. Kumasi, minim sena, oh, hodia. Na, your friend of Garden City, no what is up, Butchie. And next
no correct, no one is a brute. The body, and a phone, and I know Holy Cook, and a from a friend garden, no, and yes, and now where we are. Over there, no, me pacho. Now, what's in a I know when you're saying, body,
me say the American me say Bruno who's what around around you interest me just you
oh say who be some is I say me free Kumasi be say me free ho but na matra o kakra bi
na so so dey ka wan asem say nya dia wo beti ase na watumi aka bi
wo say na asem na ye ka na nkra kura me free ho me nka ho asem
there be o me see Kumasi was called the Garden City. What's it there?
I don't know. They are young offer. Young I test I didn't know. Me just say Kumasi.
And that's a bit of that. I want your woman. Me Timbi.
Over. There you body phone and there walk room na brofunu.
Body phone no wife. Before no.
What they are doing will film.
I will find him. I don't
Kumasi. Oh, Kumasi ya feti se bro te London da. Kumasi. Over there I'm not saying.
What's the idea of your body or if you be Kumasi your body?
Kumasi if you body won't body and bad.
I know no grab me
ya free hot garden city. What am I for the now?
Maybe I hold your womb you, hold your womb, hold the coast.
Over. Obanti ya wo na Kumasi to say London.
Tie. Wo say body and near Juan or 5 for Kumasi body.
Yeah, no fear be body wom.
I no kra wo boa, me say wo boa.
Opa me say no kra and then nyina sa da hot here. And then ko he body.
If you see we are. I had 3 Santino tani ba body bi e ho. Ya concrete won dey.
Oh, attempt for operation feed yourself no. God dey know me here wo. E chi won na wo.
Mr. Chum,
I will not waste my energy on you to debate.
Mr. Chum.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you go to Kumasi now, would you see the remnants of the garden there, or is a built-up area or something? Would you see?
No. The garden is not there. No, there's no garden there.
The place is all built up.
Yeah.
Over only. Madam Fubi wa ha on any girlfriend the ba Kumasi. Otru Kumasi no say city of friends say Mobles Kura can say what say furniture of Kumasi furniture city because the Unam street in so we say yin konwa street in no to the city of furniture. Sa we no be ka jira be say Kumasi here one of the best. We body phone no ne ba ntino I want that one fan say na
I will not waste my energy debating you.
Oko golden tulip side the hono money ade na o maintain bibia na udua garden city ni adwuma ho hono enua ne niam ne ade
e Kumasi ana say wa kra
Kumasi golden tulip ne area hono sa side hono mo
kwa bra jama Kumasi me Kumasi babia me Kumasi kro no da hono me ka jo say na Kumasi de na nye ho na say
de me to be a garden city no a o de bia na o de kama
Kumasi ho nya pe bia sa da
kwe buy say bia na entre say de na atre no so ndi bia na garden no wo no garden no wo e ho no be bi say me na metro area na e ho no ma
me say body fuo no ne bank no ni area no a any koko no a wo num na profo hu ya no friend
kema kra say kra so won kasa wo ba wo ha adwin tu ye kasa kra me kasa and this one na ba bia o hina jikum ete no mo chairman no da be nya kwanya bia ko Kumasi bia no kasa ko yo hina jikum so chairman akosra no okwa be hu say area ho no Garden City no pa ka no satem say kwen by hoside na okofai so ba say the kro na mu abie na baby na body phone no so mo twitwa body no ama ho no so ada mpan that say enti no ofamwa
Kwabra Kumasi ya 1961 Queen Elizabeth Baye ya nam from Kumasi Airport nam wudra wo bedru Kumasi Central Market animo ho the first shop a obehunu no near friend SAT wutra SAT now wunamu gardens I will see mo islands ya round island flowers je me na me kasa wo kasa na bi o am yedi na me wo
Mr. Chum, one question.
Yes.
So do we have to wait till Queen come and describe or tell us?
No, that's not important now. That you like argue, you argue. Let me finish. Your work can say, please. Now, let me educate Papa and Freno or being one. Only Kumasi to work at Kumasi. Let me try to say, now island will see Timoho. You can't island. You round, you do your flowers. There was something called pedestrian, and you may say, which we call window shopping. Stores or glamour. Dia wunamanu akopie prempe the second street hotel the Kingsway hotel president Babu Bazaar ni nyina na Kingsway stores UTC ho and na me no ka say nyina no sa nyama body nyina eni ho anwumre se wokọ ho ba bia nipa nam anwumre se window shopping wonam Spain Madrid a ho no ya hye nkonya broni wa wumpabo na egu fom wunya ba bi nante. And I take away the Garden City structure now.
Over Mami Musa wins once Abi Kenya no say Obusa say city no no. Na me Musa have been to say tama Portuguese for to be PM ponano no. And the mo free hon to go coast because na gold no egum ponano a say atu
Would you abedi we be argue over everything.
Now gold no e da so won ponano ana e betimi afra na no gold no so ekọ.
Kwabra Garden City Assembly yeka abe udinatia he will argue over every little thing here. I'm trying to educate you. Onim Kumasi to overcome wasem. Onim ho. Me pato 1961 me pato no adi fie say. Mr. Papa. Safa na me ke Garden City 1961. I never tell adi ayan wo tie o ye ka na be ke wa no so 1961 e ngo. I will not waste. I will never argue with you over Kumasi because your customer used to shut up and listen to any idea. But I don't maybe I didn't know. What do I know? But 10 and 61 years ago, and that's what I know. Did over Cabiero. Kwabna, if I talk, because I will not waste my energy on Ubiti. 61, you were not born. Your cast 61 as about also Babe Kabi. I don't know to be thrown. Yani Wohoro, ya educate you. Now they ask you to them. That be Mama also too much. As some would, and that the cab will trust them. Now, would you hope you so cab will trust them? You were not in Ghana, Crown Wabe Kwasi 61. You were not born.
You were 1983.
When argument, don't ever in your life argue with Kofi Tumemba when we are talking about Kumasi. But you will be 1948. 1948. Mijna ho kuta flag. Eko airport na o came by ye bi hu me Queen Elizabeth one year. One Kwame Nkrumah tikebu ye nam SAT abobo di nyina hotel the Kingsway me ye do I was a manager asala me Jamaica nyina woni ho wi o obi anso nka no kresa media na me assistant the best hotel in the whole country.
You were 1983.
Now when one in the argument call somebody, I will not waste my time on him. A waste of time. Me no me kanu aka ya me kanu oni mo hwe aye too known wo person waka wo se adua dia body asese kwa ne enwo body ne adua no waifa oh ya sa homa so ro munjai why but ade a wunim ho bibi no men ka bi me pacho ya wo ka you are not born in 1961 and so ya castle wa no ba wo be ka bi ade na what is that well come on so before I won't waste my time arguing with it. It's a waste of time.
Akrechi wo ho na Akrechi we kan bia na say Akrechi dey so no your Highlander e bia na say 1961 no na say them no ni ho apa Kwame
video
Papa Kwame na 1961 Queen by the other now. Now,
na
see, graduate.
me coronation cap o.
Oh, da.
Ubusa me say na coronation cap no ne dey. Win by the crow.
Any mukichi muchire abnewa na no 1983 ni de ono nim.
Ayo. Ewrana wo free mu na say no. King Charles ne mami. Na
Queen Elizabeth.
Ye ni si akonya so no. E na wo ye say ne kingdom no, the empire, British Empire no. School for no obema wo mu bibia ye de be kai no. Enti ye de ni photo ye twa ni photo no to cap bi so. E na ye de surprise school for wo Commonwealth na menya bi. So, na ni photo e na tare ho. Enti ewra no de yenye ne na satam no na ono na sebi woye head of state of Gold Coast Senegal na kra wo ho a no woye head of state ti say still ya woye head of state wo Canada no sanity enti ekope mra Kwame Nkrumah J Republic and sana maame no hand over Kwame Nkrumah said the beya Kwame Nkrumah be the president of Ghana. Kwabra, what you say? In Ghana history there, we been can't we read it out. Yani ye catch them, ye catch them. Ye will be na mean kind baby. So, Ashanti Kingdom nominated to the no day, but Ghana as a nation, as a country, ne day, ye wono na metiasi. Obajum, okani afia wo no kra no na kese menene bosue ibi abusumi mu na ibi a difference kakra bi wo mu but enya de a ukraine o che mi bia eti Ghana do de mi huni tamwa ye pre self independence as a self rule no eniema Ghana fo ko mu Kumasi Abontin won mo ye say won mo begi Asantema yesi ho che say yenia Asantifo no yenia ye tutu soda egu ye ho because if you join CPP akụkọ sue akụkọ ena koko nso ubeye bibia koko ubeye akuba koko akụkọ sue wenu nyina ta history wenu nyina ebi amfem eyi mi wo fa bia me penya no friend sen akonwa no na bi ono data Chemia Koto ono wo gi Asantema yesi ho ena emrantie no so e wa Asantema mu no so Kwame Nkrumah capture wo magene enti wo mu kohia na emrantie ni empanimfo en de wo mu de esi animu data na sebi emrantie no wo magene susua nti ye gi Asantema yesi ho no wo ma ante ase ena wo mu kodi Kwame Nkrumah chi yedi Kwame Nkrumah chi na Kwame Nkrumah nya atumi a afi de ye nkrofo a ombeko parliament no Kwame Nkrumah ono de okasa preku penti eno ni wo challenge Kwame Nkrumah kakra bi ni abeta mo anadwo nti wo da ofie ade e be chi na wo ofase fo ye hu ba dia e do ko e do akwache nsamom Kwame Nkrumah me no wo suro se wo bi be kan ho asem ka kribi nti Kwame die kese wo ne Kwame nya dwene dia kese wo de tamfo
of Kwame Nkrumah nanka obema terrorist bo no abombe bibia ento wada since me to na kat conference kra na obeka say ye terrorist So that's it. Call for Kwame Kene, go back to see Kwame Kuma bomb for pass. Yes, to bomb. Oh shit.
The one countries, you know, tie mama bi ncho na tie nyansa but tie nyansa
onu na ma shoe ma pen ne pencil wo so wo didi na terms and so asoko no ma Ibrahim Traore na what na konya so ta no ene na wo support
tie nyansa na wo ya totofia
when tie nyansa me ka just debiam ka just me tu sala wo so nya ko di nyansa ne pa lo ma participatory democracy. What do you mean by participatory democracy? Democracy means no.
We nyansa no eda from we ye totofia.
Enti brana nyansa eda from no. So say the nyansa na e wa asase na.
Yes.
Munya kwabra.
So that's it.
One in Chasu na pro before pro.
Ye tie nyansa sem. Ani say, wo bi kasa hwe asante amamre ni say ye fe etiri ba ko nkwagina. Enti wuko ahimfie bi e wo aka emamu a yekuta dua bi staff eni pati mienu na gina ho. Kwame Nkrumah so de ono no won pese obeti obi adwene. Na ye traditionally no ye
Kwame Kumenti.
Kwame asuma wo kan enye no press. They were throwing bombs. Bomb, dynamite.
Russia for communism. Now, the
UP4 were throwing bombs at him. They were throwing dynamite at him.
Yes, he the more na edi mo ahwe so a ye no ye tie bonkum tie nifa mama nka cho okwa himfia ye mo obi akwa mo kasa na ohine no otumi decide na we die se wa to no nyumo a e wa kasa
fa what done asem papa aso a wo kan no enye sa na tie ye to aba na CPP e wene ye na UP4 no nyina lusu ye na wo mani bre ye full stop. That is the background. What the CPP won. Because what we lose seat, there was a seat of 72. Yes, they lost. And woman say, woman, cocoa is in the Goku, so now is the that was a very myopic thinking. And a buzia, and you appear educate woman and the parent.
Asantia Mamreno, ye can't be boom, ye election. Your election was
at I was yet to Aba 1951 and the CPP won. Yes, after about 1954, he won.
Your election. We are free, sir. We are penny. We are brimpong. Now,
then you before one taking part in the election. Why did they take part? Why did they take part in the election? And they lost. Of a wouldn't even ask about can.
What is up?
Bombardier, don't argue with for Kwame. One said that.
What's the
and yet Jimmy Ford now on the society here. Question Bronya better brother. Now we and divide the room. I say and this in the people. I know much Ghana afa. The fastest growing economies. China,
sorry, I know what that would now be to
Akwate ono do wakasa wi o te obekasa Kwame dey say wakasa
enka ho ti o anything that dey bia make no dey bia ejatu nkasa se bia
money was my Ghana one you. Only the whole of Africa there. And Kuma Ghana was a man, not at the Oka African was him, or African Oka Ghana was him. Any can say Kuma just say, oh, you say that a Mark Crown. But for the twins and yes, we never compare others. Only pan America for say, only one new, and yes, they are Martin Luther King ho. A year a Marco X ho. Almost say only one will be near what America interest. What a statement! Robert Foreman has me know your personal assistant to Lyndon Johnson. Tama a JFK we are no vice president now obedi ade. What's a small can 18 now obi o just because obi is American interest. What does it mean? A year can say Henry Kissinger, one of the most one of the greatest American diplomat kind was here to be a friend of America. No? A fatal, but we are enemy there and they are dangerous. And Kuma say American interest or say colonialism, neo-colonialism. And say colonialism, neo-colonialism, Kuma counts, except in speech, okay, say the independence of Africa is Ghana is meaningless unless it's linked to the total liberation. Also, there colonialism, no, and you know here. Or say linking it to neo-colonialism, neo just new. And then the consumption be and say, but almost can be a 20 Kuma kind or say, who is the enemy?
Abraham consumption, the Eguyan so, Eguyan,
American independent neo-colonialism, and they who see Bibiano.
and they don't be a book. No, I mean, I mean, I can want it. Eguyan,
I can't none of the no say, oh, ready a chain, and then no. And goons as one so you free, but man, to say, I knew I can say a concrete jungle, no. Or say there's no chain around my feet, but I'm not free. So that's it. And no name come as ye need because the chain who said, yeah, be because already a me, or say, many percent. Ask for animal because only power or Babaji who found who the 18.4 now Henry Commander Henry Hill, 1844, is signing the book officially in the British food years. So 113 years. Obi sorry and Rafoko or Mumma is Obi or Japan, and know what's it so me mount 20 million and say, fashion. France for the normal Panya Guinea, Omu Boo at Debbie, France for Booning. Kwame Nkrumah Roma and Okoma Guinea for Sika and Israel can come say Sika. Who's who the America war? American in only bibini, the crowd or this guy will not only bibini, no watching no Africa. Now Kwame Nkrumah Kotenska who send it the end, there's the answer who search on the postcard. So he said, what kind of people are we? And you want to nip bibini, the so what? One of the ultimate China postcard, a yes, and hydro, ya G Eurobond, no, and Ropudian. Never Fuscan, that's the point of Yama war. No, Minya Guinea, near Yepini, France for the Bubuinas or Mexica, which will work and then Kuma say Sika. Minya and Kuma, or Bie, or Bonipian or Jana Peswa. Yesikana. So that's it. And no DBA investment, Kukono, and no total properties. And then Bakukwana, what you could cry again and if you do a conya than cry, and you can say, yes, someone you go for damn well company because you say a judgment debt. Ne Ghana for your properties for the whole of Europe in Kumankwan, you coco no invest you. O Bolibe Mosca, so true. Never ye. Well, Mamma, but one you say that she be an independent, your business cantina, or the coco no invest bessie, and I need Kwabna a bone the 1948. When show me say, oh, ma, I want one. West African a merchant one. No, my say monopoly no. Omne BBA UTC money, sir, a company no what it time no. Omquan and a set price. And a year a Ubuntu story here. And no one and a year I can say a veteran for so much Nicosia. I Yakobo Mutu no Sergeant cooperative woman. And then come also do Muji money a chichi or more echo slim. Or more koya no more going from Mama. 10 years, and nothing for focus. There's nothing like a B6. One more a chiwamono, William operator money, Omo Abakeka kan ye big says no. Ye chomu free akra kondu ko Muslim no omu yinkroma mae. The time na ye cho what's the commission for cho new new constitution no omo fa nkroma kan ho. Jebe na koyemu ka che papa na se ma fa nkroma kan ho. Nkroma de open independence sia ye de ye mpene now ye pene kakran. Go kan yo honom. Google is your friend. Omu yin nkroma ma said ye is mine. So I say, Nkrumah was alone, or no within this is no more time. And no yen can after the acquaint independence, yeah, was any make a home. No, 1 year or maybe I will say, one of the founder of Christianity. Yeah, boy, yes, as soon you now, who's as soon as you be. Nkrumah or your one as soon you. Even though no war, people will help him only in the Tikoja, anything be near Nkrumah. It means you know, Nkrumah or no, and ye gun upon one dear. Ye nyina ye dia. So that's it.
Prana okaza Yesu nkwa na kwadi akire me ye chiro book nti afa Jesus nkwa na chiro book yi. Okwa Paul no nyina so din wo mu. Ana omo nka no. Paul nyina ne omo ka suafo nyina akwa se be so menyo omo so part a omo pray a ama ede ayi ama Kristo so ma na Kristo so. Na no yi Paul no mu fi mu a se oye enye yi ana.
David said, Omunina, and then number suspects of say Jesus is the what? The founder of Christianity. And the post Munsham Ministry Christo no. And a share for no Kamo by yes Bibia on the Navy anymore.
And then the ka ho na se esuafo no so bi ka ho na esuafo no ba ya. O se esuafo we there. It's not omo ye mikro mu fo nti no. Omo de omo nka ho.
There's only one founder of
Christianity. Jesus here me no sum ni yo ho. Jesus ya mene no sumuni ebi anyo na beje fa ahudie ma Ghana fo yi anaje bi ona beje kire Ghana na omo di kura ba Ghana fa ahudie o se debi na Israel Jesus ne de Israel Jesus ne de ya kina tumu ma je se ese e bo na baso afili ya akra
founders na ye kana obi nka se obi ambo ene ko be the way to yi the first Ghanaian billionaire akwan ko friends no Western region one.
Power grant.
I don't know chase come tama NS you can say akoje ka say akwebu or
Kwame Nkrumah bra £100 and what the fast ship
omukwa na ye fund but yen ka say obi ambo but when e be oyi na nim say me na me now say self independence now why na dey dim the British didn't know anybody.
Grant here boni din the grant this ka ba the kofa Kwame bai na kofa se bia o the founders aka ho na the grant ka ho the grant money a why ene ne o se bia ka grant amfani ti grant amfani sika ma me anko ama tenka Kwame ama o se yetimi ka se omo bu baby tie omo baby omo se the tumati anti adam ayi anka akomo ama omo bu beni style bi za we say tumasi amu adam tia ka komo ama tumasi amu adam tia ka komo ama fata ze the kwaka dey founders house dey bi mentiase
Missy football ye bo go king ye the man wine
go king ye the man ba ko ba ye bonsu ya ne ba ye the man nyina na bonsu ya ne the man ni ba ba ko bonsu ya ni asem no bonsu ya no
one more assist no enyam kwampo na ele yinuma no but yen kan sa de wo yiro ho no ene ye de ma wo best player of the tournament onu kwa na ball 11 players no onu kwa na ball yes o best player
no prayer ba say obroni nyansam no wo hu say ni o ma assist no ni hu hia kura chi ni o she goal no because one ma assist na o ne ma ti o Ode go ni ode o ma example ahụ na me de ne kakra na atara ho
one day ade ne ba ye say na be
say ye ma go ma o
kwabna Yesu Kristo no o ya assist o ye midfielder o ye front o ye winger o sanso ye forward o say you go keep in
America fo nyansem no e no ma ne president day America fo nyansem no president day Obama president waka ho George Washington near the naka don
me say we analysis
more can ball dia na na men kan kire mu say Paris Saint-Germain na Real Madrid 3-0 ti me me ball mo tu aso
club one club world one no There's a born a we are crying for crying. This is the almost second half, 59-minute rules, and the million and the I feel with the Omafi. At the end of the year, a 2 Lions, how a 2 Shadia way, remember for the year, Dutchbond, and last week, then no boy almost show, and so say, then also a PSG for so moon, and a told I feel a told
PSG for some. PSG for some, but almost
PSG for this omo pato omo na mo paso we are meso
Mbappe na obeka nyom kwa no mo you know it did say form the temporary though but yeah the class the permanent nti Liverpool money Real Madrid we just one out
Friday na no sia na yenko ni mana so akwa me kroma no
na catch of akwam say onsusu endi nkroma tem ono a na dey be o say nkroma kwa na man pen ne paper eduani papa oba asan so obedi nyina nkroma time na dey man no then so no why can a person speak for say participative democracy yen photo aba ni yen obi opa say dey be on pesa dey name do watu democracy negu no kwabra ananu ya wate se Mali akwana won so se Mali ni Nigeria ni Burkina na moye no Mali ni no wa transfer 5 years o yasa akoma na another 5 years say yen to aba time bi o pe time bi ara when you onipa akwa me say wa ya ade o se ma me yen to aba time bi wa transfer 5 years o dada was have a transfer another 5 years akwa 10 enche bi na Burkina de ne so aba some obom se mi se kwabra me catch on ne obi bi obeto oban go a want me say so man no oye kohwini she say de bi okasa say we say MPP NDC kwankwa na majority but 100 goals difference then she the opposition cry here e bi kwase say MPP kwa na rule o man no because de bi obete o muka because bi bi obeto bi be scrutinize but what to oban go ye ni MP ye ni CJ ye ni just ye ni high court ye ni lower court what o bra general to wule. And this okay Bank of Ghana say man 100 million na ono ka say o confess ko o be 100 million and to bet me the area bia o be so we so that's it and no tin e champ for buy in 6 years with me bia cause who ye military ruler ye ni parliament yeah national reserve ye bia o bet mo crucify yourself o bet ma ye pound down o bet ma ye dansoma snake flat kwada so snake flat do pe bia but kin e you get away 40 years ago, Obi by a friend Thomas Noah Sankara, Agenda Thomas Sankara, the greatest leader on the two Omudin Burkina, which means the land of the righteous, or two Omudin from Upper Volta. Kona can be a normal a year, but Odikune by or no one in Nadafu, a Campari a year could not miss one. And on Cambori answer MSM Yukuno. It is a year. Military ruler there, who make my be this idea obi over too, but we are civilian government. Hey, why you bill crano? Also they call cabinet. No, this worker just master you wait from when you be quite over. At the end of year from no soon a bit mama policy now you, but yeah, ye from near Bubu Nabasa. Who's at the core parliament? Speaker of Parliament AKB. One casa way is going to subscribe because I said to answer me about Parliament. Opposition is one of the bubu. You be we na bill no kan bubu na basa. Na take be 6 months. It no man be pray wo civilian and ne ye kabima enye kra na wo betima kebi nam sma kebi. But believe you dey hey, you betwa wo pray wo sika na yakwaje. We ya ne ye bubu no wo kebi enye yie e na wo di mu ma no. Enti so kan say Ibrahim Traore no wo asukọ no ma no. So the oil no, and then now the best year, and your best and in the room. The Jesu babies are and no need idea of a promise in Pani Duma. Because say, and that the democracy, you know, or Ebian 1 or 2 beyond Koyi to the young Guno. Never my military for Nembra. No one can say civilian government was one the best 5 years near Okasogan, and a military and say military rule of Ghana. And I can when they will France war. Obey what France was. Civilian rule on you.
Now, the military coup, I never also civilians sponsor. They be enough for Kwame sponsor coup ya very.
So those people coup the mati. The enye coup Ghana and the lab de facto advisor. Say a PV of Beno. Me that say.
Akrana assembly mami muso wadwen che because asem de bia na ye de aye asem aka na they say ho asem aba as a Yohane I take a decision kakra bi wo ho ti mama nye wadwen kire na yenko ani me say 58 million investment here de bia na aka ho asem say Ora John Dramani Mahama ba yon sama ye nyina aka fa ho na Yohane says say no obeto project no na bi edin no na obe on Ghana de pedin sisa edin ni bi e besesa no de bi a we na nto Ghana fo trimu a obesesa ne ze wadwen kire no eno ne ne yen say the same ade na de bi si ho ba edin keke ene e besesa no akrachi wadwen wo asemu yi ho no ene de wen pa wadwen kire pa ne ne wen akra
ka ba na cathedral no
eno na meka no eno asemu ya na meka no
eno e ba ye no na she cathedral fo say enye sa enya de ye se bibia enti eno de wo no nti free bibia so bibia se di no almost say nothing is like that say ye kwase say di na ko bibia nti but abane say or dwene ho what is going to be done meme de ye secretary kan ka say o mun ka hwe na do mbe so me national say convention BBC as me escape di ni meme de ye ho no yemfa nye school ye nya convention center
ni yemfa nye school
yemfa nye school and school for nye college yemfa nye primary kindergarten for ne because we say it me training wo mu yi cause one year basis ni ya yenye university ne okoche obi nyansa ono o ma for mu wi yemfa nye school cause ho so pa yetimi chichi mu a ebetima boasa ebetima ye clusters of schools
kanya ka ye school dia je bi anka university ne o so ba bi a ANT we yan say the center of adie and dey be a center where we na mpanifo atimi akọ o say Ghana law school ni say kura no lawyer for no mo Ghana ko papa bi enim ti o mo kura di nyo masem ka na okay o dey also okay they able to be adwen kire wo ho say ya say e ko ya obi ani ska one person obi a wo mu yi enu nti ya di interpol atu obi so say enko fa ne be
obi yi Deloitte for ya idea enu na court ne Deloitte for no ono private ye ni Ghana banning court no one also oti omo
oh that's same way there ayi o man pani na nkasa na de na adwuma ba no de akoma na say omko bae no sika si etu obi a na etu en say no enti ayi evidence no na ye de court evidence no obi akwa report say me the evidence court say minister o check na diska na de na court no beta
babna o man ka say corruption bi no o say e bia ye tua but again ye tua no what was supposed to be paid enemy 17 that's not the end of the story.
Oh, okay.
Obi di 58 million akoto amna. Yes, foundation.
I said I said no beboa mu say bia enem say ba say wo mo de mo de ba say bia yes obi ani bia wo so wadi na bia mo ma chire mu bia skadie no ba na matimi a chire ma e ba na aka so obi si need ska so ye di bia
Mama say the say government to convert National Cathedral site into cultural convention center. Cultural convention center. And ayi ba ayi for the secretary say there has not been any name change. Yeah, say dem wo almost as secretary for no ye enche bia no ye do moko court because sa double you know
hey no why na do moko court yi
only because 58 million na they be can operator say you the bicycle na ye again community o enye say dan wo ho edan ni wo nti edan dey be dey no mutua ye edan ni wo e ya mare
na edan dey self say amene wo we ti akrachi ti say me ko dey ti asema me kan yo ti asema me kan say bia me ko akoye adwuma twetwepo we me fa say okay okọ Germany ahụ okọ Germany a omo dan omo edan bi esi Germany bia omo basement wo mu I say uko Israel omo basement wo edan bi o ho bia mo ho eje bia me ba be ti o de ti ma se me yansa o de me wi anu aka wasem ye ba be si da na ye be si no e say ye de cut down 2 stories down e say ye de ade ko je say 2 amana ko from 2 stories down two story akra bi nyama me wi na de wasem bia obi a no waka ma me fama no sina de kan wasem bia ye two stories down ekofom ye de ho niema nyina o bi aye ebi obi ye tua kama ne nema ya to de ba be adwuma se bia we wi o de bia wo na wo ba wi o ya wo na wo ba no ye de se ni skani nyina ma se nkofo se bia we ko we ba wo se hu dan ti no obi e diska na me no me go to foundation a na ye to foundation wo form na se dan ne ma so a se ye spend iska because ye foundation ti ana akra cheche ma se we de mentiase as a builder mentiwa was me ase akrache ni ho yo am say akrache etiti mu no okohwe no online o de beba na petro pese okasa ma saso na ye fa amra
But now also we are make up man 2 minutes be
oh ento me pray wa anyu sentino
okay sorry they say there's no way in the court will say you see Danny is in you two basement room him fan na plan the church say you two basement what two amna no more to some the foundation one can say oh sit down say basement no say be your boss storage and I say you can say baby I dey choose ko go me community na wo online na wo picture na da wo say adena ye gon no e da na this one
picture ni me hu na also say plan no hu plan na wo plan no wo mu plan no
na plan ni any online ajayi draw
and no catch you say dan o see no 2 story down e call underground 2 story down na so we 2 sam na e call 2 story down na
the book na say sika na odia to beto am na we no was wa boka $58 million am na we
atama ejeze no onye jo mahama ni ana say audit no mko na onye ni ana say ana popot me afile o mama peda ade ni nyina mama details ni nyina
don't because say okay fine almost fine yeah we and me say ade na o dey can na proper $58 million and FCC 58 million it will multiply by 10 like 580 million cities in can wasem for this way into kwabna so body so do town Ghana pa na una wu to say obi nsi da ma na o ka je say metu am na we no ni nyina cost 58 me say ka wo be charge America anom
Because on sit 2 story down o mama when 2 am na nko for mo a 2 story down na person be say for mo me say
but say the value of that am na no 50 go to 58 million no you see I spend 58 million it is 58 million there
una dem na budget mo asem na budget mo una want ase na 58 million no ya am na ni 2 na da na 58 million no say 58 million no ya am na ni 2 ba ko mo cheche mo chiro me cheche ya o ma cheche asem ni nyina fe bi ti ya asem ni ti ni yi ebi amna na kura ebetu ebi e 1 million ebetu amna no ye wi ebi ye tua Bombardier company so ebi etu amna ni wi ono na djuma ba bi ni se we bi na djuma we djuma ba bi ni we djuma ba bi a materials ni ma na ade ombe order ye friend o still na o de be say djuma ni nyina kwa na dey be cost about $100 million as dey wa America still na o de be djuma no e so mko tuatia say na ma we nyina aka ni etua kana say skani ni wonti no ye ditka menti ade
o and no corruption no because almost you know
tema iron still
kwabna me say and no corruption woman no because cartel say hey panier is going to be here obi ko critique panier nails company no only 20 million it will be figure ho
akra we evidence asema akra we evidence
your company o2 sofi no so because you better company say Sophie company you be cathedral no kwabna I know say you are a king of justice who didn't make it said but me say the oh yeah what you know what you're saying
justice na am dey agreement say
ode mo bi kebi minti kakra ales wo pese wo sidan dia ko nkobra go say 15 minutes
fe na ma ye free mini player si ama ye yi kakra na o se me wo mfie se o se me ye dey 1910
oh I'm the kind of my day I don't know pensa I don't know because I'm very
that what your position that me so ni pa body ye je ni papa na me ka jiro se me wo ayi wa ofo jala ya chete ori akura to fi ko bi na ka sa ti ama chete na mo de mo te line no o ka ta te bi a che wow nti ye kan new thing na mo mane ha bata
oh yes radio no to inform to entertain as I say and you know So one entertainment am mu I go ni so fa no ne abre pa no. O just say no me no me kwa me agi bi mu.
Oh, is that boom? Ah, Kwabra na say wa mi ko Kumasi last 2023 kura me ko ho. 2024 na police phobia gina me because me kan krata nti o mo hwe. Na baby na ye gina no I say so for la ho baby na e ho wo soro. Na wo tu ani a na wo hwe body fo pa afie bia body ewom. And I'm saying yes, this is the rare garden city. Tibi kura no me nti za garden no nti e ho na ma dwe ba me o say no garden city no atitibi no ka che so Kumasi was garden city no. E garden city apa because afie bia body ewom. Your friend said those days kura de na ayi kokofuo asanso atwa kuro no ho ahia enti no broni de ba na obehu sa garden no no friend garden city a ya fa de say Kumasi na what is approach kuro benso na obetim na Kumasi te sa na ye de abrofo yi omo no yehu omo kuro omo se tete no na ha efe na ne de ha ye fe chen tete no ye de Ghana de da bia ye ka se tete no mum na ho efe na ne de ho aye
Oza yeah de na ho me ko Kumasi say omo policy bi Kumasi a enye fe. That's the way say timi ka kire ayi omo so ya no mu di na do ma. Ana no.
You video Kumasi e fe chen ene Kumasi e fe chen that time. Ne Kumasi what ka say where time.
Oh yeah. Me ko fa baby. Em say hokra. Baby am see. Baby akufo see affordable homes no wo ho no. Ofa Kenya say kire na so ba. On a sharp curve we o ma sisi adan ke see bi on because we be galam safe for because adan sisi wo no. I don't think so say yeah. I'm saying for that.
Me in
1999 of a chumu say Kumasi na ye. Those say thank ha nka say dan na wo amakom na nipa be 7 million ho nya ko bu ni nyina gu. Ho nya ko bu nyina gu. Aye ne fofo. Be say Kumasi no. So unu mi na say wo dan si baabi na ko bu dan ni gu pe asase ne ko otumfo ho. Enti na ama untimi mu o bebu ani obu ni half. I you know what
so you are more the say no mubu have no mercy. Santi. Obo so yata krono asasina ko ye kro ra dia.
I don't know. I open wa. Me ko tie audio bi. Me ko di audio bi sre. Sana minim say ye monarchy a woni nam hayi na ye sa audio no. Me video me say now you know yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. And then I'm a voice and then I'm voice yes, way voice. And I'm going this I'm going to Obiama comment was a monarch and I'm saying oh way. And I know man.
I don't know.
Monarch de wajinse wo monarch or your rebel leader.
Me was that video no S3 na ina no kan wachi no. Na minim say you no. Na voice SMS from say. Ata mate voice wo be mate voice wo.
Who yeah. O sere ya daka. Epunu ni bi na ya asantifo yi sa ato ho a. Oni nka ye to papa na
pa ko. On say me asante ibunu asem me kan bi. Me I don't go into that name man. Me I know and you fa dey bi am. Oh man that's me no. I don't bring any idea.
Obi a na dwene ya dwuma bia no sa atokwa no onko odo nsem no bi wo ho de individual wo beka wo obi wo nsem no bi no ho but say o koje tokwa akotra fidie so kontokwa sa say how Oko Kumasi a ipa omo kro no medan ye sisi wo bebre ya bronfo dia oko tuya me say 34 sisi na wo. You know what is a big deal here, including Doma. Adoma hene kwa ne asate hene nya o mase ma na no abe for the whole community. The whole region. Kwabra of a coffee pass or catch as a memory. Me ankasa maso sa de na hwe.
Of abasu ti wasem na aka na offer ti.
Me sa garden city no omode ato omu team say eya asem bi no eye body phone na e did that the kronum na aprofo no de omuhu say Africa efe na asase we udua bibia so a efe na Kumase de amafo abomode adua tomatoes nyina wo krom eti we no enye new team bi say na ho na efe chai ede me say na ekura no me in fact last 2 years me through Kumase na me hwe even sunwa mu nyina no say the amafo si dua bode wo mo yard mu na who say nipa no in fact e ho efe ho ya akono ho ya nije ọ na nkwado ho na ote pass mu kura de a na no ide manfa pass na ofa pass a ohu se kwan ho e ya akono keke we dem manfa de say na Kumase those days na Kumase efe ye de bi atete na efe na de enye efe ene su no yakoya nim chen that time o heda ya manfo asuma
na
Ghana
tam na ai dia na tam na edan ni nisa ene nwura ne dɔɔso ntina na ɛte sa na ase de
trees wopa ko de nyame ahojo ene eyo nhia so no ene obehu the original indigenous trees na ho ene edan fine edan wasi dan na edan enye ni ho no enye no na enye edan na ma paint ema edan enia ye twetwe ni nyina one commissioner police ni bia oba be ye yi no ono metwetwe enye ni na kagye ti nyina na enia ho mi swanya ne go kokoko e kenos won enia pa e ho no ene ye twetwe ni nyina enti edan ni yesi bi ba enia na wo nyina ye fa ni ka ye twetwe ni nyina ye twetwe ni nyina ene nso ala ke to ba e kla
nipa adwene nya adwuma nipa adwene nya adwuma
say twetwe ni nyina ene na
ye dia mani no timi kafi wona wasi dan
ade ase
ba biniwa
eno na
it is biniwa it is not the people it is not the people
ye bibia wo
it is not the people it is not the people it is the lack of law enforcement.
And that's right. I know that. I know that.
Recently, some two guys, UK here, some two guys, they went to cut one tree. So many years old. Do you understand? I mean, the tree where it was like isolated and it's preserved. They went to cut it, and they made a thing like, those guys doing the galamsey in Ghana. They were making those commentaries. So,
okay.
They took them to court. Then one of them said, "Oh, my friend came to call me. They are all Igbo people. My friend came to call me. I thought he was joking." Do you understand? I mean, this shows that, human beings, we all behave stupidly sometimes.
Yeah. More advanced.
Do you understand? But they were jailed. No matter all the excuses. We were here when they say somebody went to cut some tree in Kumasi.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened to that person?
I say Omo Huni Pakro, Abi. Omucha na najo. Nti adeche ne yabudua no Omo Huni Pakro.
So because we don't enforce the law, because look, Biniwa, Oyibo people, if no law and order, Oyibo can commode himself and shit on the street.
Anka omo de kro omo jimi chen na ende ye sure, but emra no ye adwuma nti omo emra na omo ni anti automatically.
Do you understand? If there is no law enforcement, they will do worse things. They don't care.
Man.
Look at what people are saying. They've got a grad that sentence. Oh, the left is too much. It's too harsh punishment. Asian is in jail. Or somebody call himself Osofo. Atuese is too clever to be in jail. What sort of rubbish is this? Look, America, there are people like Jeff Skilling, Ken Lay. Can this Atuese compare himself? They are in jail.
I want to hear also for the shoe size the way size man.
He said Shatabonde. That's more.
That I
Small
want to
mistake.
type of say or no go be your throw me take casa. Yeah,
No, no,
they go
no.
heavy now.
I mean, I don't know how we want the law to work.
I would say, come on, a man for your politics. I was at double now. Why don't I say, okay, you have MP before any other. I say, I said, we become money and Yapa, and so on. I shan't want to answer it, you know.
But the casa also.
I know I cannot know. Only by that, Ghana. Timuna the real one, one of us real.
And Kwabra, when Bra Champo was talking today, he cited this guy, Atta Kennedy. The guy, the interviewer asked him, Atta Kennedy talks always against MPP. And Bra Champo said, no, he doesn't talk against MPP. He says what is wrong, and he wished that the party would listen. And he said, Atta Kennedy, you know, when he contested, he had only one vote. He had only one vote. But yes, but after the vote, and he voted in the same constituency.
That's right.
After the vote, about 100 people came to tell him that they voted for him. He said that was what annoyed him. The guy had one vote, but 100 people went to his house and said they voted for him. Yeah. So Brother Chambo was telling the guy, you have to be careful because people will lie to you. This is the experience at Kennedy. People will lie to you as if they like you. Do you understand? The person voted for him, but people are claiming they voted for him. 100 people.
That's right.
No, we joke
Brian Temple no or a cool guy, but or a violent set of no they
question. What I was on fire. I was now. I was who was betting me, I say, by tampon, or violence at the old person, baby, I persuaded to me, no, yeah, you know. But I say, Chrome has saying, and Sasam now, Umudia, Carbon Brand tampon, your valley. Prior to say, a quack to Abano. I dare bet me a to Abano. John Domelo, Sammy Gemfi, Hanabisu, Omcotana, Obi, program so. Obi program so omkotena program so omte wo a ompese wo ba ye befa wo bafun no memma wo ba kra ma honom se wo fe sese kra metwam ho se party a wo kra wo opposition ka wo de bokoboko ne ade esenka MPP for ko by election wa no brebre wo kwa ko 13 se wo kokuni pa kra ne ade na no sa de no so ye no tete no tio mami fama no si no me national security coordinator na whoever I say making sure say me provide security be as me providing wo e honom say the be ya asum dwe ba it is a wo ba na wo be twetwe de kane na say twede ni bi ko bo wa
ya na ye ma ye ko bo amanfo ye ko bo amanfo tuo wo abato say wa fa ballot box na nipa we nipa ono afi
there be ko fa ballot ko training obi say
ye bisa hotel wa da
oni say ka e bi anka bra champion
Kwabra.
O se bi anka bra champion na wan ka bi anka na yanka se ko buy lesson wo ayi e friend say akwa because any to akwa cinema
Kwabra abese obisa no obi bisa dey say hotel no what ma say e BP for na ko bo charge that means basically no o ya tum say nka wo to ade ayeto enye.
You better make sure it's on. Doctor's walking around here. The big boss walking around.
Donc,
I don't know. What is it for?
Why give me old one instead of you have old new, then you give me old.
I make it look good.
Yeah. Why you dress your husband like that?
You'll work.
Don't worry about that one.
Rather the presidency no the onya or mini or MPP no. Is it the Baumiana na man for no go for? At least ebia osuya mamu papa. Tinu.
Say about me and about me and be a Yankopon yard one of them bepa. So there was another church in it.
Or no one day say or no osuya mamu papa or her mamu papa or here osuya ne brapani.
Ocean brapani or
the or no de ye ni party say only president. Once or no. Said was in them way. In fact, or a presentable to Mabaka for me, Baomiano, a bass only in Trocrana. Confidence you didn't throw crowd will be obeyed to my dini. Now,
I will not like no way.
Or no be a president. And I'm on do trim numbers. I'm not a presentable.
I don't like someone like Baumia to be my president. Never. Who need boot? Let the time. Who told you I don't have a boot? Oh, you only boot, madam. Look, Baumia. I said, Mahama, cry me, dear Kunya. So say, do baby, Mahama, and dear Kunya. What's them? There's all the opinion now here. No problem. Baumia, who can never be president of Ghana. Baumia.
Another me sure say or no say no baba kokro na say mo kwabra bu be 20 ayi mu ho ti say abra no no atwam ya wona mum group mu ayi mu
mo ka mo say when your office o kwa ko san gebe la when wa doji gebe no so ni ba no twen do dey mo ntina na mo ka mo nsam
gebe no babra akufo ado time no gebe no mo de ko to e da so da ho ye ni sa asem no nwie
o de o wasem na o keka
Yamina Miko, no, na kukwado gina so say, sa court case no nwie ye ontimi sa bedo. It is akwado da be na edi ye ni sa asem na da so da ho. Eti until say e be free court ho.
Amadi asem na wi dada. Ama Prince Bombardier be ka say ye wi nti won kono nko san. Na no ne last integrity aka na obekwa kosan ne akọ Prince Bombardier. E ko to aba.
Kwabna wo ankasa wo ka say wo kan hypocrisy asem. That time na ye no wo ha. Wo say America there, Trump over the game. But Ghana there, okay. Now you be sawa.
Manka Ghana Simbia, Ghana.
Now Ghana wa. You know you can wa class and now America.
Was it be now more and constitution it was say be a private bay now the base who are for private bill aba. That's a private bay na the abano. Say bibi wo mu a as a man a bohu a man is or kobo car. Constitution in my kwan say onye sa ade no. Asama na say wasam na waka no ne constitution ne fatu emra na wakwa no ne fa ye adwuma asama na ka no.
Say ya mokro ya mu bisa na kwabre. Say ya mokro ya mu bisa John Mahama say onsan. Me bisa say Samra Crona American, a good or if you want. You're walking by the
Samana, or the emphasis here. No, a good for the no. Say, I want maybe or more, no, or more Hunyansa, a woman, in a honor, or more farm to constitution. They say, mobile map pass a bill at 4 bed or who. Don't say, yeah. And he said, one more gay, no, ASN, man, bay near there. Then a stop was okay, no film. Now, corner the competent baby when I call near Yamla, and then they stop from doing that.
Obina de bail call parliament. Say, yes, I didn't say, and president to say, or no own sign. And this a bail, no, say this was hand the Kobe, what the command new president, because president.
What is stopping you?
The president here when you bridge on Mahama, no hypocrite, or no Wakata. Are you the call your friends say, Sam George? It is a judge, you know, so a will as a Ghanaian. Obi answer the force or not the open or the court. Now, court is who for so be said, on fire the uncommon president money. I don't have more myself. Wow, so pay, so far away. Ah, I'm a class as a women TV. Wow, so you be my say, open again, no free Ghana and president inside. Also, cover be no quiet.
They am fan ko what they are to me win. They say am fan ko okay.
The agenda by end trouble 2028, but also for 2028 aba. Also, for
yeah, the best I don't worry. Meaning that you know be able to me etna. Say only obi able to me, untimi ni obi able to me tna.
No,
Ubenya ko ni baba.
opposition there, opposition there be teacher man, only opposition. You know. Oh, what, only opposition trap up, only me, yeah. Overcome today. Overcome.
Oje de bia wasa ma ka say mitimi nipa boni, mitimi play nipa boni. Say me the Ghana bonte so a me su nyina na me su na form na me muni. Na Ghana for say oh mo yeta papa na we ho aho. Oh John Mahama. Na yes ah.
Outside. Nti mo de say de monka Ghana ho bio. Mo ni PP for the boss o.
So mun na PP bi CPP ni MPP. Mo yi enno ne ya infra PP for PP9.
Won go dai. Na after 4 years no one eba Sami Jemfi na say hwan.
Oh, but they say ade ye hia omo bia ye hwe de obetima ye man ni ye o. John na ye bo na chi dom. Did you over the
4 years. And that's what the constitution who be extending one.
So far, yeah, this is some review. And I say president to be a quite advice. Na John Mahama so advice. Mama na never trauma no timu. I don't know mbenya ni idi. Za abra not ase no hu ye kwa dia. Mama no so no hu ade. Wa kwata no hu ya dia ba.
Me pa cho mama no dia mama nko che ni jogging bia. Okay, no.
Ya ba we dey what they say, you know what they say, your president. Okay. No na be di say for be amunyina your president wo Cameroon ni na say for say ma me we nyine. Ko Cote d'Ivoire president. Okay. E boni din no. You will have no.
Okay, Metusala
I'm saying Uganda. I'm saying Uganda for Uganda. I'm saying Penny ho. Who are my vice president now? Ghana come to back with Tinezu. Ghana. Ghana be Ghana. We na go Ghana go nya.
That vice president there, yeah, he president. They said the OTB will be anti Minkahre.
Mama, what president? Hey, Mama, no.
Oh, of our presidency, be a cabin, now I am me, yes, of what person pension papa by force.
Like MP4 say Jemensa is not fit for the purpose. And as I said here, almost of the Mamiana, Ablekuma, okay, and as I said, the trouble Mammy say Mammy woo.
What was that? I didn't say somebody. What was that? I didn't say. If we are seeing no, no cry about Kupil. 80 a dance a bois, no credit, they better than Huadi. The woman said the MPP for can say over the years, I say Joma Jemensa, Omejina Dakamu. Na only as a more MPP for that time, must know. I mean, the Oma Mijina Dakanuma. More ya says you don't get ya. Or no one proof or ne one as you didn't get as a mamma or henna. Oh, on your fate for purpose. Is it almost more as a mamma or cry?
I hope no. I remember the matter my court, me my pussy or court, me my bad speed. But what be saying court. Now me you could not that community busame. Yes, me evidence when me see me nibi. Now, Sasa, I don't know. It's a moon yakwati the busa.
Evidence in my menua or declare elections. I
different affidavit the treasure. Mamma na your evidence. O file affidavit just mamma
woman no na so make them na say no na nti omo court say Jemensa na dey na ba court so omra gina daka no
okay omni Jemensa court wa na Akufo-Addo no ene ba omi ana mama ne ho e wo so na electoral commission mama no na mo de ne court say why na bi amoni nye ho enti ona mo de ne ba court na Akufo-Addo na ba omi akọ ho say why dey
omo na wi election no na nipo ya dance do betu Madrid on any reason is
governance is a very serious business.
Stronghold, your friend is saying, Ablekumanov. But the thing no more imagine say mo kura ja ma mo
Okay,
pese.
and so baby bet me aka just MPP for omatena sekura parliament of amu decide say omonko. BBN Ghana and Ghana anyehwe omatena say 4 years. Ekobai. Ekoyi ngura yi a modi abegu we me hu say ngura na modi abegu we. And you know, so the matter parliament, o say akwaye owu yi. E fair say NS kumi. Na yi bi wakata ene mum yenso ne omfa omsiti kura metena ne nkotena fie na omonko amu man na. Say ye the executive amount. What the parliament is working on. Who person koya kofa judiciary no so ka ho. Na say what the instead of Kwame kind one party state. Na the obi aye.
Na mo
Na the tumi ni na ma na say o manya.
judiciary na nka mo.
Kwa nya na kwa parliament ma no. Na bia na wanya lock. Na mo say student tia pa na boteshi. Ajanka kwa na nyina betete.
Mo wo ho say na judiciary no kam ho na enti na ma say mu nyina mo both money abra mu so yo. Because na ayi ato forcing ba kwe dey say mo minority leader no kra dey say. Otwere ayi keke anopa ebeduru anwumre na chief justice atrase wodi asem no yawie. But as you don't am ba kono mo so ko South Africa o kotu ne sen enti oni ho. Sadi pa we. Enti no chief justice no dey me so be contem be ko jeje mansa. Okowie ya na jesu to aso. Because mo akra ma say mo ya dance for say jemensa onye fit for purpose. So mo ye NDC for anya dance for anya nuanom a wo so preach the same thing say jemensa onye credible. Enti no jemensa dey say yi na di na wa be kasano wo say nipa Ghana because above NDC and MPP na criticize say nipa krona na eba ne say dey say nipa say yenhia no ese so ofiri agro no and many occasions or prove what Ghanaians say a political powers be needed in Kodua or yes are the
MPP for there dance for into the audio mukujina court o say MPP people be jina kunyanum o be jina da kanum omo ama me jina da kanum a wo say no
say
MPP ni na dance ni
omo de ye yin omo da kanum omo no approve omo de ye dey
NDC for no prepare there and no just body e church propaganda and who propaganda na akwati propaganda secretary e dey better say wo akwati propaganda secretary and now we church
propaganda secretary and kwa Abraham unim de ntie ba yo ti o propaganda secretary no wa say NDC for na propaganda no mom na propaganda e koso nyina no na no secretary no defend at that time na enye communication to say na communication team no was English no mu we ho na bi no mu ya dada it is a ya communication secretary no ye anti na mumu propaganda na mutimi draw JJ Rollins na mo de ntomakoko aboditi na mo de Toma Gunasane na okita kuku ogina pomu se ogu nsane na asefo no that time no be here any parties as see edun katia no watima defend it no a defender of propaganda for omotwa and ayi obebie PMP graphic everything na JJ Rollins bom yes hey ese wakohwe moja gu no here any parties as edun katia anti propaganda secretary na yeah na interest or no be propaganda na he was defending the propagandist so sana na adenete ti onu ti andi mo kai no da biaze o as edun katia was propaganda secretary that be propaganda ena sa prof na mo say ka so be a propaganda so wodi ntro no ena say ko propagate Yesu Kristo ne ho asem no a ntro na
propaganda secretary na ye fifi koti akwana won kan no kre no so itogu ni kra kofi ayi so itogu ni na e wa no say na MP
mo JJ Rollins kra mo so itogu mo JJ Rollins kra mo so itogu
ne be ko ware Bruni jaga Ghana for ne de wompe
why JJ Rollins JJ Bano
wako ware Bruni Peter Mahama so ba ye Algeria
JJ Bano e tuntum so no a Bruni
na Bruni we fa
JJ Bano me papa e Bruni
entuta Bruni
no ne papa e Bruni na ntine nana e Bruni nti o pese o ko ne nana de
mo de mo no se o se mo hono mo na jabu edi no hono mo no jeje kola na mo gina so de to aba ma mo nto aba based on mo na ne kola no Bruni aba tena ne ba no se achem so nya president obedi no o carry himself very well
JJ Baboy no
nti no me say o pebluni say the be ne because ahwi ho no ne ade ne de ne eno an say Moses agum saa so adu
ọbẹ president ho pa ẹnyẹ agorɔ hwɛ
so adu wabu kotofen fa ha pe fa ha pon bruni ne niwa
Yo, kwabena make you ho.
Papa, me fa cho ne amafo say me fan ni
Oh, wa catch me mate. So o catch me say me se mate ana. Me fine say me fine say.
And it is with him mebusa yebne wa say abne wan fa cho we dey papa gum na so na fine na nka consultant ka o yem fine no yi.
Amra be no bu so kwabena.
Oh, setema na amanfo ni abre omo chi omo adwene ade no eno no so ka kaso asem achiro na akọ na akọ kaso a ye frɛ no so won so ena me say me si form
Santin emrebre ni wa e be pia chichi santin
e wa santin region e wa santin mai mun na emre ni no Abide we so the answer papa smile the emre ni no timisrawo
Misra.
Consultant am kofa say ohun so san ka bi wa ha na ke bi an ko be bo aba abi an ka se ni ha
no say fine me ana ona na say fine me ana.
Hey, and don't know where to no. Then I'm free na kwa hwe ata. Ono kwa na define why ho we billboard call the demonstration. Any idea, you know.
It's me indemnity clause. So
Papa J dey go to you now.
You go.
Yo, Cabra, say ye be see ase na meja mabonko mo wachiro ho. Why? Momo. Moda ho wani mo honum. So, I will just go back and listen to the rest of the conversation, and I hope that we all will come to some beautiful understanding of the fact say we were created in varying versions of God or of life or source power, whichever way you want to put it. But the bottom line, and they said the elements of life, air, fire, water, and earth. Omunyina no senka ye enkwa na ye wa enka life enye possible no. Sana in varying proportions that life is coded itself within us no. We need to blend with each other to make life possible. Of course, if God, as per what the scripture will tell us, and it is evident in life as well, say that same God created darkness and created light. He created the summer and the winter. He created day and then he created night. That same God now. And the nature say it was for a purpose. And that purpose was for them to complement each other to make life beautiful. And he say Obi more capable in this, no? One also may be more capable in another thing that person may not be too capable in as well. But this one say one body. Now we belong to one big family we choose to call life. No? And when I was Juma say me war resources no. Na say also over perhaps the capabilities for us to harness those resources are. We need to blend together and make all our lives better. Because we all belong to that same body we choose to call life. Now, if you ask me, one of the reasons why life did not make us all independent on our own, and they say we will be able to collaborate with ourselves so that we will become co-responsible for the beautification of life. That is why obiara ho enso na kwantuo no we need to support each other. And yes, some people at one point in time, may be rich. Some people may be poor. But what is the purpose of you being rich? You need to be able to support the very ones who are, as been said, poor, to also discover and fine-tune themselves into riches. That is the purpose. And you see, an opening for us to be able to live a better version of ourselves. And he say once again, say, oh yeah, rich man. Your duty is to use your riches to support and promote life. That could also mean, say, you need to support the very ones who are way below you, one way or the other, to also find their feet and come up. In that, you are equally establishing your immortality as well. Nyami adma, eja henu, ochina, yebaba, na yaba betu wankomodi enuso. Why? Me say, ama.
Mamika asembia, mabibi kai.
What's he say?
That I won't know when you kidney problem. Nti wontumi nyɛ hwee ɛna maame no busa awura no busa ne sɛ nti biribi enu hɔ a wonim yɛ ɛna ɔso daabi onyɛ sure so onim biribi yɔ ɛna ɔse wɔn ne Nyankopɔn bɔɔ no a wɔnni talent nti obi nyɛ hiani o me nyi ni to obi ayɛ hiani ɛyɛ complementary system na ɛwɔ mu ɛne nti ya wo talent no obi behia na ama nneɛma bi ayi.
That's right.
So it's sana de bi ni ho no.
Okay.
Yapon o yeda no separate sexes no. Nka obetumi a yesa de be ya yenyina ukuta obema na ukuta oba. But se de be ya odo be ye dwumenti.
Let's say, ufiliana wanka so aye ho adwuma nyesa.
Obe handle oba said the be ya obe win oba now oba no so be compliment to life.
That's right.
Because so in one side almost a man no say me say obe nu nchen ya bema usuban no enkoyi so but that's why so me a hometi kra no see we can do without them.
Okay, all right then. Eja henu. Thank you so much. Beba mene wana person ka bibia na.
Ana me ka bibi we dey ofakwa me what's mana ofakwa me asema na o kan se me hwe video bi sesi ya na ene sesi na papa bi oba bi wu. Ena o ka che ne yene se we dey o se owu a onware sa papa obo ifate bi owu onware James. Ena se na James na me pese o mpenasem o se nti na me pese o ware no se o ware James obeku ne ntam o mpenasem di ne baby oda no wo bewu eti watete na mani bewu nti so ware James nso bewu ntam na papa asem bi epeja ha o de watene Kumasi anya akwa Kumasi high school watene Kumasi ache obine wa pese o ka che ofa kwa me se ofa twum se queen buy no be ka kire o se Kumasi ye garden city na ye body fuo ena na o ma ye na e wo hunti na
Mama bene wa de minim se den ketia na oye na yi na o de ase odin achi no osua se den ketia skills ni bi o se den ketia bitima ka asama kira ma wa hwe a otikura be yo ya so
Papa
yes
no grab akwa e wom ni say last year me call Ghana nko na and I'm say 2024 no na no 2023 and I'm going me can the police force stop him baby wo say so for lie ho baby na me gina ho me twa me ho no papa twa ho 360 kurada who say is the efie bia body wom na wo body na wo Kumasi pa green na efie no in fact say you can say garden pa The Miami Garden, oh, this is the Garden City. No, I know more can I yampa because Chroma there. If you be a body woman, if you be a manchi woman, if you be a and Kenny as if one in a womb, and you know, said they are for see to go do the same Garden City. Now, why I fed the brooch? Now, me have brooch the way now I want Hanoa. But they are not some normal kind. It wasn't Garden way I were be now. Brunino Cano. I
Babi ketro mo na wo de okohunu ye no efri epompon ene ma ne basa because Kumasi when fie no obepema wadu abode ye wo efie ne emu no ya ye ni concrete ni plot ni nyina ya concrete so na ehine fa na wo kodua ofetum no mu enkwala abremu ana ombo kro no because ye nuamo ko ofie bibia je so koto
of and the Kumasi a Garden City channel dada no me na me ka bitro and they Kumasi a more Garden City
the wako hu ni say no e champion yourself buy and wo mo hu say ya ne saasasi ubetumi afidi
enti mesre wo afibe mu na ukohu se body asisi ho no
of say papa say
afibe mu na akohu se body asisi ho no.
Oh, that was say me Kumasi de minimum say efie bia body more or less body but last 2023 way Mijina baby mi ta me ho no se de ho na mijina no a me tumani na se de wusi hu e de ana na mijina na ho wo soro kakra nti hu fie na wusa hu aye de hu fom na hu se na de na efe keke papa enye fie ba ko enye fie mienu je se efie bia wani beto su bia body phone da ho body ni da am se eti e wona me ka se na na kwa me so de na yire ko Kumasi omo broni o Otru Kumasi na unze unam street no so a carpenter for na omo yi gonwa na gu kwan no no lady no so ma Kumasi your friend saying funny city of furniture no friend say Ciudad de Muebles hi come Muebles furniture na friend is and you say that city e hona make that these are some of the things there Queen Muba how be who ko ka the body for no who ko ka ye Kumasi was a Garden City at the abroad Grobenso. Yeah, but I said the garden it is ana Kumasi ye was structure be or hosa. Enti papa and cannot be or hosa at least grandpa be cry one or say who say in a that Bruno and a wo ye mubu da be
we nya den bia na ofachum e wo pictures a betimama aye you know. Perhaps when we go into the archives, I will get the pictures to indicate to say Kumasi. We may be able to get some of the All right then, a very big thank you to you once again. I'll leave you to have your winding down conversations in the background until we come again tomorrow. Bye. And yeah, Obibia and have a very beautiful good night as well.
Adobe Shodomu Adipa Shodomu Waiting a mingwa that day Namiji Odonido Adobe Shodomu Adipa Shodomu Adipa Shodomu Senyo Weda Mingwa Mingwa Namiji Boy Otobi Oto Fata and Krume Every beer, member Krumano, Sas Station, we are Namiti.